properly.
What the?
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
What the?
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a Schoolborn what's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root, to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash 'em all!
You have TSM on that edge, and for FaZe, yeah, you're absolutely right. They're going to have to deal with either Cerberus or Na'Vi, and those are 2 options you never really want as a grenade is going to take down Kickstart.
You have 100-0 nade come through. H-Foot is going to fall to that blue zone. The drill strips, he has to back off. There's more utils being lobbed on forward. This is all Ike slip. Picture perfect util usage. One building, and there's not a whole lot you can do as long as you press on the sides. He'll go for it into the other week.
Should be able to steal that point, and oh no, Gen G, they have to be so careful here. This is potentially their tournament on the line, as Toasty will get a knock, but he needs to back off, and he does.
Gets out the building successfully, finds the second one as well. 4AM is running right into his open arms. He does have actually, matter of fact, has 4 nades available, not opting to use any of them. Believing in his gun skill over anything else, goes to the third, finds him as well. There's now just 1 more left alive, and Adder.
Meanwhile, Jeems will find Pop Out, get rid of him! What? And Na'Vi will get wiped out by the Panthers of Xiaobei. No freaking way!
Тём, не вижу. Еще последний едет.
Unfortunately, Vex getting caught out in a bad spot, and now Twisted Mind's getting pushed in here by Eternal Fire. And
Example now looking for the knock that he just had, realizing they probably got that res up. Nade's gonna fly by. Still flying. First spray is good. Second spray, oh, he prones, but he still gets it.
7 shots. No
Staying. He's not trying to jump off because he can't. Xiaobei is holding that other angle, and so at this point, Hakatori is completely trapped.
Oh! Gets the first one. That's what that pistol does to your head. We'll see if Suju can get the rest of Hakatori. Is feeling it now, running.
Oh, no way!
Getting yet another one. The double D comes through, and he's able to get them both.
Sawadee. 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 Sawadee.
I heard the World 12 is the best gun.
My fans told me to loot everything before my teammates see that. So I will do that.
ผมกับทีมเคยเล่นโหมด Survival Left Behind ก็ผ่านง่ายครับสบาย
Về chế độ đó thì em chơi tầm 4 lần em mới thắng được. Thì em thấy chế độ đó khá là khó. I think you're gonna be our IGL, okay?
Go.
Oh shit! Come. Help me, boys! I'm gonna die here. Me too. He has superpowers or something. Help me, boys! Boys, help me! I'm gonna die! Kill them! Please! No, one more on me. He's punching me to death. Oh my god. I did to you. Oh my god. Come to me. I have heal. I'm dead. See you guys in the other side.
Okay. So you feel first generator, yeah?
Yep. Be careful. Oh my god.
Kill the big one.
Oh! We need help. Yep. We're gonna die.
Oh, be careful. More zombies coming.
Oh my god. Batulis! Where you guys are? Come here!
We're coming. 1 second, please.
Yep. Please, I don't want to die.
Come in. Where?
It's over. No. Run, Batu.
Guys, we're dying, I think.
No!
We're gonna play until tomorrow.
It was fun. It was fun to play this game mode.
I think that if we play this game once again, we're gonna win it without any deaths. Easy.
For sure. I just cannot be using an ump all the way to the middle game.
Do you guys want to play again?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, gas can.
Okay, behind the box again.
Yeah. Ready?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, I was not being healed because I was staying on this box.
Okay, you guys ready?
Wait. Don't use. I need food. I can't stand up. I need food. Drop me food. Everyone. Please. One more. I need food. Food, Batulis. Food.
Thank you.
You can go now.
I have one gun moment.
Oh, someone is killing me. Help!
Wait, he's still alive! He's not dying! Move.
Guys, I'm sorry. Guys, I use generator.
Go on.
I hope you're ready.
I was not ready at all. The gate is here.
No. Be careful. All that ping. Show.
Being healed because I was staying on this.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hymas, wait for me, man! I have heal. Oh. Heal doesn't work! No, not again, man.
Oh, I'm hungry. No.
Oh, no!
Yeah, I'm win. Oh my.
Pretend you're dead. You did everything so bad.
Yeah, I killed more than you. You last place, man.
I'm IGL. You know how it works in our team? Like when we play a tournament, like IGL gets double of the kills he made.
Makes sense.
So means I'm first place with a huge gap. Okay, I have a guess. For fucking. I think he had to die from starve.
ของสปาร์กิ้งน่าจะตายคนแรกครับ
Của em là để một người đổ chết ở máy phát điện thứ ba.
He never razzed me when I was standing right in front of him. He watched me die every single time.
You know Titanic?
Yes.
I was Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay.
And he was the woman.
All right. I had to use generator when you are not ready.
You did. I remember. It was the third one.
Exactly the third one I had.
Oh. Yeah, I saw it.
I got so scared.
Yeah, I think the most difficult was that me and Sparking had complete moves. So we ruined games a lot.
Yeah. Độ khó thì mấy vòng đầu thì em thấy bình thường. Chỉ khó khúc cuối. Tại khúc cuối mọi người chưa chuẩn bị thì battery mở nên là em chưa chuẩn bị kịp.
I hope you guys have really good circles.
Em nghĩ hai bạn cũng không cố gắng mấy đâu. Vì chức địch thì cũng thuộc về hai bọn mình tiếp thôi.
No Taekwondo, no win, my friend.
We will help you to kill all the teams, and you can just claim the championship, okay?
Good.
Teamwork.
It is a guaranteed Chinese victory, but really, it's all 17 at this point. Sets the example on how to pick your team out of impossible plays with just ridiculous sprays. And the knock Bing Bing on the other side. This Shaq out in the open. Evan's got James looking for another seat. Evan's got two, looking for the third. Evan! Oh my God. Achilles has already taken down two of his teammates. Chris tries to get involved, but Chloe takes him. Came through not too long ago. Sees the one player has him dead to rights. The grenade just missed. This push eventually through, but Na'Vi to get into the vehicles, but they're not going to make it anyway.
레즈대 벗고 벗어야지. 이어폰이랑.
빡대 가라.
아이 Бахмет. Ай, Бахмет. Ай.
Бахмет. Бахмет. Ай.
Алло.
Как слышно?
Things are brewing quite nicely for Twisted Minds, and honestly, their position in this game is looking even better than it was in game one.
Нет, тройка, Нави.
На метке вижу его.
Что нам сделать? Мы можем съехать.
На метке просто.
Ща, это что, дерево?
Нет, камень лежит просто.
Окно. ФВ.
Кто на метке, Тёма, он будет выезжать.
Кто пробегать сейчас будет? За синькой.
Там надо посмотреть.
một nhà sinh rồi. Chơi.
Nice.
Có cho bó. Tự. Ủa tao tự ăn luôn.
Всё, 1-1 остался.
Естественно, на метке валяется нокнутый.
Метка дерева, парни.
Я буду дропать, Тём, я буду дропать.
дерева.
Последний остался, последний.
Зазона убегает.
Falcons have a decent position to potentially kind of just harass them as they're forced into the circle and then just take this northeastern edge themselves.
ระวังคนมาเจาะ
ต้องรีบลงมาหาพี่เจียพี่ตามวงได้หรอขอไปทีมบ้านนะไฟไล่ดิไอ้ฟังกูไฟไล่บูโทนไล่บ้านใกล้ก่อน
มันมีแค่หลังเดียวหลังใหญ่หลังเดียวเลย
ไล่ก่อน
ไปมันเป็นหลังเล็กแบบ
เล่นข้างนอกได้นะนอกบ้านได้ เฮ้ยมันเห็นกูหลังบ้านหลังบ้านเลย
ก็ปั๊มนะ
You guys took your punch from ZS3 and peek into them. I'll link it from the south.
One's on the rock right now, north.
นี่มันคือตีเดย์
กูเจ็บ
ผมมี RPG อ่ะ RPG ในรถเอามายัง
ยังไม่ได้มาหยิบมาดิ
หยิบมาชิ้นดิ
He's in the blue.
Tell me where to BZ ขวาขึ้นแล้ว
Falcons.
That's not. It's
I knocked two in the compound. Day inside there.
Sonic's today fighting in combat.
Wait, Sonic's is just on yellow. Okay.
Can I
honestly,
talk?
yeah.
Can I talk? I think we should wrap wide edge and go all the way to green. I think we should wrap the entire zone and go around. I knocked one close on our wall. He can't. He's on green. He's not resable, but I can't flush him.
It's
Can
still
you scout
two
into
teams.
zone tig while we're doing this?
I will. This is still two teams in the building.
Day trade and who?
We don't know the other team yet. They didn't fight.
P5, I think. Falcons are killing them from the northwest.
This guy gonna get
P5 died.
No. Oh, well then it's just day.
Nice shot, brother.
He's knocked
it's
on green
just Aiden?
still.
Okay.
They're wrapping us. Driving into me. Knocked one. They're gonna be pushing on a combat in towards me.
We should wrap Sonics now!
Yeah, we should
get in front of the
take a
roof.
peek. Yep, let's.
I'm getting shot. He's driving far. He drove far. We're good. I'm gonna grab the other car, Tig.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Tig. I'm going deeper. I'm going closer. We have to go closer. They're all coming. Use you two.
Stacking around.
He's stuck on the car in yellow.
Don't stack on me. Don't double stack. We're gonna get naded.
I've got one low on the car.
Right side of the road.
Getting naded.
I'm holding the green guy. He's knocked.
One's knocked. Two knocked.
Two knock.
You guys play together.
Close. He's super close on
Nade him, give me a nade.
blue, and then one's far.
Nade green.
Nice. That guy's not off. He's not off.
I know.
Take your time. There's 0 points, guys. There's a knock in the blue and orange.
Knock in the blue. Get the knock in the blue.
Nice.
Nice. One up. Just heal.
Where is he?
Just heal.
Good job.
Nice, dude.
Behind them. Luckily, Batulans and Perfectix have been left at the backside. We don't have to worry too much about that, though, because the push over the top of Everest is now in effect from TDT. They want to get involved in another early fight. It's worked out quite nicely for them. They've confirmed the kill on Tegumen, but Van has been run over by Heaven.
마크 찍혔어. 3번 남았다.
땡겨줘.
우리 쪽으로 나온다.
Ê, tao vừa nghe con thằng dưới xe kẹp bố sao ấy.
일단 난 안전하게 숨어 있어.
빠진다. 뒤로 빠지면 안 돼.
둘다 내버리.
보자.
나 피하고 있어. 천천히 해봐. 확인했어.
나의 사고야.
Bắn đi, đừng cố.
봐봐. 아, 핑 남았다.
아 오케이. 괜찮아. 머리 봐줄게.
그냥 과감하게 해줘봐.
바로 앞에.
Lên hai thằng trước mặt luôn.
저기 하나 더. 3번.
June got one. Sloot's gonna finish him. Sloot doing a great job bailing out the freaks. They are suffering a knock, but Tulin's got duck juice there. Example. So effective with this FAMAS. Another big knock.
Со мной справа встать.
Парни, справа, с перфектом надо встать.
Меня ног Е в упоре. Справа. Со спины
Где?
где-то. Со спины перт. За деревом. Да. Вот так. На мне может быть.
лежит.
Есть, конечно.
Макак лежит? Нету.
На хае.
我脸上有。
我的
黑人坡，好像我不在这里。
打上去，对方右
我有
边打过去。
蓝圈，给我位置，小管过来。
电梯内有个，
别着急。
右下吗？我有蓝圈。
点点闪头。
飞子死一个。
Помочь?
Убили наверх.
Надо мной.
Много дерется.
Как помочь?
Одного нокнули в этом.
Посмотри на камне.
Я не буду. давай сзади выебали.
Хорош!
Справа, справа, в паре.
The retake just not quite there. 17 hangs on by a thread. Oh no! They had to set up a complete circle of smokes around themselves.
几过来，几过来，应该。没有，还在来了，我先操作。他们打起来了。
Really not looking great for 17, and TE's like, nah, we've got these knocks. We're going to try to finish this. There's a Panzerfaust in the hands of Xiao Bei. TE crashes into them and eliminates them. Unbelievable. The position in the zone non-existent for Twisted Minds and Cerberus.
收到，收到。我都hai thằng, nhìn đường chạy đó anh em ơi.
Бля, я за синькой буду их руинить. Можешь. Можешь. Мы все равно все за синькой умираем.
Мне хуёво.
Я буду за синькой.
Нужно будет перепрыгивать сейчас со мной.
Они хае дают. Я пробежал, парни.
Я тоже пробежал. Я в бочке. И ног, если типа.
Ну, пытаюсь.
Нужно дом отбирать.
Нужно забирать дом и... Сейчас, подожди, там цель.
Нормально. А тут никого не может быть?
Киткат.
Может быть сольник какой-то. Стян бы, тот же.
Трешка, чел.
Парень, нам надо передушиться и просто, чтобы они вайп...
Тёма охуенно делает.
Тёма супер
они
делает.
Они в киткатах дерутся, да. С трешки будет перебегать, я буду целить.
Я ближе подхожу тоже.
Можно все хаешки туда отдать, которые есть.
Я даю дорожку смоков. Чтобы мы могли подойти просто. СС нокнули ФБ. Мужики,
Да,
нам нужно улынить туда. Нам нужно улынить туда.
Да. О! Он у тебя?
Под синькой?
Да.
Дайте хп. Нет, ты не вайп.
Да, добил.
Он в трешку.
Хорош.
ССов двое осталось. Мужики, смоки еще дать есть?
Нет.
Да, 2 всего. Я выпрыгнул. Тут без смоков, вот тут.
Nhìn được à? Bật được.
He just has to find these points. He cannot! Twisted Minds has done it! Once again,
Yes.
they are going to be back-to-back TBS champions. Unbelievable. Just why not?
Still going. He's still getting knocks.
Мы выиграли? Мы выиграли?
Once again, for the second time in a row, PGS champions.
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. So pick up your crafter pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Champions will be Cerberus Esports! Twisted Minds, your champions, PGS4! Crisp white suit with the platform boots, with the platform boots, with the platform boots. Crisp white suit with the platform boots, with the platform boots. I feel so. I feel so. I feel so. I feel so.
One day down, we've got 2 more to go here for our final, as we have PGS 6 well underway now, live from Bangkok, Thailand. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. We've got myself, Matrim, here at the left-hand side. We've got Gustav walking past. It's a good time here for day number 2 of the grand final, and we had so many varied results coming out across the board. We'll talk about that in a little bit's time, but before I get to all of that, let's talk about our partners. So thank you very much to Crafton as well as VSPO for being able to put on the tournament and everything that's going on. We also have op.gg. You can overpower your game in the main partner, and you can check that out a lot, as well as rank up alongside the rest of them. We also need accommodation whenever we go to some of these events. So you know what? We've got our hotel partner in Novotel joining us for PGS 6. We not only have them, but we also have a lovely studio to be able to present you PGS 6 as well. So a big thank you to Green Park Studio for joining us here live from Bangkok. And finally, TT Racing. We're racing into position here on the chairs and getting all these players comfy and good to go for everything that is about to unfold throughout our next 2 days, as well as the previous days that have actually happened here already. But let's talk about yesterday, because we had a variety of results across the board here. 17 gaming in first. I don't want to touch too much on 17 and TSM, because we will be focusing on them a little bit later on here, but obviously they've done great. You've got other teams like Day Trade, of course, like Twisted Minds, well up there on the pursuit.
And I think that's going to be a big story, right? Is we had a lot of teams do well on day 1, but can sometimes lose steam on day 2. Can we see someone like Day Trade, who had themselves a very good set of games yesterday, really replicate that into today? We saw them in the group stage very, very dominant and had question marks. Okay, are they going to be able to do it whenever we get to the grand finals? Usually that's where they taper off. A good day 1 for Day Trade usually means that they can keep their momentum up. The problem is, though, Twisted Minds also starts to warm up on day 2 and 3, so we might start seeing them come way more alive, denying a lot of these points out.
Honestly, as much as, of course, Twisted Minds wants to go to the back-to-back-to-back, I think there is a little bit of them that's quite interested in the idea that so many teams are performing very well in this grand finals. There's some extra competition for them as we take a look through all of this. In the group stage, sometimes they had some competition, sometimes not so much, and we had 3 days of that. Now we find ourselves in the grand finals, and we have our 16 teams here ready and raring to go, Matrim.
Oh, yeah. So we are going to be doing a full-on deep dive into the behaviors, specifically on how we got 2 days left. We're going to be starting everything off on Erangel today, so that means it's going to make everything a lot more interesting. Our overall participating teams, you can see where we're going to be running through the thick of it. Also, New Happy had themselves a very interesting start in yesterday's games.
They
Not
did.
highest point totals, but at least kicking everything off in a good way.
Day Trade alongside New Happy able to get 2 wins each across the 6 games. And as you say, with New Happy, they got themselves, what was it, 34 points or something like that?
Yeah, Day Trade tended to do a bit more with their wins versus what we saw on the other side of that. But I mean, there's also been a couple of smaller squads that I've really had my eye on, such as TDT. I really enjoy watching TDT, a very great underdog storyline for this.
And you guys are going to have to rack up all those points on the battlegrounds as well to get yourself the victory. It's the tried, true, and tested super format here for the final to see how everything's going to unfold. And I think when you look towards some of those situations, right, I think there were question marks around potentially Day Trade being able to continue that on from the group stage. They have done in spades. They are one of the teams that, if you want to qualify via PGS points, would basically need a first place. I mean, they're already qualified by their region, but they'd love to be able to get other spots for their region, I suppose.
We also had 2 other step-ups, specifically Cerberus doing a great job off of a couple of salvage situations, keeping their point totals up, still in striking distance of that #1 position, and Falcons, who just barely managed to qualify, make it into this stage off of a tiebreaker on placement points, already in 7th place right now, doing way better than the group stage.
Yeah, speaking to them as well as FaZe, obviously they're kind of middle pack, right? Both these Western teams. And I think neither's too discontent with what happened yesterday, but they're not content either. I think that they realize that there could have been more for the picking with all of this, because they're very close in terms of kills as well as placement points in terms of that distribution, right? So definitely more to be playing for as you take a look through all of this. I love that we started off day 1 the way we have. It's not just the Twisted Minds show. I love that TSM's been able to really pull it out once again, because they have never stopped being on the up and up this year especially. Twisted Minds is looking excellent.
Yeah, I love the fact of what we've seen coming up from Twisted Minds. I'm not worried about them on a day 1 being a bit slower. We know the fact that they're just going to continue to grow up. But they were making a lot of very smart choices yesterday in Twisted Minds. But a lot of teams feel like they maybe are starting to figure out the method behind the madness that Batulins is trying to bring out. And we saw that exploited. Like, we saw a couple of times 2 to 3 different teams were like, oh, this is probably where Twisted is. Let's take them out.
Well, let's talk about TSM as well as 17 as well. They're sitting at #1 and 2 right now. Of course, TSM had an absolute smash bang of a game in game number 3. But I will say, across the board, 17 has been so consistent. We've seen them in the vast majority of those late game situations, apart from game number 3, where TSM knocked it out of the park. That was the Tego, right?
Yeah.
Aside from that, I love that this 17 Gaming's roster is here to challenge for #1, because they've been 2nd place apart from PGS1, so many times. They could get another one quite easily.
What's interesting on this is these are 2 different squads that didn't necessarily do the best on Erangel, but whenever we look across it, it's almost like they're mirror matching against each other. Whenever we see 17 having big success is whenever we have TSM not necessarily doing the best. When TSM is having their best games, 17 is kind of struggling.
Yeah, maybe they're coming in from different sides, or maybe they just end up running into each other, and then one team wins and the other team loses in some of these early games. But who knows? Regardless of the fact, you can take a look here at how TSM was able to initiate this big win. And this was a huge win, because what's important about this is, relative to some of our other games yesterday where we had teams sitting around in compounds and dealing with it, TSM played non-stop edge play and non-stop wins in the fights.
And TSM tends to be a points per game team, right? They're always keeping an eye on the leaderboard, trying to make sure that they keep up a good placement or a good set of points. They're not always going for the big game, but whenever it presents itself, TSM can definitely step in and exploit it. As we just saw, all 4 members were just functioning at such a high level inside of that game. Just look at the way they're maneuvering around the circle, making sure to deny out all of the angles.
Yeah.
Something that we often give compliments to Twisted Minds about, and that's why I often make the comparison between the 2.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to get a sit down with them on this game, because honestly, when you get to this level, this looks like almost the perfect game, right?
Yeah, really.
You're playing the edge, you're constantly being able to sweep, you're winning a lot of your fights. It looks like your scouting is very, very meticulous about where you're going to go next, how you're going to approach it. But beyond that, of course, it was all 17 Gaming as well. #1 at the moment with 67 points, and they could quite easily challenge for the top spot. Bear in mind as well, I loved what they were doing on Rondo. In the circle that's a little bit more uncommon, they were being very, very patient about their approach from that northern side. Patient about third on 5, shooting at them from the miles away distance, and then took out Twisted Minds.
This is a squad that has had some, I guess, over-aggression problems, right? We know that they can frag out 17 Gaming. They know that they can do it, so sometimes it leads them put themselves in bad positioning. This time, not happening.
Yeah, you guys at home, you don't need to put yourself in bad positions at all, because you could have our stream open, as well as watching some of the other co-streamers that are being able to watch this throughout the day as well. So make sure to check them out. Not only do we have the likes of Hambino, Marcelet, Laura, Corky, etc. here, but we also have other ones going on in the directory as well over on Twitch, so make sure to check that out. And if you're not already in the Fantasy League, well, you've missed out on quite a few days, admittedly. However, it's never too late to join. Get on in there and make yourself a team, and you have potential, well, you probably now don't if you're only just joining, but if you're already in, you have the potential for some prizes. And it's a great way to keep really in tune with what's going on. So far, so good. For example, surprise, surprise.
Shock. Who would have thought?
Horror.
Remember, you guys also do have a couple more minutes to get everything set up before we go into game 1.
Yeah.
Day trade is really the interesting situation in this, as well as Salute having them up in here, as their price bracketing is very, very interesting. Belmoth, I'm actually going to say I picked up Belmoth today at $20,000. That is it just feels like such a good buy.
I mean, the likes of Thanadol may just be making like a star-making performance for himself, right? Like, considering how well he's been doing on day trade, and you guys can do well at home by staying on the stream and getting yourself some sprays as well as Emblem throughout the day. Those are the Twitch drops that you can collect as well here as time goes on. We've got ourselves 6 games for today. We start things on the grassy pastures, then we move to the wild cards, then we go to the dusty dunes of Miramar to round it out. So I'm impressed, genuinely, that day trade could keep on that kind of momentum here, all things considered. I do think Thanadol has been a brilliant breath of fresh air for a day trade that kind of felt set in its ways for so long and is now really kind of paying dividends.
I mean, day trade in a lot of our internationals coming into this has felt lost at different sections where they just didn't feel like they could take the firefights that they needed to get into the winning positions. This new day trade doesn't have that hesitation. It feels like they're a bit slow sometimes, but whenever they're making their executions really quick, really clean, they can just take complete authority over entire circles, quadrants of circles 4, where it's really just denying rotations. They've been finding a lot of success in this increase in firepower, or at least confidence, shot calling. I don't know. It's like a merge of all of them. Is it just they don't feel like they're as afraid as they used to be?
I would like to ask them what the VOD review process as well as practice process was between 5 and 6, right? Because if you think about it, they were 17th place with 58 points in that group stage in 5, but now 121 in the groups here for PGS 6. It's exciting times. But anyway, we are ready. Let's get to it. It's day number 2 of PGS 6 here to figure out who's going to be able to get all those big points. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. PGS 6 is on the cards. All of our players getting ready.
Trước khi giải đấu BGX5 xảy ra thì bọn em chưa hề nghĩ đến cái việc có tấm vé đến chung cái thế giới. Lúc đấy bọn em chỉ nghĩ đến là bọn em sẽ có được tấm vé. Nếu như bây giờ bọn em sẽ có được tấm vé đấy thì nó là một hành trình kỳ diệu của bọn em. Nó sẽ làm cho bọn em có một kỷ niệm rất là đẹp với nhau.
มันจะเป็นเรื่องที่บ้ามากครับถ้าเราคว้าตั๋วไป PGC ได้ใน 1% นี้มันจะเป็นสตอรี่ที่ดีสุดทิ้งท้ายปีนี้ครับ Best advice I can give is to just get out of your own head. Just play very loose, because if you're playing PUBG and you're thinking too much about what you're doing, you're probably making more mistakes.
We're putting ourselves in a spot to win, and when the moment comes, we'll be ready.
สำหรับผมเป้าหมายคือพยายามจะทำให้ทีมนั้นดีขึ้นกว่าเดิมครับแล้วก็เรายังมองที่การเป็นแชมป์อยู่ครับเพราะว่า
Still trying to survive, and meanwhile, day trade.
การเป็นแชมป์ก็ช่วยให้เราสามารถพัฒนาขึ้นได้อีกครับ
我们不会再畏手畏脚，我没有圈，那我就干你，我干赢了你，我就拿分，干不赢那就下一把。 คื
크게 바뀌기보다는 저희 이제 트위스티드 마인즈랑 17 게이밍 그리고 CS랑 저희가 좀 네 팀 구도가 될 것 같아요. Sau khi mà bọn mình gãy mấy game đầu ở tại ngày cuối thì mình thấy hơi hụt hẫng xíu, tại vì đây là lần đầu tiên mà bọn mình đứng top 1 để trước khi bắn ngày cuối thì bọn mình cũng hơi áp lực một xíu, có lẽ nó xui thôi. Và bọn mình chỉ muốn phục vụ lại BB5.
我觉得我们好几次比赛里都是倒数第一局啊或第二局啊都是争冠的嘛。
No! 17 is out! Unbelievable!
第二局拿多了，只能说下个比赛再拿。我觉得特斯曼的能保持这么好，肯定跟他们4个队员打了很久嘛，所以说很少看到他们失误啊，或者说打得很急啊。
I think Twisted Minds play very default strategies, like they play the same strategies over and over. So they are very easy to exploit actually.
Gonna win 3 in a row. Can say like good luck to all the teams who try to beat us, so we are not afraid of you. So we'll see in the finals.
PGS 5 champions, Twisted Minds!
Day 2 of the PGS 6 Grand Finals is about to be underway. My name is Godspeed, and joining me is Porosaurus. And Poro, we have a tightly stacked top end of this leaderboard.
Hey now. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody was expecting some of the names that we saw at the top of the leaderboard currently after day 1, but you know, that's what you get when you get to these international level events. Everybody in this lobby is capable of putting on an insane performance.
Yeah, especially when we look at some of the teams that weren't even here to qualify, right? From PGS 5 to 6, I believe James was saying it was like 7 different teams that kind of swapped in. So yeah, this has been a challenge for all these teams, but man, starting off, and the desk brought up a really good point when it comes to Erangel, is our top 2 teams, like 17 and TSM. I mean, TSM did actually, or 17 had a good game on Erangel in that kind of 2v3 against New Happy, but they did not get as many points as they normally would have when it comes to Erangel.
They didn't, and yesterday we actually saw it was New Happy and Day Trade got wins on Erangel and Miramar. So it was kind of bookended around those TSM and 17 wins in the, what do we call it, the wild card maps now. But it's kind of crazy that New Happy, they get 2 wins and they're still sitting all the way down in 6th place. It's nuts, the amount of points that are being picked up by some of these other teams, just straight up fragging.
Well, and Matt also brought up a really important point when it comes to Twisted Minds, right? A team that generally used to be kind of a slower starter when it comes to past tournaments. Recently, they've been actually on fire from the get-go. But even then, they still have 51 points, so they're not even close to being outside of the conversation. I mean, they could have a banger day today and flip this leaderboard on its head.
Absolutely, and you look even a little bit closer at those points that Twisted Minds got. Only 11 of those have been placement. Like, they have been having kind of a difficult time getting to late game, but even though they had those struggles, they're still getting paid, they're still getting those kills, and they're still right where they want to be going into day number 2. So now you see, we do have a little bit of a roster change here for KDF. Kwandong Freaks, despite their success yesterday, going with Bean over Heather.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I mean, we've seen some incredible moments from Bean in the past, but KDF, I mean, realistically, when we look at PGS 5 and specifically PGS 6, have looked really good. That roster, aside from kind of that odd game that we saw in Erangel,
Was
yesterday.
what I was going to put a point on.
Which is why I'm about to toss it to you. That was kind of uncharacteristic, as we have an equipment issue. We'll get that resolved as quickly as possible before we go into game. But yeah, that is not really what we've been seeing from KDF. They've been so proactive, controlling their edge, flexing out when the time has come for them to actually take some more space. But they lost Salute early, and the three of those members just kind of sat there condensed and let Daytrade kind of completely take control of the North in that Erangel game.
Yeah, it was maddening, to say the least, for somebody that's just sitting there on the background just watching. It's like, why are you guys staying there? Like 3 circles ago, you guys should have moved up to the north and started wrapping around and clearing your edges. But it was just, it felt like once, like you said, once Salute was down, once that big gun is down, they didn't really have an answer. So I'm wondering if this roster move that they've made from day 1 into day 2 might have something to do with that. Maybe Bean, a little more confidence, a little bit more of a kill-happy type of player. Maybe that'll be what they need to take control in those late-game situations where every point is so impactful, so meaningful. And to kind of put a point on that, I was looking at the kills stolen versus kills lost.
Very relevant stat.
Very relevant stat. And right now, the Freaks are -6 in that category. You add 6 points onto Freaks' overall leaderboard score, that jumps them up about 5 spots.
Yeah, because it's very tight. We talked about how tight it is at the top, but it's also very tight towards the bottom of the leaderboard. I mean, the separation of points, looking at it here, you have FW in 12th place with 18 points, and then TDT with 17 and 13th, 16 points for T1, 15, then 12, all the way down to 16th. So yeah, you're absolutely right. A 6-point swing can take you all the way from 15th, 16th place, straight up in 9th or 10th, and then you build off of that. Because remember, we still have not only the 6 games today, but another set of 6 games tomorrow.
Absolutely, and you know we'll probably touch on it a little bit here today, but it's going to be the real thing that we focus in on tomorrow, and that's how these PGS points, how these placements in PGS 6 are going to affect PGC, and how many teams are going to be going from each region. I mean, if like we saw, FaZe and Freaks are right on the cusp of that top 8 spot that could qualify from PGS points, and if they either one or both go, that's huge for teams in their region that might be sitting on the outside, like D+ or Virtus Pro.
Yeah, the extra slots. I mean, Luna also is in that race, even though they're here now. Luna is a team we can even talk about as far as some of their struggles. I think some of the issues that they were kind of suffering from when it came to what we saw in group stages, as they did manage to qualify, are starting to kind of repeat themselves here in the grand finals, Poro. And what I mean by that is the lack of, not necessarily initiative, there is some of that, but mainly it's the lack of scouting. They are still kind of sending it into these dangerous situations where you could arguably say, yes, there's a team there, maybe we try to go around, maybe we approach differently, but it's just a full set, and then before the fight even starts,
They look pretty
they're hyped up.
confident.
Before the fight even starts, they're losing 1, 2, 3 members. And it's Posa. I mean, Posa really has been doing a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to Luna.
True, and I mean, look, it's not Luna that's the only team that's been suffering from
no, of course not.
Stuff, right? Like FaZe has been kind of in the same boat, or they at least were in group stages. Now they've managed to kind of right that ship a little bit, but I think a lot of that is for Luna, especially. It's just bad habits. It is trying to get yourself
right.
Once you're in here, breaking bad habits that you develop from playing nonstop in your region, right? So, like, this is the way they play is stuff that they can get away with in playing in the Americas.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought that up because they do get away with it in our region, right?
I mean, every time to the tune of getting 4th, almost every time getting here.
And getting here to the qualifying, but yeah, they just can't seem to put it together, or they at least need to be a little more cautious when it comes to scouting. I like that they're aggressive. I like that they're willing to take those fights, but when you're doing that with the lack of information, it gets you in a lot of trouble. Now, another team to talk about that I think we were all pretty skeptical. I mean, our entire talent team was, could Daytrade kind of find that consistency as well in grand finals, because they've been so kind of back and forth. I agree with James 1,000% that Thanadol has been a phenomenal addition to this team, and they have really started to find their footing when it comes to not only getting the kills, because we knew they could always do that.
Oh, yeah.
But really finding the consistency and getting those kills every single game, making better decisions also, I think is very important for them, putting themselves in the right positions to be able to facilitate those kills.
Well, I mean, we've talked about APAC group stage magic has been a thing for a couple of years now, and it's rarely kind of transitioned over to the finals, with the notable exception obviously being PGS 3 with Cerberus, and Cerberus constantly making the grand finals, and then having yeah, exactly. I mean, I think they're one of the only teams that's made every grand final this year, along with TSM. But you know, who would have thought that the thing that Day Trade and T5 Theraton 5 needed to find success was to have home field advantage, a little bit of home cooking, Godspeed. Maybe that goes a long way.
Yeah, and it's a night and day difference, right? When we come in from PGS 5 and 6, so it's clearly made the difference for them. Another team as well we can kind of talk about. We've covered most of the regions. You talked a little about FaZe. We talked a little bit about Luna, but Falcons have had a much better start in the grand finals, especially considering the fact that they barely qualified when they got in that tiebreaker based off placements. And at least yesterday they had a decent, we'll call it, 34-point day.
Yeah, first half of the day definitely went better. They kind of trailed off in the second half, but you know, they still managed to get points, right? They're not going out with goose eggs, right? They're getting even if they went out 13th place in the final game, they still got 5 kills, right? Yeah. So you know, it's getting the most out of what's given to you. Now, obviously, you can't expect the game to just hand you everything all the time, and they're not really getting a whole lot of circle love as far as that's concerned. But you know, most of these teams in here really aren't. So I mean, everybody's got to go through it.
Yeah, there was definitely like Day Trade, New Happy.
Well, yeah.
Catch
we talk about Aerial Compound.
Yeah,
that was a little bit much.
That was a little bit much. I mean, some of those teams were literally catching 9, but yeah, I think it's definitely something for them to build on, especially coming into this event with the disappointment that Falcons have had over the year. I mean, it's been a disappointing year internationally, at least. We'll say that. But yeah, 17 as well. The Desk talked about them. I mean, it does seem like they're always so close, you know, coming in second place, just right at the cusp. And they have looked nigh unstoppable. I mean, even when they're just down to a duo, we saw what Suju and Little Ghost did in that Erangel game versus New Happy yesterday, where they almost won that 2v3 on that ridge line, which can be very difficult to navigate at times. But both teams, I feel like New Happy as well, got to give them credit, played it. I mean, that was a masterclass in how to play that ridge line, especially when you have numbers down.
Yeah, and I mean, I think 17 fans would agree with the assessment from the boys. Like, they always are in contention.
Yes.
They're always right there. It always feels like going into the final day, you're looking at 17 and, you know, Twisted Minds usually, and maybe a couple of the teams that have a shot at getting that top spot. But for whatever reason, it feels like 17 will take it. Like halfway through the day, they'll be in first, and then somebody will just come from behind and grab it, you know, snatch victory
away
out of the jaws of defeat, right? And they're too good for that. Like they are such a good team to be going this far in without having taken home something. And especially when you look at the improvement from guys like Lil Ghost and Suju. I mean, Suju's having an absolute banger of the tournament right here. He was kind of a write-off player. We were looking at him as a quote-unquote support-type player for the rest of the guys, but that's just because the rest of the guys are so cracked. But, I mean, it seems like this has been a final so far, at least through one day, where the support players are guys that you may not have heard of, like Suju and Lou from Twisted Minds.
Dude.
Maybe the lesser-known stars on the team are really showing out.
I feel like Lou put magnets in his grenades so far this event. I mean, the amount of grenade, not just like grenade kills, I mean, they're landing in pockets of these players, just the ungodly accuracy with those. But another team that I do want to touch upon.
I think we're almost in, guys. I think we're feeling for a little bit more, but I think we're almost in.
We got you guys. But
stick around. Don't go anywhere.
Another team that I want to talk about is TDT. Okay, they currently are sitting in 13th place. They have 17 points, but that, to me, is still impressive that they got to the grand finals. But more importantly, I feel like the points that they have currently doesn't really represent how well they've been playing over the course of PGS 6 specifically, right? We talk about, Toby and I were talking about a lot of their splits, how they stay in these splits longer than most teams would, but they're not getting punished. But more importantly, they're actually fighting off multiple crashes. They're dictating other rotations around them, and their team fight really has been impressive, especially with this roster. You have Jun, Vongi, ZYU, Huang F. I mean, all 4 of these players, as we're finally setting into the game, I feel like all 4 of these players are really starting to put it together despite what their leaderboard standings currently show.
Yeah, I agree, and I think I mean we saw Ziu be an absolute superstar in the group stages.
Really did.
A little bit of a slow start here so far for those boys, sitting in 13th place so as of right now, but obviously they're capable. We've seen it. So we are here on Erangel to start off the day. 2 games, and we'll see if we will see a recurrence of the teams that have already found success just continue to build on their lead, or will another team rise to the occasion here on day number 2? We find out right now, Mr. Godspeed.
It's still early days. Any team can snatch up a good day and start to push themselves into the conversation of PGS 6 champions, and that's ultimately what it's all about. I love the underdog story. I know you do as well, so we'll see if that happens. But I mean, you want to talk about underdogs right now, it's the top dogs that are really starting to push the pace, especially with the separation when you have from first, second place all the way down, to 10th, to 11th, 12th. It's a 30-point disparity there.
Talking about underdogs, obviously 17 Gaming has been unbelievable. TSM had a fantastic day.
We didn't even talk about TSM.
Yeah,
so I'm sure we will.
haven't even got a chance to. To be fair, that one game really kind of pushed them forward and ahead of everybody else. But I gotta give respect to Day Trade. I mean, this is their 4th PGS that they've been to this year. This is the first time they've made the grand final. And they're showing out. I mean, they're absolutely showing out here in the grand final. Now, how much of that is a little bit of home cooking? Who cares? Doesn't matter. If they win this thing, though, all of a sudden, who cares about what happened in 3, 4, and 5? They've now secured their spot in PGC based on PGS points. So if Day Trade could pull that off, that would be one of the most unbelievable turnarounds in a year that I've seen.
On top of the fact that it would just be a continual progression of the evolution of that team, right?
Sure.
We talk about the addition of Thanadol there. That just continues to give them that confidence to stay as consistent as we'd like them to see. And in case you want to watch any of these teams, make sure you visit PUBGesports.com. We have quite a few featured teams actually to check out. And the circle is posted. It's a north-south split. Nojo and Sojo.
Back up to the northwest we go, I guess. We'll see if how these teams decide to play this. How many are going to opt to go north? How many opt to stay down south and hope for the shift? It's really just kind of putting your chips in one spot. I think it might favor the north a little bit more heavily, but we'll see how they decide to go. I've got to imagine those compounds and locations on the riverfront will be a very high value property here early on, as we see TSM finishing looting up in their South Georgia location, knowing very well that they've got some neighbors just off to the north in T5.
Yep, and it just comes down to what side do you want to commit to early, right? That's always kind of the issue, even when we see circles like this when it comes around Razak or Yasnaya, where that lake kind of comes into effect. There's going to be a shift where you have to make that decision whether you play the north or south side, and sometimes a lot of those angles, a lot of those rotations specifically get cut off due to late in action, or we just end up seeing teams having to do a wide wrap. So we'll see if that's the case here. I would just love for the circle to shift as north as possible. I just want to see a Zarky ending.
Oh yeah, I mean the Zarky ending would be great. We saw it go up there yesterday, and then we just got a nice little ridge finish there between 17 and New Happy, but it didn't go all the way up to Zarky, but we got a little taste. We'll see if anybody's brave enough to hold the 2-2 split on both sides of the river. Gen G already on the move after looting up in Severny. They've got nobody really ahead of them. They got a lot of room to work with, although FaZe, Gustav, after looting up in Zarky, FaZe has now sent Gustav to go try to find a spot more towards center. And we'll see if he is safe for the time being. It looks like he'll be all right.
This is where we saw FaZe take it in that aforementioned game that you were talking about. They had initially had that top side hill. They were playing from the north side, and they did find some success, but eventually they did get taken down. But yeah, that's a good set played area as well. You have a lot of information as far as what's in front of you to the south side. I mean, they know T5 is also going to be there, so they'll stop down for here and probably just wait for the circle to shift as we see TDT now making their way towards Cratesbridge. This is actually a set rotation for them. We see them do this quite often, TDT.
Yeah, they left one up on top of Everest, which is pretty standard, just to kind of scout out ahead of them. It looks like Quandong Freaks were taking a few shots in the back from Twisted Minds, but they might have blew a tire, but that might have been about it, as they will go ahead and commit fully, 4-man squad to the north side. TDT, meanwhile, stops their rotation just shy of the river. TSM actually, after finishing looting South George, sent it over to North George using that western bridge. So they are sharing North George, east and west, with Theraton 5.
It's a good spot, especially because they can angle themselves towards the south if they do get a shift. But, they are sharing space now. You can see T5. Theraton 5 is just to their east, so that might cause issues. We'll see if that does shift south. Meanwhile, we did have a close rotation scuffle potential between Luna and 4 a.m., but it looks like those two teams have broken off. And Twisted Minds, meanwhile, will be in the boat yard. So they were the ones taking those shots at KDF you mentioned earlier. Again, this is just so status quo for Twisted, right? They're going to sit here. Toby and I saw it. We're talking about it yesterday. I mean, they're just going to play from this edge. There's no reason for them to rush into anything, especially when they have a control of a choke point that a lot of teams would want to use to rotate.
Absolutely. And they know that Freaks is right on the other side. They probably scouted out that they stopped down in a little bit of a 2-2 split, just waiting to see if Twisted was going to be brave enough to push immediately across, but Twisted already ready for that, waiting for it. So they'll just pause down here as we check in with Mr. Rello from the Falcons, way off on the eastern shore. And you see on your mini-map, he is getting a little bit close to Ian from T1, as this is off in the middle of nowhere. Like, there is no reason for these two teams to be running into each other, but here we are.
Yeah, Rello will take some shots, and he is not even going to entertain that thought. He's just going for a rotation here, looking for what's clear to get his team, the Falcons, around towards that northern side on the east. So they'll find that rotation. They should find that rotation easily. But now, at this point, because of those shots, right, they're going to know that T1 is going to be right behind them. Meanwhile, Cerberus is going to be rotating here around Farm. They'll be going around the shelter area, Death Road. Again, another late rotation, and that's fine. A lot of these teams, especially when they're so late to the circle, I mean, that's probably your best course of action, right? You're not going to get to any of the early points of interest fast. You're still going to have to come in off the edge anyway, so take your time, loot up, and then just kind of wait for all that early game nonsense to happen first. The only problem is if you do run into a team or happen to run into a team, unlucky timing, but Cerberus very clear on the east right now. Even Twisted has actually opted to get out of Boatyard.
Yep, they have committed firmly to the north now. Day Trade, meanwhile, just slowly making their way up north on that western road. Now they might run into FW. They've got Banana 1 that's looking off in that direction. Yep, you can see he sees them making moves, but the shots are going to come through, and that'll just be a little bit of extra motivation for Day Trade. Well, I don't know. Day Trade looked like they might be avoiding it, but now that that shot came out, they stopped down, and now they're continuing down that road. Maybe they want that fight. Here we go. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, after making their way across Freaks, they are looking like they spotted out where Freaks are playing, just kind of getting a grip on where everybody on this north side is.
Yeah, I think they were trying to find where exactly Freaks went, just like you said, and they found at least, this is the dangerous part for Freaks, so if they realize it's a 2-2 split with 2 in cube and the other 2 off into the, it's not really a compound, it's like a 2-story red up there, plus the hillside. I mean, we've seen Twisted punish splits before, so Lou will eat a headshot, but he should be fine.
Heaven. A few shots there. Not going to get the knock, and I'll get a little bit in return. So, okay, I mean, look, Freaks are fine. I mean, they're 2-2 split in 2 compounds. They're just, this is more just prodding and poking from everywhere. It looks like 17 actually might be taking shots over towards Twisted Minds from the mountain. Yeah, you can see them all the way off in the distance. Now, do they know about New Happy? And is New Happy interested in pushing this? It doesn't look like it. It looks like they might just be content with sharing 2 sides of Everest while that circle collapses.
Yeah, it looked like Xiaozi was kind of interested. Like, hey, what's going on over here?
Creeping over there for a second.
But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was looking at as well on the map. Right as you were speaking about it, was New Happy kind of catch 17 Gaming off guard. But it looks like they really have actually opted. I think these teams at this point, especially because everyone is in the circle by now, are just kind of waiting for that shift, seeing if they need to actually commit to the north or south. I mean, this could also just shift straight center on a George pull, which makes even more of these rotations a difficult decision for the teams that need to make them.
So Cerberus coming in obviously very, very late. They have no idea what's been going around this bridge, this standoff between Freaks and Twisted Minds, and now they're going to run right into the middle of the open, and Lou is going to spot Haizaki, and that's an instant knock and flush. And now Cerberus, they are on foot. They are pushing over this. They will actually want to take this fight, it looks like.
They had a vehicle, and they got out, potentially going for a push, but this early in the circle, I mean, if they do happen to get rid of Twisted or vice versa, that's going to be a lot of control on the east side, but is it worth it is the question that Cerberus needs to ask themselves, especially because they just lost one.
I think they might have been trying to get a read on if Lou was just a random solo, and it looks like they weren't able to get the information, so they're back in vehicles. They're back on the move. As we check in with 4 a.m., who have been camping that Yasnaya bridge for the entirety of the closing. So, guys, there you go. You wanted the Zarki circle? Let's go, boys.
Oh, that makes me so excited. I love the, not just because Zarki is so far we never see it, but the terrain around Zarki is actually so fun to watch and fight in. I mean, there's that big hill, the top kind of king of the hill moment. There's multiple teams that can exist on that hill. You have angles. You have different trenches as well as like stop points in the field itself with little defilades and mounds. The terrain is just, it's really great. Granted, there are also a lot of open areas.
Oh, absolutely. And this is actually looking like it's going to shape up to be a very interesting top side. Is 17 actually getting the E pickup, but getting it very, very late. So they're going to be arriving at the exact same time as all these other teams are arriving on the north side. You can see the mad dash going for the compound. Gen G's going to get there first. You've got Falcons right behind them. Luna off to the north. T1 coming in a little bit later. FaZe kind of wanting to look over in that direction, but they're getting shot in the back by TSM. So then add into all that mix, you've got 17 now with the E pickup. Where are they going to decide to go? Can they spot this out?
I mean, if anything, if they can see that the majority of Zarki is clean, Adder with the Panzerfaust. And yeah, this is that fight you're talking about. Falcons tried to come to this compound at the same time, but it did not work for them. They'll lose Flood.
A little bit overcooked there for Roth as he tries to get the grenade inside the window. Right now, these two just unfriendly neighbors. The shot's coming through the window. We're keeping an eye on that map to see if anybody else decides to get involved in this, as you're going to see the smoke clouds. They're going to see the kill feed not really lighting up. Adder still with that Panzerfaust in hand, just wishing someone would peek that window. But nobody's going to do it just yet, as he will keep that out and just waiting. And got to say, Falcons playing this really, really close to the vest. They're wanting Gen G to be the one that pushes into them. And Rello going to get knocked very low from the grenade damage, but not going to go down.
Yeah, they are, as you said, close to the vest, but this is the problem. They're also isolated, right? Gen G have completely trapped them in this two-story red prio. And so for now, the nade will land. Rex will find just 2 members left of the Falcons in a very advantageous position on the map. But right now, 2 down. They are feeling it, Poro.
Almost went down to his own team's grenade there. And you got to kind of feel for Falcons here. Tosi's going to actually blow him up. So that's 1 left up here for Falcons. They weren't able to play around the outside of this compound because of FaZe, because of TSM, because of Luna. All these teams kind of right around the same place. And there you go. Falcons go down in 16th place. All 4 kills picked up by Gen G.
Yeah, but look at the opportunity that Cerberus saw in front of them. They have now taken that fight because Gen G didn't have anyone on the east side of the compound. They've now taken over it, and they'll sit in that barn building and that 2-story double balk. So Cerberus now with an opportunity in such a good position in this current circle. And there's still a lot of water, so you have to imagine it's going to shift towards them at some point.
You got to wonder if Gen G's spidey senses are tingling, if they know that they've been joined here in their compound. Either way, right now, a little bit of a truce here. Cerberus slowly making their way in on this north side. Now they've got a big wide spoiler. Actually, it's Freaks, I'm sorry. Salute all the way on the coastline, taking shots into the backside of T1 from the blue. Meanwhile, FW able to make their way across the bridge. Nobody camping that bridge, Godspeed.
Nope.
And so they got a free passage into North George, the south part of North George, while TDT obviously still inside that same territory. TSM has since pushed out. They've played the hills, and now the new circle has popped. It's going to go far off to the east. So probably the best thing that could have happened for all of these teams. Really.
Yeah. At this point, I mean, we saw one member, I think it was Vagi of TDT, with a bolt on the bridge, but that is not enough to stop 4-man driving into North George. So as you stated, yeah, it's going to be FW to find that window of opportunity to come in. And even just above that, Poro, we currently see Therathon 5 sitting in a position there just below FaZe. So on the coast now, Daytrade, they're going to have to make a decision here. One of those is either to run into the western edge, which we see TSM currently set up in a 2-2 split, or do they try to wrap back south towards FW and North George? Because the southern part of North George, if you're trapped in there, especially when the circle starts to pull away from you, can be hell to get out of when there's a lot of teams in that area, and there currently are at least 3 teams in that area.
Yeah, it almost feels like there's just no really good decision for Daytrade right now, and they have to go the way they're going right now because TSM is fully aware of their presence. They've been taking shots at it for a while now, so they're keeping eyes. They know exactly where they are. T1, meanwhile, are going to disengage from Freaks, try to send it into a little bit of a divot here, a little bowl, and this should be safe. Okay, this is playable for right now. If they can get all 4 guys there, and Posa will get at least 1 knock, but a good return from Type will prevent Posa from just free firing farm. And Luna Galaxy actually has a lot of real estate in the northern part of this circle to move around with and get multiple different angles.
Yeah, and the other problem with that dip that T1 is currently in is it's very susceptible to being grenaded or bombarded by utility. Multiple teams can do that as well. KDF, if they get some cover from the hill behind them, and it does afford them some from Twisted, will be able to get nades in there. Luna within grenade range. So T1, although they have stopped down and are fine for now, could see potential problems. Even Cerberus, hell, could get some grenades out there. So that's, it's precarious to say the least for T1.
Yeah, it looked like they might have been considering leaving, or they were just rearranging their vehicles in there into a little bit more of a fort-type formation. But either way, they're safe for the time being. FW, meanwhile, has spotted out Daytrade. As you mentioned, it's just a bad situation when you have to try to push into the south part of North Georgia, the western part of North Georgia, when there's already a team there. And unfortunately for Day, that is exactly where FW is looking. They've got nowhere else to look other than the west. So Daytrade has some decision-making to do. 17, meanwhile, wrapped up with 4 a.m. At least 3 members of 4 a.m. HSM has gone all the way into Zarky, so and it's not all of 17 that's here. It's just Lil Ghost. The rest of the boys still off in Zarky.
Yeah, the 17 had sent one here earlier to kind of scout, but he got taken down, and so the other 3 members of 4 a.m., as you said, set up in that 3-1 to make sure they have an anchor port in Zarky in case another team did try to backfill. Mortars also, we didn't even talk about that. That's going to be an issue for T1, as they're fortunate to not die yet, but they actually just lost 2 vehicles, I think.
Sure did, and trying to see where those might have been coming from. I guess it must have been Luna. New circle is going to pop, and it is going to favor a little bit more down to the south. You see New Happy already on the move, and yeah, they're going right for that spot where that arrow indicates. Good center circle position, but it isn't going to be too early. They're taking some damage from Jeems, and yet Corexi will finish that off. So New Happy losing 1 T1. Meanwhile, they've got to take what vehicles they've got left and get out of that position. They are just getting peppered by artillery right now.
Yeah, and it was Cerberus sending those, Himas, if I'm not mistaken, but T1 does have a good ridge. That's not the only pocket for them to play. That entire road down the center of the circle does have a good ridge line to play, especially right at that corner of that compound where Cerberus and Gen G are. But again, the problem is they're right within util range. So we'll see how they're able to play this. Meanwhile, KDF on the east side is moving in, and this fight now, 4am have opted to drive right in the backside of Luna, as Luna is now looking for a spot to play in Poro.
You can see it in the distance. The mortar show is continuing as 4 angry men will lose one. Kraken getting the nice shot, and that's going to slow down 4 a.m. immediately and might actually open up a window here for Luna Galaxy to find their way into this next zone. See Bobo knocked very low as well, as the Kraken would love to get that flush, get that point, but it's not going to happen. Bobo, you can't get into that, US. That's still Danger Town. The Kraken doing the most right now for Luna, as they got a decision. They're still sticking around up there.
Yeah, but the problem is now 17. 17 is coming into backfill. They realize that 4am has gotten in the fight, but they still have an anchor point in Wang Zai, so he's going to be holding this off, but this is now the problem. He's been found, and he is completely isolated from his team.
And they've only got so many different angles they can play as well, because you got Gen G and Cerberus in those compounds down to the south and just on the edge of the circle. They could look out here and find somebody peeking in the wrong spot. Is New Happy going to lose 2 to the mortar from Tong K? You wondered if it might have been a little bit early for New Happy to send it to that spot. And they're going to take 2 knocks right there. We'll see if they get the flushes. As, yeah, you see Ming Ming just dancing around right now, trying to survive. Tong K with the big one. Oh, FaZe is going to eat that alive. Yeah, trying to get those kills. They know who they're fighting against for position right now in this leaderboard.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is as FW got the mortars, multiple teams sent in. FaZe on their way. FW, now TSM is going to be joining this fight as they crash the only dip that's available in the center of this circle, but Sixax will fight back. He'll fight one of TSM. Alo will go down.
Absolute madness going on in the center of the circle right now as utility is flying left and right. I don't even know how many are left for anybody. It looks like TSM will be the eventual winners in the end, but at what cost? Down to just Sparking and Luke 12.
Considering the position that they came from, that was the best timing, probably one of the best plays they could make, because they were far off the West Poro. They had nothing to play, and they kept one of FaZe, by the way. Jeems still alive in those dips, but he still has a member of 17 to contest with, but also T5 now in a position where they can start to assault and get angles on that center circle of TSM, and now Twisted starting to make their advance.
Oh, and T1 is just getting battered by Luna Galaxy and Freaks. It feels like they might not be around for much longer, but they get a little bit of a reprieve here. Type going to do the most here for T1. Get the knock. Zenith gets raining back on his feet, so not flushed out for T1 just yet. They still have a shot here. As Vinny is the last player alive for Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, and Cerberus are going to want to move to the dip just to their south, where we talked about T1 potentially going to before they got in this entanglement here with Luna Galaxy. As you said, Type just an absolute beast for T1 when it comes to getting them out of difficult positions, but that dip in front of Cerberus and Gen G will be contested by those two teams, as Luna will get erased by Cerberus.
Through the smoke for him, and that's 3 kills picked up for Cerberus. They stuck around in that compound long enough to try to finish them off, but that means that T1 is able to get all players back on their feet. They're back up to 4 strong. Gen G trying to send it into the west side. James is fully on the clock here for FaZe on defense, as he will hide in the hills, trying to see if he can survive a little bit longer. Gen G, they'll spot him out. Rex, good shots, won't get the knock. There it is. James will get the knock on the Adder, but that should be Resable.
Yeah, and you can see TSM and Twisted actually were trying to help James in some capacity, just get some knocks onto Gen G, but they will recover. The problem is they still have 2 solos behind them, Poro. It's going to be Xiao Wu and Belmoth. As never mind, they're just going to take care of each other for the team of Gen G, as T5 also now starting to come alive, trying to get involved, but they will also have to contend with TDT in the south.
Oh, and Theraton 5 looked like they were interested in going up there and maybe third-partying on that, but TDT not going to let them get away with that for free, as you see the kill feed still popping off. Twisted Minds now starting to come alive after hanging out in the compound at the foot of the hill. They have survived long enough to get to the late game, and now they are in utility range of TSM, of Kwangdong Freaks. You can see the smokes being laid down as everybody just trying to find whatever small hill they can play around here.
That's the thing, like we said, a lot of open space, Poro. There's a lot of open space in this current circle, so if you're not set up, the fields just to the west of TSM are nigh unplayable. Gen G have a difficult rotation to make, especially if this one starts to shift off to them. As example is going to find a member of KDF. Salute will go down. A possible res there, but Lou stayed back. He anchored so well. He got a knock with the grenade. He opened this fight up for them. As we were talking about Lou, he's just been so good for Twisted, specifically in PGS6, but always as that vehicle will fly and actually hit Cuban.
The laser grenade strike again as Lou is Johnny on the spot, and he is in the perfect place at the perfect time to collect some more knocks for Twisted Minds. And yeah, Perfectix, they are going to send this. They know that they've got these guys up against the wall. These are free points if they can get them, but they've got to be careful. TDT has vision over that. They will use the cover. They will get their knocks. They will get their points. Can they get the final one in our new player for Freaks, Bean? Last player alive. He's being asked to do a lot here in the first game.
It's like, oh, you wanted a spot? Let's see what you can do. Play for it. Essentially,
Fletcher kick
is what's happening. But T1 will find a slot to play on the north. It is a tentative spot, I will say, as they still have 2 members up on the north. Raining and Type are looking at Cerberus, seeing if they can get a knock. Lou will finally finish.
5 kills for Lou.
Yeah, 5 kills. The only one with kills. We did.
Example, who?
Okay, let's calm down. As Gen G now trying to work the opposite ridge, the opposite side of where we see Cerberus, and TSM have to be aware of that because that's going to be their biggest threat coming forward besides T5 moving in on their west.
Oh, Gen G is just laying into TSM right now, but fortunately for them, they've got a lot of cover to hide behind based off of all those crashes that we saw earlier. So they are staying alive for the time being, looks like, as we've still got a number of 4-man squads making it into this late game. Adder will go down to Fluky, though, so that might be the first one. That's the first chink we've seen in the armor for Gen G, as Tosi is going to bleed out. Will they be able to get there in time? Barpo going to go down. Tosi going to go down. Everybody going to go down as the grenades come raining in from TSM and Cerberus.
And you can see the problem with playing so close to each other on the opposite ends of this road ridge is the utility. But the other thing, and the caveat to that, Mike, is that a lot of these teams have actually used a lot of their utility at this point. So how many smokes, how many frags do these teams still have at their disposal? As now T5 have to make their rotation, and it's really more of just kind of a crawl. TDT opted to stay in the hill, and now they're causing so many problems for this team.
And another problem, TSM, although they are down to a duo, they are so hard to dig out right here just because of how much cover they have to work around. And I got to imagine there's just tons of crates there. They've got to be flush with utility at this point. T5 still trying to make their way in. Sparking will go down to high mass, so that might open up a door here for Cerberus as they are starting to make their way through. T1 also still engaging with Twisted Minds, but they've also got Slolzy shooting them in the backs. As you see Theraton 5 now all the way down to just Ranger X. He does have Fluky right there, might be Resable. We'll see if he gets lucky with that. TDT, though, still 4 up.
Yeah, TSM now have to defend. I think it's just one member left still standing, but Tulins has dead center of this circle, and with the rest of his team holding out T1, it's looking very good for Twisted here as TDT now have to make their approach into the circle. They've been harassing all the teams from that hillside. Time to move in, but Cerberus just trying to, as you said, dig out the final member of TSM, and they're going to find some shots onto Luke. Nothing connects yet. He's going to go down on his belly, and Luke will go down.
Will indeed, but not before TSM collects 7 kills and a 6th place finish there. Not too shabby for a duo. Cerberus now down to just high masses. Theraton 5 trying to push in there. High mass going to go down to the good grenade from Fluky. And now Theraton 5 is getting pushed by TDT, but the spray not going to land for Van. And now the rest of the boys have to make their way across this wide open road. It is danger town here for TDT, and Fluky and Ranger X are causing the most problems.
Ranger X so consistent for the team, but wait a second, Zenith is actually backstab Twisted here, and that's going to be Lou going down. So if they're spread too thin, they have to be worried about numbers, but still best position in the current circle, and it's really TDT and T5 that have to take the fight. But now the problem is for TDT, the rest of Twisted Minds is trained in on their current position.
Yeah, TDT has kind of avoided the line of sight of Twisted Minds for the most part so far. This late game, Twisted just kind of focusing everything up to the north and just not being able to find those angles onto TDT. But now that they've made their way into this zone, they are right within utility range. You can see Zyu just hiding in the tall grass as long as he can. And Twisted not too terribly interested in pushing any further out there. They have no reason to. They could just sit here and wait. They've got center circle. Eventually, all these people will have to come to them. And they know that Zenith is out there. Obviously, he got the kill onto Lou, so you can see example looking off to the north. They know that Theraton 5 is on the other side of the road. So really, it's just slowing things down here to the end. They got to just make sure that they catch everything that's coming their way as it's coming, and they don't get overwhelmed from one side.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Twisted is in the best position right now, Poro, but as you said, everything can go wrong so fast with the 3 separate teams, the 2 duos, and then Zenith just takes one knock.
That's all it takes.
One nade, one situation where they start to lose control, but again, Twisted's so good at maintaining what they do have. It's still crazy. Lou has of 7 of the 8 kills that Twisted is currently sitting on as they go into this top 4, and you can see example. I mean, he's looking for that angle, but no one is giving anything. It's going to come down to the final shift.
Yeah.
Or not shift, but it's going to come down to phase 9, that center dot.
And at this point, you got to imagine, just based off of how everybody's playing, any offensive utility has probably been used already. Like, it's gone. There's just nothing left. As you can see, actually, Twisted Minds, well, no, TDT got 5 frag grenades. I take that back.
That's a good amount of frags.
They've got plenty of offensive utility. Let's see if they can get close enough to use it, as Batulins will spot out Ranger X. That's going to be a big knock. And now it's all down to Fluky, who's still on the other side of the road. And they've got a couple of grenades left as well. So it's not empty for these boys yet. They just want to wait for the perfect time to use it.
And unfortunately for Twisted, the other teams are kind of taking care of each other. It's now down to a 1v1v1, and I will say Batulins has been navigating that ridge beautifully.
Secure that.
Playing around it.
It's a good job by Theraton 5, making sure not to give up that point. As we've seen, every point matters. You can see how close that leaderboard is. Only 1 game in here. Zenith doing it, still staying alive for T1. He's managed to avoid Twisted Minds. They haven't been able to clean him out just yet. Twisted just playing it very, very carefully right now. And they have no reason to do anything but that. I mean, they have center zone. These guys are going to have to push into them at some point. And look at this, Ranger X actually getting revived. So Marathon 5 get back up to 2 strong.
For now, as one of the only smokes in that road, I was going to say it's a big target for the teams and what nades they do have left. So 1 will land, and it's going to be Zenith, though. He'll backstab Batulins. That's a big knock.
Zenith causing so many problems for Twisted Minds. He was the one that got the kill onto Lou earlier, and now he gets the knock on Batulins. Wong F will go down to Example, so TDT now out. But that's 9 kills picked up for Twisted. Can they go for the res? Example and Perfectix not even looking over in that direction.
Yeah.
As they jumping Zenith. Okay, there you go. Flush out your kill. Another point picked up for T1, but Zenith doing so much for T1 here.
And he's cutting down the numbers of Twisted, but Twisted made the right play. There was no way they were going to get Batulins up, so Perfectix now is trying to get the off angle. They know at this point it's probably just down to a 2v1v1, isolate one of these players, and then just finish it off. Trade potential, that nade will bounce just past Fluky. Is Example working with no vest and a helmet that's pretty much on its last legs.
That is a terrifying push to make, especially when you consider the no helmet, no vest. Zenith in the bush.
I would not have seen him. There's no shot I would have seen him.
He's looking over in that area. He's just, I mean, the flashbangs are coming out too, and that's actually, I think that's Fluky flashbangs that are causing him problems. So Twisted Minds not out of the woods by any means here. Good shots from Perfectix will force Fluky back, and good push from Example to make sure that they secure that. All right, 2v1. They have a general idea of where Zenith is, but don't count out Zenith. He has been a thorn in the side for Twisted Minds this entire late game, and you could see how damaged the Twisted Minds players are.
Yeah, Example did find a new helmet, but still, it doesn't even matter. Twisted, despite losing some members to some snakes out in the grass, will find their first victory here in the first game of day 2, and what a victory it was. What a circle it was.
Just a nerve-rattling ending there. I mean, even though they knew that they were 3 strong and they had all their players there, you saw how close they came to losing so many players just to these snakes because you just can't spot them. So, I mean, fantastic work by Twisted Minds. Once again, we see them turn a decent day 1 into a big win to start day number 2.
Well, it's the inevitable striking again. Twisted Minds gets themselves the victory to start off day number 2, but oh my, did this circle head where I really wasn't expecting for the start of the day. We had a crazy Northwest circle that eventually ended where we've ended a little bit before in the past, but
yeah. It's interesting that we've had 3 Erangels so far, and all of them have been kind of in this northwestern area in some fashion. But this one, definitely the most west that we've seen for a while. I love the Crossroads Fields area over here. It creates a lot. It's almost like a little mini Miramar over here. There's a lot of very interesting pathing options you can take.
This was one thing I was scared about. We saw it in the highlights just before, but the mortars, right? Like,
yeah.
In previous iterations of a circle similar to this on international level, Mortar was not incompetitive, right?
Yeah.
So you would get people like camping alongside these roads, camping in these little dips and divots, and just being okay for a while. But Mortar shut that down hard for some of these teams. Jesus,
I didn't see that. So Twisted managed to get that strong compound right outside the hill over into the east, made a good rotation just timing it out. I mean, that's such a strong point for the circle whenever you see it coming out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you can see that there was that whole big mess that happened with like TSM and like 3 other teams all just running for the opposing side away from the road over there, and it was just an absolute bloodbath. I don't even know how many cars we saw over there. It was like, what, at least I would say 7, 8 that were all stacked up on top.
Oh, you mean on that corner?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. I was expecting maybe that to create the ultimate fortress in these fields, but not really to be the case, I guess, as Twisted Minds just takes the other side and is able to round things out towards the end. We get why Zenith was kind of being a little bit sneaky. He didn't want to try and go for it, but if there's any way to try and beat Twisted Minds at that moment, the 2 solos have to like pop up at the same time.
I know.
It's difficult to do.
It's like the hard, like we, as we're spectating it, we're like, oh, you just need to get up now, but it's so hard sometimes for them to sync that right, because you see it more often than not. Whenever you get into these later stages, a lot of players will just randomly shoot up in the air to try to bait the fact that a firefight's going to be happening, and so you get like caught in your brain, like, do I think that this is the actual firefight? But I don't know. It almost felt like Zenith had his backpack off. He was going full stealth mode at that stage.
Some milestones as well, of course, as we had not only Twisted Minds winning the game, but Luke breaching the 250 kills mark here at PGS, and Example breaching the 300 kills mark here at PGS as well. So,
and Luke had, what, 7 kills in that last game?
Yeah, pretty insane. Pretty insane. With an AK muzzle breaker, which I think looks ugly, personally. I won't be doing it, but if it works, it works.
It looks ugly, and if you're having to fight against it, it feels ugly, man. That thing can pump out some serious damage, especially in like these mid-territory areas where we were seeing it really just exploitable. It is pumping out so much damage.
We had Battalions walk past as that game was finishing, and I said to him, "Spicy," and he said, "Spicy." That was, I mean, that's a way to start day 2.
I mean, we always know, right? It feels like whenever we get into day 2, this is really where Twisted starts kicking off. They really start having their bigger moments. They start really starting to gel in together. And again, it's just all of the play, all the kills we saw coming out of that was just off of good execution and a good circle read.
Well, we've got our numbers coming in. It will be 11 kills for Twisted Minds with 1,900 damage. When it comes to a game like this, you're not really expecting a huge kill game, right? Because you saw the chaos ensue throughout this game. A lot of teams crashing the same spot, a la that corner that you were mentioning before with all the cars that do come along. And oftentimes, once things like those northern compounds on that T-junction actually fall out, sometimes some of those dips are available. But in this game, by the time that teams have taken dips like slightly more south of that, all of those are kind of cordoned off, locked off as well. Good to see T1 also get themselves up towards the top, considering that they took one of the more prominent dips along these roads, a little bit more northeast, very, very early.
And it was kind of hard because Luna was over there. Luna had a massive section of the circle that they had under control in the northeast. Cerberus was playing that T-junction at Crossroads that you're talking about. They were the ones that were kind of the, I guess, refs for everything that was going on in the field, since they were the ones with the mortars and dropping everything in. But as the compound left, they didn't have a lot of really good options to rotate in the circle.
It was interesting how the flow of the circles went as well, because Phase 3 circle looked like a Phase 4 circle.
It really did,
It really could have gone anywhere, and that's why you saw a lot of teams gambling, like TSM, for example, kind of gambling on the idea of having 2 up on an extremely strong hill, which if it had gone that way, would have been super, super powerful. But it will be man of the match. Lou, once again, outshining everyone else. 7 kills going his way. Every single component of Twisted Minds is deadly, and it bears repeating every day on international tournaments.
And Batulin seems to always get him in the position. Like, it feels like he's always knowing exactly who can play which position on the map the best, and is like moving the chess pieces exactly where they need to go to put everybody else in checkmate.
Good to see they're on 5, getting themselves back in the mix of things. 12 points.
Welcome back, T5.
Yeah, they had a bit of a rougher day yesterday, but they are now back. And we also have Cerberus getting themselves 11 here. I did overhear the other Vietnamese team almost like screaming in pain when they had to kill Cerberus. So maybe they're friends. They're like, this is agony. But anyway.
Yeah, that's hurt a bit whenever you have to kill and take down your friends. But what we're looking at with this leaderboard is really, really interesting, because we have 3 up at the top right now, just 2 points apart. That's pretty spicy. Then we've got the drop down 12 points to a tie between Daytrade and Cerberus, and then another massive 19-point drop to get into Gen G. We're starting to get a bit of separation already building on the leaderboard. It's just day 2.
Yes, it is. This is quite good already, considering the fact that we can have just a few more of these wins here and there for a Daytrade or a Cerberus and get up there to join that top 3. But beyond that, as you say, the divide, scary stuff, right? Like, anybody Gen G and down now has to really start ramping things up. If you leave it too late here in these games, you could be in no man's land.
And there's like, 6 teams all within about 4 points, right? All in that same area. So if you don't manage to find some way to break away now, it's just going to get harder and harder as this goes on today.
Regardless, that might be one of the harder curveballs we've seen here in this grand final thus far. So you got to be scared of that one. All these teams hoping for something a little bit more palatable for the next Erangel, because you want to get 2 a day. So let's get to it. The grassy pastures as we move over to the commentators for all of the action from game number 2 of the day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, as we do head into our final Erangel of the day. And something else to note, 17 again didn't necessarily have the best Erangel game.
Yeah. You know, I mean, it's a 9th place with 3 kills. It's pretty pedestrian as far as 17 is concerned, but I think the desk hit the nail on the head, as much as I hate to admit it. But no, I mean,
they're pretty good.
These top 3 are starting to pull away from the pack, and these top 3 are not. Once they start getting things going, it's going to be real hard to try to catch up if you don't start now. Like it feels like it's been rare this year where we think, going into a final day that, it's over for most teams. But, a couple more games like this, it might be just that.
Yeah, James mentioned it was Gen G that's pretty much that cutoff of the teams. Anything Gen G or below in 6th place, by the way. We're talking about 6th place, not like 10th, that need to start ramping up the point production. Otherwise, yeah, there could be a runaway with the top 5 teams that just completely take the win out of reach. But which is crazy to talk about in the second game of day 2.
Well, we just got that log jam of teams right in the center with around 30 to 40 points. That's just, it feels like they need to have some. Oh, wait, what's going on here? Oh,
let's
keep running. Keep running.
Oh, that was I didn't see the buggy due to the way
I didn't either.
I was like, is he just dead?
That was the most fortuitous buggy.
The circle is gross.
Oh yeah, it is. Isn't it? All right, so do you commit Millie? What do you think?
No, I don't think you. It's hard to say, but I don't think you just hard commit. There is nobody because look at the plane. There's not a soul is on Millie.
It is as barren as you'll ever see it, and look, you got New Happy kind of hanging around that bridge, so I guess that's your option if you want to be New Happy and you want to hedge your bets. You just kind of take that intersection by that western bridge. You've got FaZe that's playing around in Milta. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them do a rotation across Military Island. But again, like you said, this is one of those weird ones where your IGL brains are really ticking. But let's hear from Luke 12.
I'd say we're feeling pretty good. A lot of the stuff we wanted to work on, we did well today. Game 5 was a bit of a blunder for us, but for the most part, we executed pretty well and pretty happy with the day. Well, Circle 1, we were just controlling space, and then Circle 2, we noticed that we need to get away from our edge, so we saw a good middle spot was free, and then the Circle kept shifted away, but we held our control, and we killed everyone we needed to kill, and we ended up with a lot of kills because the Circle kept going away, and we just killed everyone in front of us, so, yeah.
Just kill everyone in front of you.
Yeah,
that's
easy as that, guys.
It's as easy as that, but TSM talked about them a lot. I feel like this is their time. Especially after talking to Alo last night after the games. He said he's like, I don't think I've ever felt this good about winning an event. They've always been so consistent. We talk about the teams like 17 who generally make all the grand finals. TSM has not missed making a grand finals this year. So I think that the way that they've been progressing, the evolution, again, having an amazing coach and mind behind them with Wooly, it seems like this could be their event, but they still have 2 Titans to contest with, and that's obviously Twisted Minds and 17.
Yeah, and look, TSM has been in the running for, it feels like for almost every event here as well, and it's closing it out, and the closing it out part has been the problem. It's been the problem for 17 too.
Yeah, sure.
So it's a good position to be in the running in the final day, and now you just got to make that last step until you find your way there. As we check in with FW now, I have noticed several teams have started making their way over towards Military Island. FaZe is inside the base itself. Day Trade has rotated over there from Primorsk in boat, and Luna Galaxy has just made landfall in Novo. So, and now Cerberus in boats as well, starting to send their way over there. So a number of teams kind of pushing their chips over into the Military Island finish pile.
Yep, and I'm really curious to see if that's going to come back and bite him if this goes north. But
we'll see if how they crash this boat. Yeah, he's not pulling up on the.
No, they're not docking that thing in a safe way. We'll say that. But I will also kind of point out we had that fun little graphic. Snakers with the most knockouts with the mortars with 3, and then I believe it was Tong with 2, and then Purdy with 2 as well. So mortars, we've actually seen mortars come into effect much more in PGS 6. We've seen them throughout the year, but PGS 6, we've seen quite a few mortar knocks, and it's very exciting for us. It's probably awful if you're on the receiving end.
Well, it's one of those things with any new thing in the game, right? You just give these guys enough time to play with a new toy, and they'll figure out how to just dominate a lobby with it. And seems like we might be getting to that point.
What was that?
Mark Afraid?
MG3.
Okay.
It's not a Mark 14, but you know.
Hey, Ming will take.
He will not.
Won't take that.
He will
He's
not.
just like, I'll just leave this. Not interested. Thank you.
It's like this gun's too old. I need the new stuff. I mean,
He's
New
up
Happy. So New Happy, the team we'll talk about them real quick. They actually opted to come down to Millie base. They gave up that western bridge hold, but they're still going to be holding on that side of the bridge that is going to allow them to rotate if this does shift. You see some teams still hesitant to make that cross, 17 being one of them, TDT, FW, also just kind of waiting for that first phase to close to see if they actually want to commit to rotating over to Millie base or not.
It's a gamble.
It is, especially with a circle like this. You're right.
And the way that New Happy is kind of playing this is a little bit of a gamble as well. They've got 3 in the compound on the coast, and they've left one player, I think it's Jazzy, in the Prio compound on the road. And actually, now that FaZe is pulling up, it looks like he's just going to dip on out of there. So that compound's still available. Twisted Minds pulling up on Fair. They see a lot of vehicles here, and that's going to probably give them a little bit of an indication that there's no boats available for them here. And Hisaki going to get spotted out by AZ. So Cerberus losing one early here.
It's unfortunate. They lost Hisaki early in the last game, too. So that's the second game in a row now, as you stated, that Cerberus will lose one early. And kind of actually weird for Cerberus. I'm just going to say, they usually don't lose members this early unless they're engaged in a full-on fight, but they've just been getting picked off. So, again, 3 members, Cerberus still very effective, but not the way you want to start a game at all. As you see a couple of the teams, like you said, Twisted looking for a boat. You see Falcons now starting to make landfall near that 12-pack, and they actually just might be content or just reserved to not necessarily swim across, but they might just have to send it across the West Bridge later. We don't know.
Sure.
If it goes to Millie base.
Yeah. And you gotta imagine, given the way this circle is, I'm sure that there's, I'm sure we're about to see a number of pickups start popping down, and those helicopter paths start crossing around here just in case it goes one way or the other. But they see now New Happy have sent. They brought another player over to join Jazzy. James has gotten in that compound as well. I'm not sure if they know about them just yet. More FaZe shots. Corexy taking a few over in the direction of Luna Galaxy, who is spotting out Day Trade, making their way on that western coast. So what did we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams now on that military island. And actually Twisted Minds. Yeah. Okay, they are based on where they were on the map, it almost looked like they were pulling off a bridge camp, but they are not. They are, in fact, ferrying on over to Novo, and T1, who is now crossing that eastern bridge, is safe.
Yep. Batulins with the escort to the ferry just to make sure nothing goes terribly wrong, or at least scout ahead. As you see T1, you were talking about them just now, are going to poise themselves to cross over to that bridge. And this is a good position for T1. They can make that decision as soon as the circle pops. Yeah, sure, they might eat some phase 1 blue, but that's no big deal. More importantly, they'll have a rotation foothold to make the decision if they either need to commit to the Millie base or go to the north side. Now, Falcons will be waiting for them somewhat on the north if that's indeed what happens. But I'm also kind of looking at what's happening right now with TSM and Gen G. They are rotating right next to each other.
This is real close up there just north of Pachinki. Luke 12 on foot, going to take the spray over towards Rex. Nothing going to land, but they'll do some damage onto the vehicle. One shot at least will hit as Rex just going to keep on breezing through here. Gen G should be okay. TSM back in vehicles, back on the move once again. Now they do have Theraton 5, who finished looting up in North Georgia. They're going to eat a little bit of blue and kind of wrap over towards that western edge. T1, meanwhile, they were scouting out the bridge, but I don't think they ever scouted out the ferry. So I don't know if they are aware that Twisted Minds is over in that Novo spot, but they are going to go up to the top of Radio Tower, it looks like, and wait for this circle to collapse. There's Tom 5 there. You see just eating a little bit of blue damage on that western coast.
Yeah, something we didn't even talk about is what if the circle just centers up on the bridge on the west? I mean, that's just a whole nother can of worms.
Indeed.
And okay, so it is going to commit. It's actually going to commit towards Pride Rock on Millie base, and that means Day Trade is in a great position off of their early rotation down to the military base.
I got to tell you this, at least it's committed to the south.
Yeah.
But this is still a terrible circle.
Yeah.
This is so bad.
Not great.
Western Bridge now is getting a little bit more active as TDT is going to run into 17. Suju going to pick off June. And now Huang going to have to go into the compound. Is he going to stay there? No, going to keep on moving. Xiaowu, a few shots over in that direction, not going to land. And it actually looks like 17 might be feeling a little bit ambitious here, sending a little Ghost to do a little seat swap along with Xiao Bei. So 17 flexing out a little bit more, trying to take a little bit more real estate.
The question though, Poros, do they know about FW? I don't think so. Raise with an angle up onto one of the members there of 17. It was Little Ghost, you stated they sent early, but yeah, and you also said that the E-pickups, right? And 2 of them immediately come through for some of the teams off in the distance, not wanting to deal with it at all. 4AM being one of those teams that sent that bad boy up.
Actually, it was Gen G that sent it up, and 4AM caught him. And that's how, Gen G just lost 2.
You're right.
They're down to just 1 player as 4AM got the spray at the just happened to pull up on him at the wrong time. So it's all down to Rex for Gen G. And meanwhile, we do have, as you said, another E-pickup coming in from the west. That might be TDT. Which actually, no, it's not TDT. TDT's already on that. That might be Theraton 5. We'll see if they commit to that. Meanwhile, a number of teams still making their way over the bridge to the island. 17 going to be the most recent, and now Cerberus in a good position to do some damage, but not the knock. Xiao Bei counting his blessings here.
Yeah, but the problem is 17 are now sandwiched somewhat between TDT. They took that compound on the coast quite early, and so now 17 has to kind of just contend to stay in the middle here, but Gen G also on the top of that hill.
Godspeed. Falcons.
I saw it.
Call in the E-pickup, and now 4AM is collapsing on them as well. Are they going to get another free spray into a full team as they make their way across using that E-pickup? The shots are coming through. They might be a little bit too far away this time, but you can see the damage is coming in, but the knocks just not following as Falcons just barely get away.
4AM have opted to just be the E-pickup bully.
I know.
Pushing Gen G off initially and now finding Falcons. The timing just a second behind to actually get those knocks or those kills as Falcons now have to make a decision. Where are you going to go in the circle?
That's a rough cross from the spot that they're at. They saw Theraton 5. They're already dropping right now. You see the shots coming through from Luna Galaxy. Nothing in the kill feed on them just yet. It looks like Patampong actually going to be the first one to go down. So T5 will lose at least 1. Falcons, where are they going to go as we see this fight continuing over on Ferry Pier? Utility coming out from TSM. As you see the kill feed just lighting up. And now that was Gen G just getting absolutely roasted by 4AM a little bit earlier here.
TSM are afforded some time to fight KDF. They did lose Kurt early on that pier.
Oh, Falcons.
And Falcons, yeah, I mean...
It's just so late. It's so late to come over on that E-pickup and expect there to be some free space, especially the angle.
In that circle, right? In that specific
the angle that they were coming from, there was just nowhere. I mean, if the high ground is taken already, which
you just have to take South Coast, right? Like there's nowhere else to go in that. So
I mean, there's a completely free compound. Oh God, of course. 4AM, the E-pickup bullies
have one of their own.
You either kill what you hate, or you live long enough to see yourself become the thing that you hate. Oh, that's not the quote. I don't know. Matt's going to be mad at me for not knowing the nerd thing. But either way, 4AM, we'll see if they can actually survive this one.
I think it's you die as a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
There you go. They're the E-pickup villains now.
Yes.
So, well, either way, this fight's going to have to come to an end. Oh, no. That's not what you want to do. Immediately hitting a rock as everybody that you've just been fighting with is going to hear this, and the shots are coming through from Luke 12, but he's got to land them through the water tower, and nothing is going to hit. Okay,
no, disaster!
No, that's not where the boats don't like being on rocks, Bean.
How did that even get up there? I don't even understand. My favorite part about watching you cast is how you were leaning through trying to navigate yourself as if you were shooting. That is a disaster for KDF.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Boats definitely don't like being on rocks. Well, TSM, I mean, if you're TSM at this point, they've got an E-pickup now in the air as well, but why not just stick around? You've got these guys dead to rights. This is free points. On the island is going to be nothing but instant death if you try to take that drop, it feels like. Why not stick here, kill everybody that's left, and just take your kill points and hope for the best? I mean, you're TSM. What else do you got to fight for, really, here?
I mean, maybe they think that there's a position that they can play it in the circle, but as we saw with the Falcons, there's really not much available. So it looks like they're actually not taking it, but KDF, a recovered salute, is going to find the knock on a Luke 12. Now only 2 members left for TSM.
Oh, and FW actually shooting at him from the boat. Gets Alo very low. Puts a pause on that, and now Freaks back up to full strength. They've gotten the res, and now they are just trying to find the players. They spotted out Sparking, so they know where one is, but can they spot out Alo? Alo being the sneaky one, and he's going to get the shots in, get the knock onto Human. So now Freaks should have an idea of where everybody on TSM left is.
Yeah, and I mean, you said it earlier. This just becomes a salvage game. Just get as many points as you can. The E-pickup's already gone. They've lost Kurt. They've lost Luke. If they can just wipe KDF, it's solace in taking something rather than just getting absolutely nothing.
And wouldn't you know it, after all of this, 4 a.m. takes that super late E-pickup, and they get a free compound, as you see Falcons.
Just,
what are you going to do? I mean, it's you come that late, it's pretty much a guarantee that that spot's going to be taken. You just hope that maybe you can win that fight. To be fair, that is a compound that sees a lot of 2-2 splits, right? So you hope that maybe the guys on the high ground can't defend and you can get in there quickly and take the 4v2 and get that compound, but unfortunately it doesn't work out that way for them this time.
And they got punished for that. And they dropped a little early, so they didn't necessarily get to see that the entirety of the South was clear, right? So that also maybe something to go back and look at. But now with Cerberus, we saw them lose one member early as they did the last game, but still 3 members alive. They're going to have to contest with multiple teams on the north side here. It's going to be 17 TDT who are now on the bottom side of this hill, which is going to cause issues for them shortly, I can tell you. And then you have New Happy just on the east in that kind of new compound area. Well, it's not new anymore, but it was new a long time ago.
Bean, once again, the last player left alive for Freaks. So getting their money's worth out of him as far as time played. But I don't think he's going to be much longer for this. Is that finish off your friend and then finish off yourself. And no points awarded towards either, as everyone just went down to the blue in the end. So we can now fully turn our attention over towards Military Island, where the circle has centered up on poor little Rex, all by himself for Gen G.
Just a little baby Rex.
Just a little baby Rex.
Just hanging out. And
little shack.
At the west side, it's going to be Luna taking shots towards FW, who are now getting right behind the position that you see Fluky on. Cerberus still keeping tabs on TDT as well as 17. And this is probably the better position for them, as they are the ones to backfill, and 17 are about to be in a very uncomfortable sandwich.
That's a nice double nade to leave things off, and we'll get Xiaowu down to about half HP. Little Ghost spotting that tree, but Cerberus not over peeking, not over committing. They're going to see if they can get what they can get with their utility and then immediately back off, expecting the return to come through as somebody's dropping mortars on their foreheads. That might be TDT.
I think it's TDT,
yeah. From the compound, it would make sense. So Cerberus just lay down the smoke, trying to peek around the edges, take a few shots, and then immediately just retreat. They know to expect that incoming grenades.
They're going to have to take this fight eventually, and you can see New Happy now starting to spread out, starting to think of going up that hill, especially if they see knocks. The problem is no knocks were had, and now Cerberus, they're actually going to be sending it in between here. They're just going to get out of that northern edge.
Oh man, the timing on this is almost perfect. Duck my will get spotted out by Ming Ming, but they almost get there right before New Happy fully committed to leaving that compound, and so now they're going to send it towards Rex's shack. Rex, you have a small bit of land left to yourself. Can you defend it? They will check it first, but Highmass going to get spotted immediately. The flashbang will come through. Solozzi still low, and Rex isn't going to waste any time. He defends himself.
And what a play. Immediately recognizing the vehicle went behind, finding the angle onto him. That was so heads up from Rex that he still is in the center of the circles. Now FW will have to contend with the team of Day Trade.
Beautiful work from the solo from Gen G to keep things alive for his squad. Day Trade, meanwhile, still going back and forth with FW. FW, a lot more room to work around here as they play around the outside of the compound, but they are down to just Banana 1 and 6 sacks, and you can see that circle is burning right now, and Banana 1 going to have to stop down just to go for the heal. Now, 6X picked up a shotgun, but nobody's really biting just yet on pushing into the building itself. Banana would love this. No, it's going to hit the edge of the wall, but 6X will find Flash. Banana 1 will get traded back as well, and now it's all down to 6X with the shotty in hand.
And The problem here for Day Trade is if they can just get rid of Six Packs as quickly as possible, they can try to make it up towards the north. But no, that fight concluded way too quickly. But the casualty is there. He delayed. 6X delayed Day Trade. And now 17 could wrap on the west, would potentially stop Day Trade from coming in.
All right, Day Trade down 1. There are 3 players alive. They've got that western side, but 17, as you mentioned, just very beaten right now. They got 2 knocked, trying to go for those reses. 4 a.m. Meanwhile, Eaton Blue as T1 is taking shots from their east, and Luna Galaxy taking shots from their north. Luna Galaxy in a beautiful position with high ground and low ground covered, but nothing really showing itself just yet. 4 a.m. might just be committing to the blue, but now T1 has to worry about Twisted Minds wrapping around on the edge of the circle, but Lou gonna go down. Perfectic's gonna go down. T1 so quick to turn.
And just like that, T1 has flipped the script onto Twisted Minds. Not only that, but they're burning in the blue Poro. So that this is a dire situation. It's just down to Batulins, and he's not going to be able to get that res. Meanwhile, T1 now starting to make their way up towards Luna to take that fight and take control of the high ground.
And Luna Galaxy saw that in the kill feed. They saw the fight going on. They tried to push out. They tried to get everybody together and send it. But unfortunately, Vinny takes a knock, so that's only a duo that's pushing 2-1 right now. They're trying to get in to utility range. It looks like they've got a couple knocks in. 4 Angry Men still from the blue, causing destruction and chaos and third-party influence onto this fight.
Still though, Luna Galaxy have done a great job from this position. We saw them get rid of the Falcons. Now 7 kills, an opportunity to get some more. It's just down to EN, the last member.
FaZe.
But no, he's gonna get shot in the backs, and as you said, it's gonna be Corexy to find him.
FaZe still 4 strong. They've been playing from the compound. We haven't gotten a chance to mention them too much, but they've been playing it safe. That's their first kill. That's their first point. Kraken going to get spotted by Bobo. Haven will finish him, and that's going to be the end of 4 a.m.'s reign of terror. But Luna Galaxy, 10 kills. Can they get Kraken back on his feet before Day Trade arrives?
So far, one of the best performances we've seen from one of the Americas representative, and they're going to have to deal with Day Trade. As you said, contending now up the hill, Thanadol and Norns being that spearhead with Belmoth actually sitting in the back as the anchor to make sure that they don't get wrapped around from 17 or any of the teams of the north. It is just 17 currently, and then still, Batulins make it in, but little baby Rex just sitting in the center here with a P90. Now the fight will break out. Norns will find Posa. That's a big knock to start it off. Posa being such a great player and such an important, impactful player for Luna.
Huge knock because Posa was in the position to keep an eye on Day Trade should they push, but unfortunately they were able to take him out before he was able to return a knock there, and now he'll pull over. He's going to get finished off. Haven will find the knock onto Thanadol though, and now it's down to just Norns and Belmoth, but Norns will find Kraken. So trades coming through here for Day Trade, 2v2 to finish this off, but Vinny and Haven, they've got the high ground. They've got smokes to play around, but Belmoth using them to perfection, coming in from the side. They've got hard cover that they can retreat to, but you can see the damage coming in. Kraken going to feed that information over, but he will get finished off by Norns.
But it's FaZe now starting to come in. They realize that both of these teams are limping in as they're going to try to take control. Fex will find Batulins just to get him out of there. Belmoth, meanwhile, will find and finish Haven as FaZe trying to clean this up as quickly as possible, but still they have so much time. There's no other team to contend, and as you can see, Fex now starting to make his way to the south side with his team.
Vinny, the last player left alive for Luna Galaxy, and all he's got is a window. As Day Trade, they are back to shotguns. They are anticipating the push from FaZe, but FaZe, they know that that is a risk that they don't have to take. They've got 4 alive. There's only 15 left up in this lobby. Vinny will find the opening, knock on a Belmoth. It's going to be down to Norns. You can see him peeking from those angles. He knows exactly what building he's in. Has FaZe heard this? Are they interested in coming over and third partying in this fight now that they know it's just a 1v1?
So what they've done is they've actually ended up kind of splitting attention, right? They still have 2 members of the South to make sure they're keeping tabs of what's happening with Day Trade and Luna, but they also sent Jeems and Fex to hold that ridge line to make sure that New Happy then can't come and third party that fight. So again, great decision making, fantastic decision making coming out from FaZe. They have cover. There is no real immediate danger. And at this point, with the way that the fight has turned out between Day Trade and Luna, it's just going to be a 1v1. I think they might just kind of leave even just one anchor in Corexy and kind of focus on New Happy, as they are also the other team that's 4 strong and 4 up.
And Day Trade managed to get that res though, so Vinny just holding inside. And FaZe never coming to come in third party onto this, so Day Trade back up to 2 strong. They're going to flash bang, wait and see if they can find him. Shotty in hand. Belmoth will finish off Luna Galaxy, but that is a big game for Luna as they climb the leaderboard.
like I said, one of their best
Not very
performances
far,
we've
but-
seen. But I mean, hey, it's something. That's a game they needed. That's a confidence boost that they desperately needed. Is now it's going to be 17 Gaming taking
look at
shots over
that.
a New Happy. And look at this circle. As you said, Day Trade given a break. A great spot to work from now as FaZe somewhat distracted, holding off New Happy, but still a great ridge line to work with as FaZe.
Yeah, unfortunately for New Happy, they try to take the fight over to 17, but 17 just not going down, and it's given FaZe time to put themselves into a good position here to kind of take advantage of New Happy's outside of zone spot here. But again, Belmoth, Norins, this could be a beautiful game for this duo, as FaZe is going to send Gustav back down to the south to keep an eye on them. He's got to be careful not to get knocked here.
The other scary thing that we kind of mentioned, but Rex is just sitting in a shack with a P90 of all guns.
That's
so that is a terrifying shack to try to get in. We saw what happened earlier when it came to Cerberus, but Belmoth would get on top of the Grandmas here and just get angles onto potentially FaZe. They also have to be careful, but as we stated, Gustav still kind of staying back to keep tabs on the duo of Day Trade.
8 kills for Day Trade, 650 damage for Nurin so far. You gotta imagine he's gonna add to that total. Corexy will finish off Zhao Z with the explosion. Jeeves will get AZ, and now New Happy in big trouble, but Nurin's gonna go down as well, as Xiao Wu has found the angle. 17 has finally decided that they don't want to have anything to do with this fight to the north with New Happy. Instead, let's push the high ground. They know that Day Trade is up there with only 2, so they get the initial knock. Belmoth now has to hold the line.
And I love this decision from 17. It's so smart. As you said, why deal with the two teams that are kind of hidden and covered from us? We can't really get a good angle onto it. Let's just go the duo on the south side. They get the knock, and FaZe coming alive, 6 kills and still 4 members left alive. It's going to come down to FaZe as a 4-man, 17 is 3, and then just Day Trade trying to recover what they can with the solo.
We came into this game saying that Twisted Minds, 17, TSM, were starting to pull away from all these the rest of the pack. We needed to have some big performances from these groups that were in the chase to try to turn it into a multi-team race. Day Trade delivering in a big way so far. FaZe could be the next one on the chopping block here, as they've got 4 alive. They've got 17 on the western side of the mountain, and Belmoth in between. Genji, the solo player, has gone down, so the P90 may be off the board. I don't think anybody's gone to retrieve that, as Belmoth is just going to go ahead and hold this hard cover for as long as he can and hope that maybe FaZe and 17 will start fighting without him.
Yeah, but this position favors FaZe quite a bit, at least on the east, right? They have that ridgeline to work with. They have a lot of room, a lot of cover. But more importantly, they don't have to take any unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, though, on that road, 17 also has a foothold in the circle to play. But as you can see, it is sloping towards the north side, and it is quite barren, so we'll see how this one plays out. It's really going to be on to 17 to try to find a knock and catch FaZe making a mistake, catch them slipping, but so far FaZe has looked so good in this game. I doubt that's going to be the case.
Both of these teams can really kind of hold on to their utility for the time being as well. Just wait. Just take as long as you'd like here. If Belmoth has to leave that compound, they would love to be able to pick that kill out, get at least 1 more point in the bag as the flashbangs coming through from Fex. Just
checking
preventative.
The shelf.
Yeah, preventative maintenance, just in case there was a sneaky snake hiding up there in the grass, and really disciplined play from the FaZe front man as we wait and see. There's no reason for them to do anything high risk here. I mean, this win could be huge for them.
Yep, and they're playing it exactly how they should. Realistically, it's going to be 17 that I'm not worried about, but they would have most of the issue when it comes to Belmoth coming out if Suju isn't careful and he eats a knock. I mean, again, whichever one of these teams start to incur any sort of loss when it comes to knocks, that is the dinner bell ringing for the other team to get aggressive and go for that third party. So now Belmoth, might be reserved to just sit in that shack, maybe eat blue, not give a point away. And he's got a jammer pack, so it's going to take a little longer for him to go down. But yeah,
yeah, this feels like the play here for Belmoth.
Yeah.
You're in a lose-lose situation. So yeah, go ahead, go down. But big performance there from Day Trade as they now have cracked that 70-point barrier. They're up in the top 4 with the rest of the big hitters. And 17, while all this was going on, sent Lil Ghost down to that roadside, that low ground, and he is lying prone behind a tree. And I've got to imagine that FaZe has no idea that he's down there. No shots have been sent over in that direction just yet. But what kind of utility do these guys have left? FaZe have been in that compound for quite some time, so they haven't really had to get involved in any open field fighting just yet, so they should be sitting pretty nice. First smokes will come through. 17 will instantly start sending grenades over in that direction.
I love this wrap on the south side from FaZe. This is what they do. Take control of the center. Fex will find Shawu, the first to fall. Suju now trying to go in with the response, but that rock, the cover is so strong. And look at the angles. The way that they're cutting off the circle from 17. It's just down to Little Ghost. He'll find one, but realistically, he can't get it done. FaZe will win the second game and get a healthy amount of points here on Erangel.
FaZe Clan with authority there at the end. Once they made the decision, all 4 members were fully into it, and they fully pushed, and they dispatched with 17 Gaming for a huge, huge win for FaZe.
Yeah, a couple other teams we've got to talk about, 17 obviously, but also Luna and Daytrade getting as many points as they could, fighting on that hilltop for so long. It was drawn out, but man, what a crazy game as we take a short break for us and set up for our next map, which is going to be a Rondo.
All right, and it's FaZe Force 5 to get themselves the victory here as they take it down on Erangel. And it is, again, a bit more of a curveball circle, technically speaking, with the military zone coming on in, or the military circle, I should say. And we had ourselves some blinders coming in from this game, not to mention emergency pickup denials almost.
Yeah, and a lot of it coming from 4 angry men who were just kind of hunting down emergency pickups all over the place. Luna managed to get that very strong hillside just to the west of military base proper. And they just absolutely held it down for so long until it just got to a point where Daytrade just slowly crept up next to him. There was just too many angles of fence, and we saw so many teams just not capable of finding ways to deal with this constant western shift.
Yeah, and I mean, Luna Galaxy was a lot of that, right? The fact that they had the hillside for so long, that all they had to do was really defend that. We know that this hill, this compound, this specific location is an impenetrable fortress if you're able to cover it for long enough. Unfortunately for them, of course, eventually teams are able to sneak up on it and be able to put on some pressure against you.
And a big part of that also was FaZe playing the low ground just to the northeast of their position. Just down the hillside from where Luna had so much control, it's going to be FaZe. So it was a crossfire as you were trying to maneuver into the circle for so long, up until this stage right here. Finally, Daytrade manages to move in, gets the shots in onto Luna while FaZe is moving over into the east, and that pretty much just sets a corridor of east versus west. One side of it's going to be FaZe, and on the opposing side of it is going to be 17 Gaming with the Belmont stuck in the middle.
Trying his best here, but in the end, as I say, FaZe get themselves the victory. They're okay with it. They're happy with it. You know, it's going to be able to push them up. I saw at one point they were on 41 points during that game, but that is going to push them up significantly higher than that here for the boys. They've got some... Well, we've got Roth as well.
Lots of Roth today. I guess because he's the only guy that's standing up a lot.
Hi, guys. I'm here. doing all right. But yeah, this is big for FaZe, all things considered.
We love you too.
Yeah,
Well, wait, doesn't that mean like blowing up the love was? I don't know.
I don't know. He's a bit of a troll, Swang F, to be perfectly fair.
Well, it's only on you though.
Yeah, well, he did confirm basically that he was making fun of me on the death segment yesterday, which was great because we were having a good chat with them.
Because you absolutely hate banter so much.
No, yeah, I'm no banter allowed.
Yeah, no.
When I'm around.
It just drives you insane.
If the public knew what happened.
How you greet players.
No, anybody really. But anyway, let's take a look at the breakdown. 9 kills go the way of FaZe with 2,000 damage. But again, it does bear repeating. Luna, 11 kills.
This is big.
They had to make use of that high ground, and they did.
Dude, Luna was, I believe, second to last, like right in that category coming in. And this is a squad that usually has to play a lot of salvage, a lot of safety. A big kill game for them is going to be a massive moral victory for them to really help them propel forward. But also, 17 Gaming, who started the day in first place, didn't have the best game one. I mean, it's hard to judge off of that game one when it goes Zarky off the get-go. But at least managing to rally back up, pick up 6 kills, and some pretty late placement as well.
Yeah, I mean, considering that they're still basically in the challenge for first place, right? Anything that they can scramble together, even if it's a consolidation situation, a compensatory situation, trying to push on forwards. But we've got ourselves Kirexi leading the charge alongside Vex and James. Gustavs was there for whatever he's doing with his hand. That's okay as well.
It's a sideways gun.
Yeah. Wow, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Because whenever I see Gustav, I'm like, yeah, gangsta.
Oh yeah, he's look at that scary face.
And look at the strands of hair down in front of me. I'm so intimidating.
He's terrifying. But at the same time, you know, I mean, they were able to put up a terrifying performance for this one, all things considered. All on the east side, Kirexi will take MVP. It's just such a shame that I think it was Toby that removed him from his fantasy team. Isn't that a shame?
Oh, I'm just so sad.
Oh,
I hate it whenever the person that's presently in first makes mistakes in their fantasy roster.
No, less about that. Just Toby having a hard time. Anyway. We got ourselves a match leaderboard. 19 points in first place. Day Trade will get themselves 13 points again, so they are keeping themselves in contention for first place.
Yeah, I don't know what Day Trade cooked up during this week between the two, but they are feeling so much better. I mean, we did see T5 also have a great group stage. Hasn't had the same similar results as we've gone now into the final stage.
Yeah.
But Day Trade is just on an absolute tear right now. They're finding successes in situations that they shouldn't. We saw them play salvage with a boat inside the last game.
Yeah.
This last time is how they maneuvered in specifically trying to sneak up into Luna. They're the ones that managed to take them down. Just well played over and over again.
It's interesting because first place would basically guarantee themselves through PGS points into PGC, which means that their region will get an extra slot because currently they're qualified via their region at the moment. But here's the overall leaderboard. They're kind of, the 11 points behind as such here with 17 Gaming having now 82 up towards the top. But imagine if Day Trade was able to take first place at this tournament and then also carry that kind of competitive edge through to PGC as well. That would be such a turnaround here for Day Trade.
It's one of those squads that, everybody talks about, oh yeah, Day Trade, when they get to the international stage, they're so good. Oh, and they're like in the region,
I don't
so good. They're so good. They're so good. And yeah, I know it's like we've been looking for it, but we've never found it really until this stage. They had some stuff a couple of years ago, but Day Trade finally coming back into form. Yet again, FaZe in that game, how big it was, now in 6th place overall, finally getting some distance away from the rest of the pack that was kind of chilling in that 20 to 30 range. So now starting to get striking distance, maybe back up towards the top of the leaderboard because, it's how FaZe do.
Maybe. It's not too bad a start here. Again, we are not even halfway through our grand final here. So FaZe has definitely got an opportunity. Likewise, so do a lot of these teams. I think that one thing that was scary when we looked at the leaderboard just before, right, was that gap between the, I think, the 58-point spot of Cerberus, and then it was 30-some, right? So these teams have been able to catch up quite considerably in just this last game and make it an opportunity, at least, to be able to do some catching up here.
Yeah, and if you're on the right side of the leaderboard, this has just got to be go time. We're going to be moving into the later stages. The next game will be the halfway mark, so the longer you're just sitting back, but finding some type of success, you just have to make sure that you're executing it today. You've got Miramar, you've got yourself Rondo to go. Let's see how it goes.
All right, well, as if our Erangel circles weren't any difficult, now we move on to the wildcard match. Now we've got Rondo and Taego on the way, so we're going to go to that break. When we return, we have 4 more matches today here for the grand finals of PGS 6.
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
Follow my lead! Shut up! You can't even run properly! What the?
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. Pick up your Crafter Pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
PG's 5 champions, Twisted Mind! Every day, when it's in my blood, it's in my life. It ain't never day. We ain't never close to say one step into a rubber day.
Welcome back, everyone, as we head into our third game here of day 2 of the grand finals at PGS 6, and FaZe able to nab themselves a nice 9-kill dub.
It's probably the hat that James was wearing. It's a trilby. All right, it's not a fedora. Don't get it twisted. But no, FaZe absolutely needed that. I mean, it was something that, like we talked about, these teams that are in the running that were in that 30-point block that really kind of needed to have that one big performance to push them in the right direction. Obviously, Day Trade got it there in a big way. FaZe is another one.
Yeah, and when we talk about the separation, right, even though FaZe got a 19-point game there, find themselves now in 6th, they're still 32 points behind first place, right? But that is a much more manageable distance, a much more easier ground to cover when you're not so far behind. So string together a few more of those. Again, Cerberus as well, 58 points. Then it goes straight up to 71 to Day Trade. Day Trade had a great game for themselves as well as they were fighting. They got 3rd place with 8 kills when they approached that hill that Luna was occupying. And Luna as well, another team that really needed to start to put something together, found some points.
I mean, everything played out just about perfectly for Luna Galaxy in that game as far as, getting to that high ground, doing the 2-2 split, being able to hold off the hot drop from Falcons, the E-pickup drop from Falcons, and then just cleaning up, doing what you're supposed to do when you take that spot. They did exactly what they needed to. So, again, it has been a tournament to forget so far for Luna.
Yeah.
But, like you said, one big performance. That's all it takes to start getting that snowball rolling in the right direction.
Yeah, speaking of big performances in the team, we kind of expect a lot from as we head into our third map of the day, which will be Rondo. Is KDF so far have kind of been quiet. I mean, you could say, sure, that last circle, Millie was kind of silly, but yeah, KDF, I'm kind of expecting to start a little hotter today than they have, especially with the sub in from Beam.
Yeah, when you make a roster move like that in the middle of the grand finals,
quite literally,
you're kind of hoping that it's going to have a payoff, and so far, not much paying off from that. So we'll see what happens this game. I know that there's a lot of D+ fans that are a lot of Soul fans that are really rooting for the Freaks to kind of pull off a miracle here and finish 3rd or higher and guarantee them an additional spot at PGC. But still got a lot of games left to play, Godspeed.
Yep.
Still a lot of movement.
A lot of opportunities still. It's absolutely not over, but looking at Rondo, I've been fortunate, at least I've been lucky to cast some Eastern circles on this map.
Yeah,
right?
I got a good one.
The one yesterday when Toby and I were casting was real fun. It was in an area that I don't think we've ever seen an ending before, so I am hoping for something similar. I would love to go just hard north to where FaZe and FW currently live, because I don't think I've ever really experienced much of the terrain up there.
Well, not late game. I feel like I've been through there, dropping,
messing around,
messing around, or just avoiding early game hot drops. But yeah, I don't think I've seen anything up there.
Okay,
well, there you go.
These.
We take those too. It might not be all the way north, but it is very far east, so we are going to get to see a little bit more of those dusty dunes up in the northeast here. As Gen G, despite how split up they are, I guess they have. I guess we could say they have Pario on the center.
Yeah, for now. I mean, talking about this current circle, so we did have experience yesterday, Toby and myself, and we were able to see like a lot of the valleys. We saw how smooth a lot of those hilltops are, which caused a lot of issues for the teams that were coming in, rotating, even for some of the teams like Twisted Minds, like 17, who were coming into the late game trying to find some footing in that circle. So it's interesting to see if any of those teams, seeing the circle now pop, are starting to already think about some of the positions that they either got punished in or they found success in.
Worth noting yesterday, especially now, considering where the circle has gone, that this was the game that 17 got a victory. And you had TSM, FaZe, and Twisted Minds finishing 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So you see FaZe already up there, 17 already on the move, Twisted Minds in a little bit of a scrap and tested. But let's hear what Tosi has to say about this tournament.
Mid-game interview time, and now we're having Toshi from GNG. So you're now ranking middle actually after our 8 games in the finals, and are you going to take any more aggressive approach or any other strategies to share?
지금 8개 매치를 끝났는데요. 그래서 지금은 팀이 전체 정위권에 있습니다. 혹시 앞으로 어떤 전략이 갖고 있는지 궁금하네요. 조금 더 공격적으로 나갈까요?
일단
일단 중위권이지만 좀 기죽지 않고 좀 더 과감하고 공격적으로 나가서 경기에 임할 것 같습니다.
Now when we are in the middle, so we will have to play more aggressively to get higher points in the aftermatch.
Love that passion, and that's our interview. See you in the next one.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And yeah, definitely worth repeating that as of right now, going into this game, Tosi, your damage leader in the lobby. I don't think a lot of people would have picked that one. So good work by him so far, and we'll see if Gen G can capitalize a little bit more off of that great performance.
Yeah, especially because he's also their IGL. So I mean, that's impressive in and of itself. And I'm glad he brought up that point because we've seen kind of Gen G in these positions where they are in the center of the circle, but they're really not garnering as much points as they would like. So immediately recognize that in the interview saying, you know what, we're in the middle a lot. We need to spread out. We need to get more points. We need to get more kills. So curious to see if that's going to happen here because once again, they're in the position where Poro, they're in the middle of the circle.
Yeah, I'd say it's one of those weird situations where you feel like they're doing okay. I mean, they're 7th place right now, but that's almost 40 points out of first. I mean, that's just how good these guys at the top are doing right now. Now, fortunately, 17, maybe they'll slow down. I don't know. You can't count on it, can you? I mean, they just finished 2nd place with 6 kills in the last game, so it feels like 17's on a mission right now. And if you're gonna overtake them, you got to bring something special.
Yeah, this lobby has been interesting in and of itself with, again, the teams that didn't qualify, the teams that, that's a rock. That's new to this patch. Teams that didn't qualify, the teams that are here now, it's kind of thrown a wrench in what we would normally expect in a grand finals lobby, right? But even some of the teams that we didn't expect to get here are performing admirably, even better than admirably. Daytrade, definitely one of those teams. Gen G, I would argue Gen G as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, hey, 7th place is nothing to be ashamed of by any means. FaZe tried to do a little scouting. Unfortunately, Theraton 5 in the spot, but the spray from Ranger X isn't going to be enough to get the knock, and he's just got to get on out of there as quickly as he can because the rest of the FaZe gang has arrived. Unfortunately for him, it does not look like they'll have the angle.
Oh, and T5, another one of those teams that actually have been somewhat quiet so far. They had a banging group stages, but now, coming into the grand finals, it's a little more quiet for them. But again, middling in the leaderboard currently. See if they can start to string those points and those wins, or even just the placements together. Is now Falcons just a disaster of a last game with a good start to the grand finals. Need to make sure that they're actually getting some points in these games because they do not want a situation where they just slip away and have to watch the rest of the leaderboard climb above them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you did catch a brief glimpse of T1 in that E-pickup. They're going to be sending it right across the center of the circle, so they should have their pick of places to play. Now, that being said, there's already quite a few teams over there, already quite a few prio spots taken. As you see, Luna Galaxy and New Happy a little bit close to each other. Looks like Zakraken might be getting out of dodge just as New Happy arrives, so good ears on him. Go ahead and retreat for the time being. A lot of teams still, though, way off in the distance. See Daytrade rotating, TSM late rotating, TDT just kind of just now arriving, but only with 2.
Yeah, in the circle, we kind of saw what happened to the teams yesterday who came in late. They just got stuck on the edge, Poro. They really did not find any sort of foothold. They got caught between multiple teams, and so normally it's okay to come into a circle late, but you also have kind of that river cutting off the west side a little more than you would like. See Falcons currently moving into that position. Cerberus, though, this is a similar rotate they took yesterday, coming in on the south side. And they might hear a fight happening off between Luna and New Happy at some point and probably be looking to third-party that.
Let's see FaZe and Gen G flexing a little bit here, maybe shooting out the windows if nothing else. But looks like everybody's pretty content with the compounds that they are, but oh no, Falcons, after that bad game last time, they're running into a very split Twisted Minds, but it doesn't matter. Example going to find that opening knock on a Flood. And can Falcons recover here, fighting around all this mountainous terrain?
Yeah, this is an awkward fight for sure. I'm not even sure they're aware of Batulins now looking to get an angle onto this one, and Roth will get the knock onto Lou, but it'll be traded out immediately by Example.
Ooh, Example doing big work right now. That's a second knock, and now Batulins will find Snakers. It's all down to Rello. Rello does at least get the flush onto Lou, so that's 1 point, but I mean, Falcons, again, just early game, run into the wrong spot at the wrong time, and unfortunately they're going to lose pretty much everybody. Twisted is down Lou, and that's not ideal either, but Falcons in a spot where they need a lot more help than Twisted Minds does.
I think the problem here for Rella is just to get out, but meanwhile, Gen G is entangled here with FaZe. They have had one knocked out. Yeah, this is not a good start. We're talking about getting center and spreading out and getting kills. The opposite is happening for Gen G. It's just Adder now just going to commit to the res onto Barpo.
I mean, this is actually kind of huge for FaZe, though. I mean, we talk about the momentum after you get that win in the last game, and now all of a sudden, remember, these guys were in compounds just right next to each other. There was no real reason for them to push, but FaZe gets the knock, or they see the knock come through. I know 17 is kind of third party on this, but they immediately push off of that. They realize that they're in an advantageous position, and they're feeling confident. They feel like pushing, and so far it's working out in their favor as Barpo will go down to the blue zone grenade, and all of a sudden it's just down to Adder.
Yeah, and we've seen what FaZe can do when they have the confidence, when they start to string things together. Adder just a couple HP away from being knocked and finished to that blue zone grenade in the distance. We see Roth and Rilla go down. Falcons will fall in 16th, but looks like Gen G is going to follow them shortly here.
Yep, just got to get back in the lobby, reset, get ready for Tago. Adder has flashbang in hand. He's waiting to hear the footsteps push in. Jeems, though, not even going to waste any time. Beautiful look from the window, and that'll be it for Gen G. And FaZe turning things up here in day number 2.
That is what you like to see.
A little scream coming from the audience
hear it,
there.
man, but the players just pop off after these kills, and it is a pleasure to hear as we now see a UAV coming out from Banana 1. FW currently scouting towards the center. This is actually happening right in between FaZe and T5 as we get a shift, and this is looking eerily similar to yesterday's game.
Sure is. 4 a.m. and TDT right on top of each other, and they're going to open up with a knock onto one of the players from TDT. The smoke wall's coming down. We'll see if they can maybe go for the res. The rest of TDT, though, they're still arriving from that south side. So 4 a.m., a little bit split right now. It looks like they might try to be pull everybody back together here, but will it be in time? Meanwhile, FW and Luna Galaxy also very close to each other towards the center of this circle, but I think Luna Galaxy should avoid this, and they're going to aim for a spot towards the center. Meanwhile, Banana 1, he's just got an overview of everything.
Yep, and he's going to take some shots to Luna. But I'm kind of worried about Luna. This is the second time they've kind of been playing with fire, getting dangerously close to some of these teams, and then just having to reconsolidate. For the time being, they do at least have something to play for now. Banana 1, as we said, yeah, he's just going to hop out of that, rejoin his team here, dead center. This is going to be a hard spot for them to hold, though. I mean, they're in a bowl.
It's not great. He's keeping eyes on that glider to see how far away it goes. But meanwhile, TDT has been sufficiently dismantled by 4 a.m. They are down to just Ziu, who managed to escape and retreat back to the city of Mehran. As you can see, HSM still taking shots at it from a range. But yeah, he's going to be on solo dolo duty right now. But there's a lot of teams still left on that south side. So he's going to have to find a spot to play pretty quickly. And look at this, Twisted Minds coming in at the perfect time to snake Wang Zaya out of there from 4 a.m. So 5 kills now for Twisted.
Yeah, and I'm looking at that south side. You were talking about Day Trade now coming in to the southwest of TSM, and TSM just right on the doorstep of New Happy. That could be a third-party opportunity for Day Trade, who, again, have been playing so well from the edge, coming in late, making sure they're the last team in, and then working forward, getting those third-party situations and controlling their edge. This has been such a joy to watch them kind of make this evolution and make the consistency happen for themselves. But yeah, TSM have to be careful, especially if they engage in a fight with New Happy with Day Trade on their backside.
Yeah, looking at the map, if you have that map stream open, you've kind of got this road that's bisecting that circle from northwest to southeast. And all of our teams, with the exception of Theraton 5, Kwandong Freaks, and T1, are south of that circle. So I guess a lot of people either just found compounds or found positions, or maybe they've just been looking at heat maps that make them think that this circle is going to cut back down towards this south side. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. on the move. I think they know exactly the compound that Ziu is in. They're going to go for it. But meanwhile, FW and Luna, the fight continues. And right off the bat, the trade comes through. Posa going to go down. And now Ray, actually, no trade. It's another fight going on in the kill feed. Meanwhile, FW gets the shots onto Zakraken, but not the knock. And they're just going to take what they can get and pull back.
Actually surprised FW didn't pour over and just get that last knock on a Kraken. The rest of the team wasn't in range, and he was in an open Hillside, but I guess, you know, lucky for Luna, they'll keep 3 alive for the time being. 4AM now continuing their push onto multiple teams. TDT, the last member of this team. ZYU, can he survive? Nope, they'll finally get rid of him. And 4AM, again, continuing the aggression, finding some success this game.
Well, 4AM, they were throwing all the utility that they could find in over there, and they didn't even care if it was their own utility that was hurting them. You see the new circle will pop, and it's going to center up once again on Luna Galaxy. So looks like they should be content with hiding out in their compound for right now. They know that FW is just above them. But yeah, you can see on the screen, Freaks on the move, and they're running right into T1. We do have an E pickup in the air, but it looks like that might have been TSM, and I don't think they're interested in taking it.
Nope, not at all. As we see them starting to creep towards the other split of New Happy on the east side of this edge. And as you said, T1 and KDF are about to fight. This is still also happening outside of the circle. You do have a few members of T1 inside on the west edge, but you have Ian now anchoring for them in that current position. Meanwhile, in the center of this circle is still Luna Galaxy holding strong with that 3-man. And now Twisted and 17 as well starting to make their approach into that edge.
Oh, TSM pulling up on the 2-2 split of New Happy. And yeah, those guys, they heard it coming, immediately hop in the vehicle, and they're going to try to regroup with the rest of the squad. Shots coming in from TSM in trailing, but no joy, as they will just go ahead and take the compound for themselves. Now, there are still some places to play here towards the center. You see Freaks, after avoiding T1, they've sent Human in Heaven. They're starting to creep over in this direction towards TSM. Haven't spotted out just yet. FaZe, meanwhile, they're getting wrapped up with 17 on this northwest side. Jeems kind of been left behind, keeping eyes on Theraton 5.
And Theraton 5 have some decisions to make here as far as how they want to approach this. I'm still kind of glued to the south side and seeing what's going to be happening with Day Trade, but 17 just split here between FaZe. You see Zhao Bei trying to find a nade or trying to find a knock to open up this fight, but FaZe really not giving them anything.
Yeah, neither squad here with full strength it's a 2v3. Although it looks like Jeems has now arrived, he will provide some support from that high ground. FaZe, though, again, as you said, not really wanting to overcommit to pushing in, but Zhao Bei going for that low flanking angle to see if he can spot somebody when they're not looking. You see Lil Goes keeping eyes on this from far as we get a little bit of a replay here of how FaZe dispatched of Gen G.
Yeah, you can see the frustration.
Yeah, they're not too happy about that one. Well, ZP Yan did some damage over here onto TDT as well. So 4 Angry Men, they got some points for their trouble, and they still have 3 alive, even though they have lost Wang Zhai. And Zhao Bei. You hear the shots. I'm not even sure if that was FaZe. No, that's coming from Twisted Minds from the south.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have been set up on this western edge here for quite a while. And as we know, they're going to take their time. And FaZe now, Fex going to open this one up. Zhao Bei going to be the first to fall for 17. And you know Twisted Minds is going to want to get involved in this as FaZe is now starting to push the pace.
Beautiful little blue zone flank from FaZe there. And they'll start things off with the 2 knocks. Can they get the last ones? The smoke wall being laid down by 17, keeping him alive a little bit longer, but it's all going to come down to Zhao Wu as he is going to be eating some blue zone damage. Correxy will take, oh no, nice shot from Zhao Wu, will find Corexy, but there you go. He's going to get taken down by Perfectix as once again, Twisted Minds just in the perfect place at the perfect time.
Yeah, but more importantly, looking up to the north side, FaZe has 2 knocked, and T5 have realized that this is their opportunity, if any, to get control of this side and then start to make their way in towards FW and towards that circle.
Oh, Jeems and Gustav trying to do the most, trying to see if they can get their boys back up. But Corexy looks like he's going to go down to the zone. Yeah, Fex should get back on his feet. But yeah, Theraton 5 just in perfect position to push over the top of this. But the smoke wall is slowing things down. They've spotted out Jeems. I don't think they know about Gustav and Fex, though. As actually, no, Gustav's down. So both of them are down. It's all down to just Jeems. As he's just going to hide in that smoke as long as he can. We'll get the knock on to Patampong. But can he do anything else? We've seen Jeems pull off some heroics in the past, but this is asking a lot.
Yeah, and ultimately this is just slowing down T5's rotation. They need to get rid of FaZe quickly so that they can start to focus on getting in the circle. This is all still happening outside on the edge. You can see the blue starting to push them in, and so, again, it's either get rid of Jeems now or just leave him behind, keep someone on the anchor position, keep track of him, and just find your way into this circle as Luna now and Cerberus currently holding out. FW, actually, fortunately, even for T5, have opted to go into the town that Cerberus currently occupies.
James just doing his best to waste their time as we see a little bit of a replay of that fight with a little bit of guest appearance there from Twisted Minds, who have now disengaged off of this and headed back down towards the south. They still have a nice little edge spot to play as we now check in with Day Trade playing along that roadside. They've got 4 a.m. just ahead of them. We'll see if Nurens can hear them coming or get a read on where they are. But you see what the terrain is working with around here. A lot of hills, a lot of stuff to hide around here. So we'll see how it plays out. Meanwhile, Kwangdong Freaks, TSM look like they want a piece of this as they're going to come in with that hard, the utility sparking the grenade, going to land right on top of Heaven as 2 knocked now for Freaks. And TSM, look, they smell blood in the water. They are not going to let these guys off of this one easy.
No, not at all. And it's just a duo of TSM. They're actually split. Kurt will go down, though. That is a little dangerous.
Oh, 4 a.m.
And 4 a.m. we'll realize with the mortars. Yep, they're sending it to. They're actually going to get the knock and the finish. Bobo and Bean will finish off Purdy Curdy. You have 2 members of TSM still on that eastern edge. And now they're currently being held out by New Happy. This is starting to be dangerous. It's starting to maybe fall apart for TSM.
Oh, Bean once again the last guy alive, and he is tanking some damage there, but the last mortar will do it, and that'll be Freaks out in 12th place. As 4 a.m., they started heading over in this direction, but Cerberus flexing out from the compound, from the city, get a little bit of a flank angle onto them. Twisted Mind's going to lose Perfectix, going to lose Example. It's all down to Batulins, who is heading right into 4 a.m. territory.
Yeah, and as is T5. They're just rotating in between all of this, so Batulins will find a moment of respite, a spot to play. Nope, I lied. It's going to be 4 a.m. driving right around him, and then Bobo is going to find him. Batulins will go down. T5 now will have to contest with TSM, who have pulled themselves back together. It looked a little sketchy, but they managed to consolidate without too many issues from New Happy.
He had Alo on mortar there for a second, and it looked like T5 might be in a bit of trouble, but they come over the hill and they find a beautiful little car fort and deployable cover just waiting for them. Never mind thinking about how those guys died there. But
pay no attention.
yeah, I feel like Captain Kurt is giving Alo the directions on where to send this one, and T5 might be in a little bit of a spot here if they're not careful.
Oh my
Ranger
goodness.
X gets almost taken down. Do they have any more in the tank though?
I'm not sure how many mortars they have, but that is about spot on as you want. It was about 150, I think, so he's going a little shorter there on the distance. As you can see, Sparky now trying to set up on the hill to give him or feed him as much information as possible. The second mortar now is going to fall with deployable cover, and it lands right in between T5.
Oh my goodness, everything's falling from the sky right now. Mortars, deployable covers, the trees are even dying here. James is going to get taken out by Heisaki, so FaZe will go down in 10th place. And how many mortars does Alo have left in the bag? They are still landing here, though. Goodness gracious, T5, they are dancing and staying alive through this onslaught.
And you saw 4 a.m. start to peek over to see what was going on. What's all the commotion about? You have so many mortars landing on the side, deployable cover. Yeah, but this is good for T5 as long as they can survive the mortar onslaught, which I think at this point TSM is almost out of. They have so much more cover to work with that new utility grenade, which is just, I think, one of the I wish it was on all the maps. I love that utility.
Oh, fingers crossed. Maybe we get it soon, but T1 now with their backs up against the blue. Type still eating a little bit of blue damage here. Luna Galaxy just giving them all they can handle. And now Cerberus actually having an angle on the back of Haven, so he's going to have to move once again. You see Type how much damage he's taken, but he is trying to do as much as he can to keep his team alive while they go for that res. They do get it off. So Ian back on his feet. T1 back up to full strength.
T1 have done a good job of consolidating in some of these fights. When they lose members, they do tend to get back on their feet fairly quickly, as they're going to lose Type all the way in the blue. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get that one unless they wipe Luna Galaxy quickly. And Luna Galaxy now starting to make their push on the opposite side of this ridge.
Feels like Type was kind of donating himself over just to make sure the rest of his team could survive a little bit longer, and it works perfectly. But Type has just been a huge, huge impact player on that squad, so it hurts to miss him for this late game. We'll see where they decide to go. TSM, meanwhile, lose Kurt. They lose Halo. It's all down to Sparking. And T5, they still have all 4 players left alive in their deployable fortress, as it were, at this point. Cerberus, they've been hanging out inside this city. They're 4 strong, but they've got to leave here soon.
Yeah, Cerberus have done a lot of damage to the teams that have rotated on the west side. They pretty much dispatched of half of FW before they were able to recover. You can see Tonke trying to find something to play, but it's going to be Day Trade on the opposite side, sandwiching. It's an SEA sandwich right there onto FW. You also have 4EM currently sitting in the southwestern edge of that circle, trying to find angles on this. And then New Happy on the south also looking for some sort of opening to just get rid of the teams on their southwestern edge so they can start to focus on the teams in front of them.
Look at this. Tonke going for the hero play. Going to pick up Raze, get him out of there, try to rejoin the rest of the team, maybe get the revive off. Unfortunately for them, there's just nowhere for them to go. I mean, they're going to go for the send it for the same rock, but Cerberus has already sent one there, so HiMass in perfect position. As you see, 6X comes around the side as 4AM is beaten and bruised. Can he find the last one? Luna Galaxy still in it as well. They've got long-range vision, and Vinny going to find him. 5 kills now for Luna. You talk about a team rolling a good performance into the next game. Luna's delivering.
This is exactly what they need, and so far so good. They're going to have to rotate now towards the east side. On the south, you still have T5 there, and don't forget about Sparking, the solo player. Meanwhile, though, Day Trade have found their opportunity, but it's going to be New Happy to ruin it for them as they are just using this road ridge to perfection.
New Happy coming alive again the late game. Belmont, the last player up for Day Trade, and he's doing some damage as he gets a knock on HSM. New Happy, meanwhile, all 4 players left alive under 0 pressure. They have a beautiful ridge line to work with. Nobody looking in their direction. They have all day long to take shots at whoever they spot out here. Finally, HiMass will find an angle onto him, but ZP Yan will go down to Sololzi. So that is 4 AM out. Belmont still alive for Day Trade. There you go. He's going to get spotted out by Ming Ming. Sparking, the last solo player alive for TSM, as Cerberus have turned their attention off to the north to deal with Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, good decision. Just take the fight in the north first, and then once you clear that, then you can focus on the teams in the south. There's no reason to split your members between 2 different fights on opposite sides of this circle. And so Luna Galaxy still fighting back, though. Did have damage and a potential knock, but no, just like that, it's going to be Haisaki and HiMass to just delete Luna and send him back to the lobby.
This has been a problem for Cerberus all day, keeping Haisaki alive to the late game. He has just been going down so early, and you can see what a difference it makes when he is there, and he can be a shotgun rider here for HiMass, as they are 4 up on complete control of the north here. T5 going to try to clear out what's left of Sparking and TSM, and they will do so. Patampong will be the one to do it. 2 kills now for T5. They have control over the east, so it's a 4v4v4 end here in the craziest part of this map.
Yeah, this central position, Poro, on this hill is quite smooth, quite open, so to speak. Still, though, T5 has that ridge. They have so much cover. We talked about the deployable fortress, as you called it, on this area, so they don't necessarily need to take too many risks here. It's really going to be up to New Happy, but you know, as soon as New Happy starts to incur knocks, they start to take the fight. That's going to be Cerberus coming in the third party. They move the cover. They actually knock down Fluky.
They get Fluky, but they take the knock on the Xiaozi in the meantime. So T5, they have a little bit of an opening here to try to push, and look at Cerberus. They hear all this. They see this going in the kill feed, and they're starting to take position here. See if they can maybe get advantage and catch T5 by surprise from that high ground. Meanwhile, New Happy, they've got everybody back on their feet, but they're still outside of zone. They're still playing around on that ridge line. The smoke wall's coming down. And Cerberus, they're still starting to head over in this direction, but maybe not as aggressively as we were expecting.
No, but they have taken complete control of the circle. This is a fantastic play coming from Cerberus because they don't want to peek over too early. They still need to see a couple more knocks before they completely commit, but now you see Duckmai, you see Solozzi starting to make their way over here. New Happy have managed to found a corner in the circle, but T5 is still fighting back. AZ will fall first.
Patampong landing big shots once again. As Ranger X, we saw him pull off some magic in the group stage, and look at that, New Happy is down to just one, and Cerberus coming over at the perfect time as well. Ranger X, the last player alive for T5, one up for New Happy as well, as he's gonna spot out Non, so Theraton 5 will secure second place. Will he say, well, do you go down to blue here, Cerberus? He's gonna spot him, gets him low, he's gonna go down to blue, and Cerberus get the victory.
Taking that early game compound, funneling all the teams away from them, and then when the teams did crash like FW, they took care of them and then just played the north side. I love the decision not to split between New Happy and Luna, just go straight up towards Luna. Everything at that point played out perfectly to their hands. That was a phenomenal game from Cerberus, and they still managed to pick up a healthy amount of kills.
No, it's a beautiful play, and actually, as you mentioned, a great call to focus everybody onto Luna and to not take a single knock in the process as well. If they take a knock there, they might open up the door for New Happy. But either way, Cerberus gets a big victory here on day 2 of the grand final.
Easy peasy cleanup for the three-headed Hound of Hell as they were able to just come along over the ridgeline, see what was going on between T5 and New Happy and say, oh, cheers, boys. That was nice.
Yeah, they were the beneficiary of, I would say, probably the most cover called in ever, and being able to walk in right into the thick of what was like 4 or 5 teams that were all intersecting in that position at different points. It was a very chaotic northeastern circle that we almost never see in competitive.
You ever been to one of those paintball like arena places where they do the inflatable big triangle?
Yeah.
It was like that. It was great. I was I was loving that little location, because actually, without all of that deployable cover, there was like 3 trees. So that would have been way less interesting than what we
A
saw.
dip on both sides of the road was it. That's all it was. And I found it funny because we saw more of the cover just keep getting dropped as more and more mortars just kept getting dropped on top of it at the same time.
Yeah, so it's, we had TSM obviously trying to kind of strike against Theraton 5 in that location, and we had a lot of mortars going the way as well of Kwangdong Freaks. Unfortunately, they fell victim to 4 AM. But again, with an area like this, you saw it as Ayla brought so many shells and mortars with him to try and dislodge those teams across the road. I think it's good. I think it's really good for teams trying to figure out these locations where there are dips, because obviously they're going to be a little bit more apprehensive about flexing out of the dips because they don't exactly know every single angle that's looking at them.
And we had a couple of very interesting things happen in this. Cerberus waited until the later stages of the game to become really alive. I mean, yes, they did have cover, but we've known Cerberus to be a bit more aggressive. Luna Galaxy, while we do see them go out there, also did manage to string together a couple of kills, later stages for them, so good follow-up to the last game, but everything just now started to move into this hillside and all of the cover that was over here. And you could just see, it was these 2 squads all up on top of each other. It was New Happy, T5, and then Cerberus is just like, hey, thanks for the victory. I appreciate it. Just a 1v4 at the end.
Yeah, I get why New Happy does it as well, though. I mean, like, their scouting yielded the information of the Theraton 5. They had people up on the hill, clearly. They had people in the dip. What are we going to do? We're going to try and divide and conquer that as quickly as possible. Just an absolute ram raid into that deployable covered area.
And hit one with Garwal. They did
work a little bit. However, you know, it kind of stalemates, goes a little bit longer, drags out, you take wounds, and then suddenly Cerberus is there to pick up the pieces. And so I don't mind the move by New Happy, especially since yesterday, yes, you got yourself 2 wins, New Happy, but it was very much off the back of some good compounds, some good positions, and then you didn't really do much more from that. So I appreciate the proactiveness.
And we also saw Day Trade playing in that same area. There weren't a lot of good positions that you could play down in the southwest for several circles, so it was pretty much send it into the only place that you could maybe make a play out of, and that's what you had to do. And yeah, early knock to kick it all off, but really it's just those 2 squads demolished each other, and the Cerberus was trying to catch in to see if maybe they could steal some kills and couldn't even get there in time.
About time Cerberus got themselves a win, right? I mean, they've not been doing bad by any means.
Yeah,
they're well up there and trying to compete here for that #1 spot, but it's good to see the win coming along.
Well, it's a different Cerberus. Usually we've seen a very hot and cold Cerberus, right? They get like 20 kills and then a victory, or they get nothing. So far in this PGS, we've been seeing them play a lot more, I guess, consistently, which, if anything, is pretty scary because we know that they still have their pop-off moments due at any given time.
Well, our numbers will look very similar to our previous rondo where we previously finished here. I think that the circle gods are telling us something. It's like, you think that there's only 5 circles? I'm down.
And we made a joke on the first day. We're like, we never see it go over into the desert. And then naturally, that's where it goes.
2 of them. And you get some very even numbers across the board here in terms of kills. Not a huge flashy game by any means by anybody, but Cerberus plays it steady, tested, and true in that compound and is able to flex out from there.
Bottom of the leaderboard, 4 Angry Men, finally finding some kills, getting some points out of this one. This is a very big game for them. Maybe they can start to get something rolling. We started talking about this is our halfway point. You got to start making something happen. So 4 Angry Men at least stringing a pretty good game together in this one. I won't call it a great game, but a pretty good one.
Sure, yeah. I'm curious as to whether or not the damage is enough for Haisaki. The damage difference is enough for Himas to overtake Haisaki for that MVP. 300 some damage, but 1 kill. I think probably Himas will take it.
3 knocks. Right? I mean, and 300 more damage. Okay, surely. Okay, let's see how this goes. And before it's Duck Mice somehow.
Yeah. The damage is just too much of a difference maker. So he will be the number 1 here for Cerberus. Because, I mean, it's Himas.
And once they finally left the compound, he was actually taking on 2 different squads. You could see that his team separated out. It was a 2-2 split, one to the south, one that went over to the west. And the southern side of it, he was sitting there spraying into squads, and then the other duo would bump into somebody, and he'd just like lean over, get a knock, and then go back into the southern fight. I mean, this dude is just scary.
There were 1 or 2 moments as we take a look at the match leaderboard here where I was thinking to myself, is anybody else just going to shoot at anybody other than Himas? Because we were musing over the idea of, well, the other guys are just kind of spotting people out, marking people, and then telling Himas, shoot there, Himas, shoot there.
The other 3 just emote wildly, go, look at me, look at me, look at me, shoot at me instead of Himas.
Yeah. No, shoot this way. All right, well, it's 84 points at the moment for 17 up towards top. Twisted Minds now just 2 points behind them, but just close to that as well. Daytrade, TSM, Cerberus. There is a little bit of a gap from there on out, but it doesn't mean that a single win can't get you up there.
FaZe been on a big climb today so far, finding a lot of points in it. New Happy's still going to be rewarded off of their performance inside the last game. T5 also just nipping right at their heels. Right side of the leaderboard still very compacted as well. As you can see, Genji is just going to be right back behind T5, but then we get the drop down again into just a mess. Luna Galaxy, Freaks, Falcons, T1, all up on top of each other.
Much needed points by 4 Angry Men, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Like, they find themselves 3rd last at the moment. Only 3 placement points. I want to see more of the Angry Men that we saw in some of that group stage. They were being a bit more proactive about their positioning, trying to find themselves good spots, and maybe they can do it here on Tago.
I mean, the last game was at least some type of motivation, right? You got some kills out of it, managed to string something. Can you do it yet again is the big question.
Definitely so. All right, well, we are getting ready to head to the Korean Peninsula once again. Just a few seconds left before we get into this game. So let's do it. It's time to Tago, baby, as we head on over to the casters for all of the action.
Thank you, James. It is indeed time to Tago, and boy, oh boy, is it starting to get close up there in the top 5.
Hey, you know, it was 3, now it's 5, but
could it be 6?
Boy, if it's gonna be, it's better be quick because that gap is starting to develop there. You see 20 points between 5th and 6th there. FaZe, despite, I mean, you feel great for that 9-kill win, but it's like, all right, job's not done, man. You got a lot of work still left to do. That's tough.
So we'll see what happens here on Tago. A very southern plane this time around, Poro, is our Tago circles have been actually fairly tame, I would say, all things considered, in group stages and now heading to the grand finals even yesterday. So we'll see what we have to offer. We obviously saw that disgusting display of circle ship, if that's a word. Circle ship. Circle navigations from TSM. That Tago game was about as perfect as you can ask any team to play. And also something to note about that, so TSM had a 19-point kill game, but we also saw Eternal Fire in the last PGS with a 20-kill game, and we've seen Twisted with a 20. There's been a lot of incredibly high kill games from multiple teams coming out of both PGS 5 and 6.
It sure does. Seems like Tago might be the one where people decide to really pop off here, at least it has been historically so far this tournament, last tournament. Maybe this time we'll get lucky as we see that circle center of favoring mostly south. I doubt we'll see too many teams opting to stay north. Falcons being over in Palace. Freaks going a little bit north, and T1 they're a little bit close on that to the river on that western edge, but they are just kind of taking everything on that western side. So it'll be interesting to see where these guys decide to go. Day trade really close to that center circle here is Hatter. Who knocked you? Who got you low, buddy?
Who hurt
Who hurt you? Oh, it's Day Trade.
Oh, Day Trade. Once again, make sure to visit PUBG Esports to check out the teams, separate perspectives, especially if you have a team that you love. Many of the top teams are currently being followed. But yeah, looking at the circle, most of the teams are actually already in. A lot of the circles we've seen yesterday, today, in the grand finals, you've seen maybe one or two teams starting in the center and then everyone else having to kind of manage their way in. Not so much the case this time around. It's only about, I'd say, 5 teams that aren't actually in this phase 1.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, what we saw TSM have such great success with yesterday was just kind of playing around that edge. And we've got an ideal circle, really, for playing that edge. But we got a chance to talk to Lil Ghost.
因为我们在 PGS5拿到亚军过后，然后中间也有很多的失误，然后在 PGS6我们做了汇总，然后在决赛的时候做了很多的准备，这是今天能打得不错的原因吧。在我们知道是跟 New Happy 2打3的决赛圈过后，然后其实我跟我的队友还是非常有信心的，但是对面的明明太厉害了，然后在关键时刻自己也出现了一些失误吧，压力比较大。 然后导致那一把没有吃鸡。
There you go. Respect where it's due there from Lil Ghost on to Ming Ming. But again, you know, we said it already earlier today. 17, it just feels like they have been due for so long, especially considering how much success they have and what good positions they put themselves in going into the final days of these tournaments. We just got to see them clutch it out.
I also think it speaks to their mentality when he says, we made a lot of mistakes and got second. He didn't say, we played well, we got second, we were so close. He's like, no, we made a lot of mistakes. We should have won that event, right? And that's the mentality he said that they went into VOD review for PGS6. They're working on their shot calling. And, I mean, again, they find themselves in the top 3. First place currently by 2 points, but still the consistency, as you're stating, from 17 is super impressive.
But I mean, that's just the thing this year, especially in 2024. You just can't seem to gain separation the way you used to. Even if you're having just the best tournament, there's always 2 or 3 or 4 teams that are balling out just as much as you are and that are right behind you. So you can't get that separation. You got to play through all 18 games. It takes all 18 to win this thing. So right now we'll see if Xiaobei can maybe start off a little something here on Tego as he is spotted out as ZaKraken, and ZaKraken, well, he's got a Panzer Faust.
I was going to say, that's a hell of a
thing to have.
Especially when you're getting pushed. But speaking of Panzer Faust, Ray's now coming into Day Trade's compound. Oh, and he just switched, but he's going to turn around. He's going to find Belmoth. Okay, so he's going to get the knock and flush. It's actually rare for Day Trade here to lose one early so far. They've been so good at keeping 4 members alive.
I mean, it almost feels like it's the curse of being in the center of the zone in a good compound these days, because, you know, we saw the same thing happen to Na'Vi, right? Like they got so much circle luck, quote unquote, for teams that are used to playing on the edge. It's almost unlucky because now you're getting it from all sides, and it's hard to defend, and it's hard to have eyes looking in every direction. So sometimes you just get taken by surprise, just like that. It's going to happen to Day Trade. We get those impressive grenade numbers from Varpo.
And also to speak on that with Day Trade, they're also in a huge city, right? So it's kind of hard to know exactly where someone is going to be, and it's so easy to share that city with 2, 3, 4 sometimes even teams. So yeah, that one's unfortunate for Day Trade, but they still keep 3 alive as TDT starting to get punished actually for a lot of those splits in early game positions that we talked about them doing so well to not get punished. It seems that, I don't know if teams have figured it out or they're just starting to slip a little bit, but TDT have lost quite a few members early in these last couple games.
Yeah, they've definitely come back down to earth. As see now Haven, he's going to go down. Good shots from James as Faye's going to keep it going after that victory. A decent performance last game, although going out in 10th place, they did manage to get 6 kills, and now they've got Luna Galaxy dead to rights as James will find another one. Vinny going to go down, and the rest of Luna just trying to get out of Dodge alive.
So they have found consistency. In the first couple games, Luna looked like they were starting to pick it up, but FaZe is going to put a big stomp on that as they're going to run with their tails tucked in between their legs now. And I just hope this doesn't become a situation where Luna just decides to start sending it, just find a position to play and hunker down as two, do the best that you can. And just above them is going to be 17 Gaming, and to their east, to no surprise, is Twisted Minds, taking control of pretty much the entire east side of the circle in Phase 1.
It's almost like a tale of two teams, really, with Luna Galaxy and FaZe both kind of struggling they're finding some success, but not as much as they would like. And then they both have really big games on that Erangel game. FaZe collecting a win and Luna Galaxy collecting a boatload of kills. And while FaZe has turned that good performance into another good performance and now setting themselves up here for another one, Luna just wasn't able to get traction. So we'll see what they can do with 2 from here on out. 17, as you mentioned, very close over there. And fortunately for Luna, they did not crash the compound that Luna ended up retreating to. So they should be safe for now.
I am curious, though, if 17 was able to spot out that it was just a duo that went to that compound. Do they have the information that it's just 2? Because if they do need to eventually... Right now their position is good, but if they need to eventually crash that compound or put some more pressure on it, they should know, or maybe they do know already, that it's just a duo currently hiding out in that center compound. So we also have now, it looks like Gen G. They're also central. They're taking shots from Day Trade, and it's actually going to be Norins to find Adder. They're going to stop right back down where they currently are.
Let's see if they can get that revive. It looks like they should pretty easily. Although Flash is very close here, but not close enough to really take the risk of running in for utility, I don't think. So I think they'll probably just hold the line for the time being. Looks like pretty much everybody has made their way into zone with the exception of Theraton 5, still all the way off to the north. Blue zone tickling at their heels. And Falcons hanging out in Palace, still north of the river, have not made the cross just yet. Now, how much that has to do with Freaks over by Fishing Camp or Cerberus over in the compound just to the south of that bridge, I don't know. We'll have to see how Falcons decides to approach this later on.
And I do kind of worry about Falcons coming in late, as you said, with Cerberus in a 2-2 split, and also KDF currently at that bridge. I mean, they have a path through, but even then they have to contest with T1 and a few other teams, or like the other split of Cerberus, and that could be a dangerous and precarious rotation for them, but we'll see what this circle does. I mean, we're still in Phase 1 too, Poro, so that's something to note. As you said, T5 just now barely coming in to the north side.
Yeah, we've seen Falcons have problems with that Palace bridge in the past.
Yeah, that's what... Oh, that's a...
Whoop. Hey, he's fine.
Calculated.
Good. Easy. Rest of T5 just a little bit behind, off to the west there, but they've got just all types of space to work with. Nobody on that North Island, as we mentioned, with the exception of Falcons, although the Falcons have hopped in vehicles, so it looks like they are waiting for this circle to pop. And where will it go? Back down to the south, just as we all predicted.
Well, the Falcons...
Hoped, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, anything wonky at this point. Falcons will be able to play that northern ridge line, we'll see, but KDF also starting to make their way towards that spot as well. FW now are driving close to the compound where that duo that is left of Luna Galaxy are, and it looks like they're actually just going straight in for a crash.
Oh my!
But it's going to be a Panzer 6-Fax. No, he blew himself up.
That's not what you want to do with a Panzer 6-Fax. Okay. He is not allowed to carry the Panzerfaust anymore for FW. And to be fair, Luna Galaxy had one just ready and waiting for him just in case. But fortunately, 6X did it to himself. But the grenade's still coming out here. Is Luna Galaxy going to hold off the charge as long as they can? And you see 17 just on the hillside off to the north. 4 a.m. also making that rotation nearby. Luna Galaxy just holding strong as long as they can. More utility coming out of FW. The smoke wall going to go down as it looks like they might be going in for the push. And Day Trade going to give them a little bit of a long-range help here.
Yeah, and the only reprieve is that the Day Trade has been kind of looking at this. Now the smokes are out, and so it looks like FW is trying to get that push. What a Panzer there coming out from Posa, immediately opens the door, and it's now just to the last member. And so Luna, at least, Posa once again being the anchor, the rock for the team of Luna Galaxy.
FW never want to see another Panzer as long as they live. That was just brutal stuff from themselves and from Luna. And fortunately, yeah, you can see, good eyes on Posa, good awareness to know that the 17 was on that hilltop above them. As soon as they dispatch FW, they make sure that the push isn't coming in from 17. So good for them. They will stay alive for now. 4 a.m. They'll find a compound. A little bit of damage onto Bobo, but he should be all right. Twisted Minds, as you mentioned, just off to their east. So much control over everything on that eastern side. Meanwhile, we saw Falcons were on the move, going to make their way across the bridge, but they took a couple of shots from Freaks and immediately pulled back. And as they pulled back, they may have run into Theraton 5, who have since pulled back as well. And it looks like they might be going out into the blue to come in from a different angle.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about when it comes to Falcons, but New Happy now getting into a fight with 17. That seems to be a recurring theme here for BGS 6. These two teams just cannot stay away from each other as Zhao Z now feeds the information to New Happy that 17 has crashed.
Just magnets pulling each of these guys into each other as Non will take a lot of damage but won't go down. So both sides bending but not breaking just yet. What's going to be the catalyst that sets this whole thing off? So far, the utility not really finding a home here as Xiaobei just going to send everything in his pockets over in that direction, but no luck just yet. Since then, all 4 team members for each have arrived. Guangdong Freaks actually have an angle on this. You can see the shots coming in from the west into New Happy, so that might be forcing New Happy into an uncomfortable position here.
They have completely split evenly between the north and south side of this compound. You can see New Happy currently sitting 3 strong in that building. It's just like fishing battle at this point. Who can find the knock with the utility currently? And both teams not conceding much, but you can see 17 is playing much more on the outside. And I wouldn't be surprised if this fight slows down a bit just because of the circle shift and the fact that they are now in one of the better compounds currently in this phase.
Well, that's all. It's going to slow down because of the circle. It's going to slow down because of the fact that they should know that they can't dance around on this compound with complete freedom, because there's going to be teams rotating past them that would love to be able to third party this if they can. Suju just taking shots through the windows, and everybody just kind of holding the line right now, waiting for somebody to be the first one to make a mistake here. You got 4 a.m. that's just off to the east. They were looking over in this direction, but instead they retreat back to their compound, so it might provide a little bit of space for them to move around, but you still see Guangdong Freaks off in the distance. They have to make their way inside of zone.
Yeah, and the best part of 417 right now is that nobody is on the hill behind them. They still have that to work with, so they don't have to worry about the angle behind them, but still, I mean, both teams being as active as possible, but yeah, like we thought, Paro, this has slowed down quite a bit. As now, looking at the rest of the map, Twisted Minds still just so much control, taking shots over at T1 in the distance.
Guangdong Freaks, as I said, we're off onto the west, but now they've got Theraton 5 right on top of them. You can see it in the picture-in-picture, and they have put themselves in a good position to gatekeep here, but that blue zone is collapsing. And don't think I didn't notice that Panzerfaust in your pocket, Xiaowu. If any of these New Happy guys come slipping, they might get a rocket to the face. Suju still just trying to peek for heads, and this is just
never-ending battle.
I don't even know what to say about this. I mean, how much utility do they got left in the bag at this point?
Well, how much ammo? Look at Little Ghost. He only has 56 reserve in that barrel, so I mean, the longer this fight drags on, I'm sure they can pick up some of these buildings, but you can kind of see the way the New Happy has been herded into that single one-story building. Mm-hmm. And so the advantage may be on 17's side, but still New Happy is holding those angles, cutting off weird ones as well, right? Kind of side-peeking these windows, making sure that they're not giving anything up. And finally, the first knock will come out. It's going to be Xiaobei on the Ming Ming.
Can't get the flush, though, as the smoke wall is going. Oh, and a trade coming through onto Lil Ghost as you see Salute and Fluky going into a fight as well. That's happening just off to the west, and Falcons have now made their way across the river. And there's the shots from Roth into Zhao Z. Almost gets him down, but won't be enough. As you can see, the Falcons slowly starting to flood in on the north side. Meanwhile, the kill feed is popping off as the Guangdong Freaks take out Theraton 5. I believe Pathampong might be the last player left up for T5.
It looks like a full reset, but this is a huge opportunity for the Falcons from coming in so late on the north side on the other island to now with the opportunity to get one of the better positions now going into this next phase shift. it's going to be still a better position for them to move forward. But Luna Galaxy now dead center of the circle as the duo post, so really saving their game.
It's going to be a question of how well these teams surrounding Luna have scouted out that compound. Do they know what is waiting in there? It's only a duo. We'll see what happens. Cerberus, meanwhile, on that western edge. They're engaged in a fight with TDT, but Gen G now arriving from the south side to third party onto this. And you've also got Patapong has actually just sent it towards the center of the circle, so he's managed to stay alive for Theraton 5 as the utility will come out from High Mass. See if they can finish off what's left here of TDT.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, this is such a crazy fight. You have these three teams so close to each other, but now we are moving back over here. It does look like there was a knock and curd. Xiao Bei will go down yet again as Little Ghost holding the angle. He has to be huge. He doesn't even find, no, he does find one, but he gets traded.
Oh, New Happy just playing around that wall so well, but Xiao Zed and Nan, the last two players alive, they are waiting for the inevitable push. Suju, though, is just dipping out. He's trying to escape, but look at T1 in the background. They heard this going on. Raining is coming over. He's going to see if he can find something. Zenith has an angle on it. Suju just playing around that wall. Will find Xiao Z. What a shot from Suju to keep 17 in this.
And T1, they got kind of crippled on the east side by Twisted Minds, but now this is the opportunity, Poro. This is their chance to get some points as a duo and then start to come down that hill. But now Quandong Freaks will pour over from the south side.
Guman will find the angle on the Raining as Zenith was pushing into the compound. He is in a 1v3. New Happy managed to get 3 players back on their feet and reset. But Quandong Freaks, they have the high ground. They have different angles. T1 will go down to Nan. And now Cerberus, we were in a fight with TDT. They had him dead to rights. They were 4 alive. All of a sudden, it's down to just High Mass.
And ZYU, it's a 1v1, and I love the rotation from Gen G. They actually opted not to get entangled too much in this fight, and now they've taken a position just to the south of where we currently see KDF. And so it's going to be ZYU. You said it at the beginning of the broadcast, has been a superstar for TDT, at least as far as this tournament is concerned.
He had an absolute banger of the group stages. They needed him to step up in finals. Maybe this will be the event that starts that rolling. Here's Guman going to take a few shots imparting at New Happy, but they will survive for now, although their reward is to push right into 4 a.m.'s line of sight, but they have a little spot to play inside zone. That is all you can really ask for here at the moment if you're New Happy. Meanwhile, remember, Falcons were on that north side. Yeah. They managed to send it in and get a little position here more towards the center. I believe they lost 1 in the process. No, all 4 still alive. So they've got everybody up. This could be a good turning game for them. Gen G, meanwhile, they have the high ground. They are right on the doorstep of the Freaks, and it looks like they now figured it out as they get the initial knock.
And you have to imagine here, all the teams of the Northwest are about to be embroiled into a bloodbath. You see Luna Galaxy still taking shots up on this hill as well. Heaven will find Tosi. KDF will get the res onto Bean, and so for all intents and purposes, KDF still fighting as well as they can, but New Happy now starting to come in on their backside.
So you're going to take a little shots from Day Trade, it looks like, and I love this from Luna Galaxy. Although they are down to a duo, still being very active, still shooting from that compound and making everybody afraid to try to push into there. As Nan will get the nice spray into Guman, gets the next guy low, but Heaven gonna find 2 onto Gen G with a well-placed grenade as New Happy comes to third party and Quandong Freaks is down, and now Gen G is next on the menu for New Happy.
And they finished that fight so fast that there really wasn't any time for Gen G to recover and really make the push up. As you see Mortars now coming in, Bobo is going to find the grenade onto Snakers. And Twisted Minds now about to get involved. And I'll tell you right now, the record between Twisted and Falcons this event has not been in Falcons' favor at all.
Pretty one-sided so far here as Flood will just tank the blue zone grenade for the time being. See if he can maybe get Snakers. Now Snakers is just going to go down to it, so Bobo will secure that point for 4 a.m. Twisted Minds, as you said, came over the top, but they are not going to extend overly. They want to make sure that they can just kind of third-party everything here. Rello with a nice spray on a Zepion, though, as Falcons, they might be in a bad spot, but they have a beautiful spread as Roth and Flood and Rello will all combine to contribute to get some more points here as the Falcons fight for their life. And Twisted Minds will now go down to Roth as well.
And so this is what we were worried about, Twisted Minds getting involved, but a nice knock. Roth does slow things down. Still 3 members up though as Twisted starting to make this push forward, and now New Happy Esports, why not? They're gonna get involved as Rello and Roth will take out both HSMM and Perfectix.
I mentioned the Twisted Minds. They had that Hilltops angle onto Falcons, and they weren't overextending, but then they sent Perfectix in and end up paying the price for it as FaZe will finish off Day Trade Gaming on the south side. FaZe down to 3, but they've got a lot of real estate to work with. TSM, though, now sending it into this direction of Falcons. Gen G has arrived in the Luna Galaxy compound. TSM now arriving in the Luna Galaxy compound. It's a 3-way fight for the compound, and Falcons still fighting for their lives.
And meanwhile, FaZe have taken complete control of the south side of the circle. They've realized what's happening. All these teams being condensed, all these teams being forced to fight. Example will take care of Ming Ming as they start to try to make their rotation in from the north. Now Falcons just down to 2. There is no way that they will get up Roth, at least currently it looks like. And then you still have the solo of ZYU all the way on the west side, but that compound is going to be insane now that TSM has arrived, and now they're the ones to gatekeep the other 2 teams of Luna and Gen G.
Twisted Minds tunneling down onto Falcons and New Happy for good reason, but that means that they don't see their backsides. They don't see that Fex has made his way over. Corexi is about to join him as well, and he's going to get the knock on the Batulins. Lou will get the knock on Rello. Flood now the last player left alive for Falcons. Can he survive and get a few more points as FaZe is coming streaming over the top to take down Twisted Minds?
FaZe can't overcommit to this. Look at their split. They are so wide, so they will do damage, and they'll make sure that Twisted at least incur some damage here, but like you said, it's just going to be down to Flood, currently trying to hold off the 2 members of Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, that fight's still happening in the compound. Kraken will fall to Barpo.
And he's going to get flushed as well, so it's down to just Posa for Luna Galaxy, although Gen G and TSM still inside that compound, so that fight could pop off at any moment here. Lou, Flood will find the spray. Rello still has not been flushed out, so it's a possibility that Falcons can get back up to 2 strong here. As example, the rest of Twisted Minds, I think it's an example, Batulins, they're going for a res onto one of the knock player. Batulins will get back on his feet, so that's Twisted Minds back up to 3 strong. AZ from New Happy will send it into the compound as well, as TSM has taken the fight over to Gen G. Tosi, the last one alive, with only 28 HP.
And I just want to say I love what FaZe did there. They didn't overcommit. Oh, it was a nade from Purdy. Of course it's a nade from Purdy. It's going to take out the last member. Flood will fall to Lou. Again, a Heat Seeker coming in from him, and Batulins will finish him out. But FaZe just recognizing that they didn't need to over-aggress. They have so much control. If they lost one there, that could have been a disaster. And now Relo, the last member alive, Lou will find him. What a tournament this has been so far for Lou, man.
Showing out in a big way for his squad as they manage to keep 3 alive. They finish off the Falcons before the blue zone has arrived. And Corexi now, the only FaZe player still really over in their direction. He is hiding amongst the care package drops as TSM trying to flush out the last player from New Happy. AZ just hiding in the corner, but they've got all types of utility. They're going to find him. Oh, Sparking didn't look in the right direction. AZ will get the knock. Can he get the flush as well? He can. Oh, that's disaster for TSM. But they managed to keep everybody, at least 2 players alive here.
That's unfortunate, though. You kind of saw Kurt's reaction. He's like, definitely lost one where it wasn't necessary. But still, as you said, 2 members alive, TSM, and with room to work with. So it's not over yet. But again, FaZe just an ungodly amount of control in this circle. As you stated, Corexi in that forward position. Now Batulin's going to go down to Gustav. And you have to imagine this one's all in the bag for FaZe.
I mean, what can you say about FaZe right now? What a performance from them so far here today. With 2 maps remaining, they are in a beautiful position to win this one, but they want to make sure. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Corexi has been hiding up there in those care packages, feeding information over to them. They know where Twisted Minds is. They know where TSM is. The entire game is laid out right in front of FaZe. All they have to do is reach out and take it.
I think this off angle from Corexi is going to be huge. If he finds the knock, if he gets one even.
He's going. He's pushing.
Yeah, this is going to be exactly what he needs. MG3 in hand. Why not? Just go. Oh, no! Batulins will find him.
Oh, that was a worst case scenario for FaZe there. Corexi spotted him, but just a half second too late, and Batulins takes advantage, but TSM still taking shots over the top. James will be the one that gets the knock into Purdy. Curdy, though, will flush out the kill as well, collect their 9th kill, their 9th point, 6 in the bag for James. Can he get some more?
What a performance from FaZe. Even though Corexia has fallen again, their plays up to this point have been so good. Even Corexia, I like what he went to do there, but like you said, he just barely saw Batulins late. And so they still have complete control of this circle. And it's just going to be Luke now for TSM. Yeah, on that side, Gustav going to find Lou again.
Those care package crates aren't that big, and unfortunately for Lou, his little feetsies get spotted out by James. Batulin's now just surviving in the bush as long as he can. He is outside of the circle, though, so he is going to have to move once again. TSM down to just Luke. He is inside of zone, but you can see he's got a little bit more room to work around here.
And smart from Luke. He doesn't even care about FaZe. He's just worried about Twisted. Yep, and wants to make sure that he gets second place. And then I wouldn't be surprised if he even went for the deny. And it's going to be Gustav that picks that one off anyways. 11 kills. And now Luke with a crazy task ahead of him if he wants to try to win this. Otherwise, securing second place was good enough.
They got to be careful about how they approach this, because if they give him a bunch of 1v1s, Luke can easily win. Feck's going to try to be the hero. He's going to go close. He's got support from range, and he's got a flashbang. Yet lead in with the flashbangs. Try not to flash yourself if you can, but he is just spamming these things right now. He does spot out Luke, moving in the high grass as he's just how many flashes? Look at him, he's laughing. You can see the smile on his face as Fex will finish him off, and FaZe gets their second win of the day.
Well, I asked Toby yesterday, what FaZe are we going to see? And he said flip a coin, and it seems like this one has landed exactly where it needed to be. Heads, tails, doesn't matter. FaZe is playing lights out today in the second day of Grand Finals.
They keep climbing, they keep adding points, and they keep adding teams into the contention as we were down to 5. I believe FaZe might make it 6 here as they collect their second win of the day and set us up for our final 2 games on Miramar.
Well, FaZe get themselves another victory here as they are popping off. Gustav, you impressed with that? You like that?
Yeah, that's pretty decent, you know. Next game, win again.
Yeah? Next game, win again?
I did say today we get 65 points, tomorrow 110.
Oh, all right.
110, 10 points per game? Oh, 20
James
points
is
per
here
game.
as well.
I know.
Why does he get the kill? He Panzer 2 guys? Oh, I don't know, man. Hey, you're playing like a demon again. What's going on? He's crazy. He's crazy.
Having fun? Dude, it is... James, I don't know what's going on with him, dude. He is just like... apparently whatever happened to the group stage just really pissed him off, and he's just taking it out on this whole lobby.
Yeah, they're loving this one. They are loving this one. They are on fire right now. Imagine, right? You come off the back of having a 10, 11 point day in the groups, and then all of a sudden, you're like, okay, now we need to play PUBG, you know?
No, I'll just get 9 kills by myself. No big deal. We'll just handle it. This was a pretty hard circle to handle, specifically as we got into the later stages of it. Not a lot of cover to had, but well read by FaZe. They got a high ground position as we're going to be progressing into this. And that's what's leading to all of this edge firefighting, is because everybody's realizing there's just nowhere to go in the circle. So 3, 4-way firefights galore just going to start breaking out, most notably due to the control areas that we have. It's going to be Twisted Minds in the east, and it's going to be Luna Galaxy holding down the compound pretty close to the center circle.
Well, regardless of that, we had all these teams trying to scrap up towards the top, and I mean, it is such a problem, right? Like, the fact that this circle shifts south, has that hill still available to them, you've just got to play for kind of scraps wherever you can. I was arguing that for all intents and purposes towards the end, between TSM and Twisted Minds, you should be denying points. But with FaZe now breaching into this top group as well, you should technically be denying them points.
I mean, FaZe, you're getting a ton of wins, you're getting a ton of kills. Do you really need to flash the last player that is up 36 times before you make sure to kill him?
He's never going to see again.
That felt so hard to watch because he was just like, just throwing the whole time. He was, after throwing 4, he was like, no, wait, guys, I got 2 more. Let's make sure we really get this one.
Yeah, he's legally blind now, unfortunately.
I mean, yeah. What are you going to do?
Oh, dear me. And so, not looking as good for Cerberus there. They were all smiles before in the past 2 games, but not so much in this one.
This is like one of the few times we haven't seen them be pretty consistent in their point totals, right? Finally kind of breaking out of that one. Not necessarily the best for them. Wasn't the worst game, but I mean, they're still in a good position, but that's kind of interesting. You'd think that Cerberus would still be just feeling really good right now.
Well, there you go. That is another win for the FaZe boys here. What a turnaround for them. 12 kills go their way with a 1.9k damage. New happy again. It feels like as much as, okay, yesterday, 2 wins, but really not much beyond that. Today, new happy, getting quite a bit on the board. It feels like they went away yesterday, kind of fixed some of the little jolts that they need to kind of make a difference with. So it's a good time for new happy, okay.
Meanwhile, the other 2 in Twisted and TSM just consistency, right? Later stages of the game, getting kills, not letting anybody run away with it, while we do have FaZe that's just kind of steamrolling back behind this, just picking up points and points and points. The top of the leaderboard is kind of settled down a bit, but I wouldn't count that out yet. We know that we're going to be going into Miramar. That just means the fact that a lot of very close range rotation is going to be big.
Almost 1,000 damage coming out from Jeans as well here for this one.
I just have to know at this point, like, what's his preparation for every single day whenever he's coming in? He's just got to be absolutely tearing it apart.
Are you really asking?
No, because I know what it is. You can probably check out his social. He'll be sure to tell you.
He's coming in on fire, is Jeems, in these past couple of days. It's going to be 6 kills as well as almost 1k damage here for Jeems. It feels to me, as much as this isn't the case, but it's like the carefree PUBG thing that I was talking about from Atherodon 5 as well as Twisted Minds. He's just coming in and absolutely rinsing in some of these games.
And like the guys, all of them are just smiles, having fun, just goof. Like you can see that like the entire team mentality is just kind of feeding off the chaos of whatever's going on right now.
Yeah,
they're loving it.
I'm gonna be real. I almost have to stop them from trying to kind of sneak into the analysis segments here. I mean, I couldn't stop Goose.
I mean, we had Gustav and Jeans just sitting here next to us at the start of this one. That should tell you how good they're.
They just want to talk to us and just like rib on us and do whatever they want to do.
You're like, keep on talking about how good I am a little bit longer, just right where I can hear it. Oh, it feels so good.
Well, the overall leaderboards, this means that they do now join that top pack to an extent. Of course, as Twisted Minds is at 94 points now, so they're trying to set themselves against the rest of that pack. But 77 points for FaZe Clan means, hey, I mean, they've already started off well today. They could get another win on the board. And the one cool thing about this for FaZe is that one criticism we had for a long time in EMEA was that they weren't getting almost any placement points in some of these tournaments that they were playing against their kills, which was substantial. Now at least we've got up towards that 30 mark for the placements here for FaZe, so they are evening things out.
What's really striking to me on this one is we know that Twisted Minds can just absolutely demolish a lobby. But look at the difference on placement points overall whenever we're looking. I mean, New Happy has 35, Twisted Minds 27, TSM at 38. Twisted Minds being this low on placement points at this stage is pretty surprising to me.
I mean, you say that, but 67 kills on Twisted Minds is
it is.
It is
but,
scary.
I mean, Twisted usually makes it in the late game, picks up wins a lot more than what's happening right now. I mean, I'm not saying they're bad by any means. This is just a different thing that's kind of going on with Twisted Minds, and it's intriguing.
That is the issue, right? It's if you can keep them down in placement points, okay, great. However, they're going to get a lot of kills regardless. And
just keep throwing bodies at them, right? Squad after squad, keep going in. You can't get placement points because they will pick up the kills.
I will say you came into day one of this final saying that one of the teams that you think could contest with them, maybe even shut them down in some of the scenarios, is TSM. They are in second place right now. I don't think we've quite seen many true engagements between those two teams, but yeah, they're doing well in the leaderboard.
And I think it's just because of the style difference, right? Whenever you kind of look at it, Twisted, I feel one of their big successes is just how well they keep teams at a distance, right? Whenever they get control over an area, it's about a 200-meter area around them that it just feels like you can't come close to touching. And I would say that TSM's best play is probably in that 150 to 100-meter range, or even getting closer than that. And so I'd like to see them kind of jockey against each other at some point this turn.
All right, well, we're going to go to a short break here, ladies and gentlemen, for PGS 6 when we return. I really wish I had a hand mic and just like attack these players as they're going past. Maybe one day. But for now, we're going to that break. When we return, we have 2 more games remaining today.
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a Schoolborn was new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash them all!
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. Pick up your Crafter Pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We are now over the halfway point here in the grand finals of PGS 6, and it seems as though a familiar face has overtaken first place. If you're just joining us, I am Godspeed. I'm joined by he is Porosaurus, and Twisted Minds find themselves yet again at the top of the leaderboard.
Surprising, absolutely no one.
Absolutely no one.
But what might be the surprise here, though, FaZe, 3 games, 47 points. They understood the assignment. And when it comes to taking a good performance and snowballing it and gaining that momentum, FaZe has proven to be as adept as anybody in this lobby. So we'll see if that now means that they can continue that with these final 2 games on Miramar. But, there's still other teams that have a say in this. 17, they don't want to see this thing slip away. We've heard it from them multiple times now in these interviews.
Yeah, and you also just pointed out right before we went live, New Happy has been very consistent the last couple of games, and they did manage to get some kills as well. It's not just placement points, so a lot of teams still fighting. As you said, FaZe with a great day so far, but some of the teams also behind them, like New Happy's catching up. Gen.G, again, starting to fall into the similar issue of getting center circle, but not being able to do much with it. Now, in that game, they definitely had to fight on that northern edge. We saw that mess happen between 17, New Happy, among others. So we'll see. But we are heading into the final 2 games of the day, and it is going to be Miramar.
And we are your 2 favorite Mira men who will bring you all the excitement from the Dusty Dunes, as they have been several times. I think Dusty Dunes is just, that's here to stay, right? Like,
yeah, why not? The grassy pastures, Dusty Dunes.
Yeah.
I do not subscribe to the Condo Rondo thing.
No, I don't.
I hate it.
No, that is just right out. That is
just toss that right out.
Yeah. Well, we'll see who can find some points here on, I would argue, a lot of these players' favorite map, at least in the West. I know these guys love this map.
Yeah.
So, yesterday, who found success on Miramar? It was a win for New Happy in round number 5, and it was a win for, it was a win for New Happy in round number 1, and a win for Day Trade in round number 2. But as you mentioned, New Happy, despite the success, despite the late game heroics that we've seen from them, not a lot of kills to go along with it. But last game, 10 kills. Maybe that's going to be the thing that gets things going in the right direction.
Yeah, they have the least amount of kills in the top 10 with 28, right? Most of the teams have at least 30, 40, and then the insanity that is Twisted Minds with 67 kills.
Unreal.
Currently in this grand finals lobby. But yeah, look at that. Okay, I'll take it away. I think I'm just a magnet for these really fun circles.
You are. I mean, we're going to miss you because it's going to be just boring, dead center, things that we've seen a million times before tomorrow, isn't it? But we'll take what we can get while we can get it. As Theraton 5, they've got a pretty big decision ahead of them as far as how they want to play this thing from dead center. And we've got a few teams that have got some decisions to make about how they want to rotate into this thing. As T1, we check in with, they're heading down on that southeastern side, knowing very well that Falcons is just to their north.
Yeah, and 4T5, I mean, there's a great hill to play to the east side of La Cabrera.
Oh,
that's generally where we see a lot of teams start when they do get that center position. And a stark contrast from the last game. Remember, I mentioned, well, at least in this circle, every single team seems to be in this at phase 1. Again, opposite here. You only had initially about 4 or 5 teams, and the rest of the teams now have to make that trek into the phase 1 circle. And this one is very northern. There's actually a lot of room for these teams to get in on that northern rotation. And because of the plane path, I imagine that we'll probably see some of that, as that's a flipped RB.
That is indeed a flipped RB. I'll check in with Twisted Minds. Currently in first place, 94 points. As you mentioned, 67 kills. No one even really in that same stratosphere right now. I mean, 18 kills above the nearest next competition. And in a rare kind of case for Twisted Minds, only 27 placement points. They've actually been having a hard time finding that late game.
Well, we're going to go to an interview with Gustav from FaZe Clan.
Welcome to the Make It interview, and now we're having Gustav from FaZe. GG, the second chicken dinner of today. You bounced so back fast, and how are you holding up?
So holding up pretty good. We always, some guys looking at me laughing. We always start pretty slow usually, and I always expect to come back. Just need to keep it up tomorrow,
okay, really. So sounds like you're so ready to keep going strong. Thank you very much, and we're back to the casters.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if FaZe could just do what they're doing today all the time.
I mean, look, man, just go back to day one of groups.
I'd rather not. I don't think they would either.
How brutal that was, and how just defeated and almost tilted they looked after going through what was arguably one of the worst group stage days I think we've ever seen from this squad. But to have the mental fortitude and to have the trust in each other to be able to turn things around after what could have easily been a tournament ruining day speaks volumes to just where this team is and how far they've grown, not only as individuals but as a collective. And I can't wait to see what they pull off here in the next couple of days. We've still got 2 more here today, but we got 6 more tomorrow before we are going to determine who the champion of PGS6 will be and who will be attending PGC in Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, and again, to bounce off your point of FaZe, I mean, that's the thing. They have been in that situation so many times where they have to come in from behind. So they're used to that, right? That is kind of the caveat to kind of struggling in the beginning, starting slow. They know what needs to be done. They know that they have the capability of doing it. And so it's just really coming together, whether it's VOD review, talking about the mistakes you make. And yeah, so this is why, FaZe seems to be that coin flip team. But they always make magic happen, man. Let me tell you, FaZe Sunday is a thing for a reason in PUBG.
Indeed it is. And, it's one thing to say, oh, yeah, just shake it off, move from one day to the next.
You got it, chief. Yeah, there's sport.
Yeah, you got a big guy. Like, just don't be tilted. It's easy, right? Well, it's not, and especially not when you're away from home. You're in a hotel. You're outside of your element.
For a month.
Can't really,
back to back at majors. Yeah.
So being able to pull that off, it's not just FaZe. It goes for all of these guys, right?
Yeah.
To just be able to keep playing at this insanely high level of competition for this long is really an impressive thing for all these guys.
It's just for all the teams, right? You just brought it up. Insanely high level is absolutely correct, as we see. He should be fine. He's just cruising down. But yeah, it's also just being able to adapt, right, from one event to another, back to back, and then not only have to make your own adjustments, but then you have to factor in the adjustments that other teams are making and then adapt on the fly. It is, I promise you, it is incredibly mentally taxing to have to go through that in back-to-back events with only a week break. So kudos to these guys for just troopering through it, man.
Saw 17 taking some shots there as Lou off in the background. They're kind of split off here. Now, Suju has a more centralized location, but the rest of the boys, you can see just making their way across this line, but they're cutting right through this Twisted Minds split. And you can see Perfecting's taking some shots over in their directions, but Tulin doesn't really have the angle, it doesn't seem. But either way, I guess Suju, good enough spot to hope. I'm not even sure if he got an opportunity to scout out this compound, and maybe 17 just sending. Oh, that's not the tree you want to hit. Oh, getting in a little bit of trouble there, but either way, 17, they get a nice little spot here towards the center.
Yeah, it is in a basin, but it's still a central position. A Mark 14 there for T5. I do hope someone finds that and picks it up. But another interesting thing about currently the way the teams are set up in the circle, they're so condensed in the center, as we've been seeing, again, a lot in PGS6, even in the group stages, but that just leaves so much room to play with in the north. And you have to imagine if this circle does shift to the north, it is going to cause rotation hell for everyone currently sitting around the position of where we see T5 currently.
Yeah, it'll be real rough. And Luna Galaxy maybe feeling that pressure a little early as they're taking an E-pickup from El Pozo, which is inside the zone.
That's kind of early, right? I feel like it's unnecessary to take this early. Hold on to that, see what the next circle does. But, I mean, at the same time, because of the way everyone's set it up, right, maybe this could be their only opportunity. I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, La Cabrera is completely open. Sorry to cut you off, but that just seems really early to me.
Yeah, it's a little early, but also not sure if they're even taking it, to be honest. So it looks like one of them maybe is a Kraken.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you got Cerberus up here on the northeast, and Falcons off to the northeast-er. right up against the wall.
Love that.
But this is. I mean, you can see it on the minimap. This is the direction that E-Pickup would go. Okay, Luna going to drop down from it. So maybe they were just using it to scout out the hills just off to the northeast of El Pozo to make sure that there was nobody there camping them if they decided to rotate through. So no harm, no foul for Luna, as we see New Happy starting to arrive into the zone on the south side by Power Grid.
I hope they have a second one, though, because still on the edge. But, yeah, they have such a clear rotation to the north side. New Happy coming in late, not the worst idea. Again, we talked about it earlier. When you come in and you're already going to be late to a circle, you might as well come in as phase one is shifting, and then that way you can make a much more informed decision. Usually rotate on the outside of the majority of the clump of teams in the center, and so it's pretty much exactly what New Happy is doing right now. But they have T1 right behind them.
I got to say, this is almost an aggressive rotation from New Happy to come into the direct south on this circle, considering that plane path and their very far south looting spot. And knowing that Twisted loots around Power Grid, I kind of feel like New Happy should have a read that's who they might be pushing into. But we'll see how it plays out. T1 also kind of just off to their west, so they're coming in from the south side as well. Maybe they might run into each other. Meanwhile, Guangdong Freaks, they have water treatment kind of to themselves, a little 2-2 split with a magnet compound just off the southwest
whatever you want to call
water
it.
treatment. Yeah, I mean, magnet almost feels like the most
I think that's
appropriate.
proper. I agree.
Yeah. And well, not this time.
No, well, I mean, still kind of, right? But still somewhat in. But now the position of T5 and 17, we saw them take that kind of shanty town in the basin. They're going to be happy about that, as well as Twisted. But look at now New Happy starting to rotate into the south side of Twisted Split. It's going to be Example mainly that had to deal with that, but he's actually going to consolidate immediately into the other three members as Batulins does what Batulins does best on Miramar, and he is the GOAT, the mountain GOAT.
Absolutely. Just hold on to that high ground. Keep that information coming. As we see New Happy, they will stop down, at least in this compound. I mean, it's free, it's clear. Why not take it? And Non stretching off just a little bit to the east. And maybe they like that spot a little bit better. So actually not too bad for New Happy, all things considered. When they come in super late and they end up getting this really strong compound on the south side, you could ask for a lot worse.
You definitely could do a lot worse, too. So, yeah, this will work out well. They do have, it looks like a 3-1 split there. They take the top side of San Martin, leaving Jiaozi just to the west side there. T1, though, starting to come in. Scouting forward as well. They haven't. They spotted one member of New Happy. That could be a quick kill and knock if they decide to push on. It looks like Ian is actually driving straight into that position.
Twisted Mind's going to get a little bit of a care package, and wouldn't you know it, another one's going to pop right on top of them. So, of all the teams to get double crates, let's give it to Twisted. Why not? T1, as you mentioned, do get that dip, and that should be fairly safe there. They've got Raining still off to the south side, just kind of keeping eyes on things. As I think that might have been shots from Batulins, actually. So, only one guy taking pot shots down onto him. That's not the end of the world here. And I got to mention, we saw during the map when the circle popped, they had the arrows for Falcons stretching off to the west and having a pretty clear path into La Cobra area. But Falcons got a few shots sent their way by Cerberus, and they've now sent it back on that eastern side. So heading back down towards the south, heading back down towards the water treatment in Hacienda, which is a lot more populated side of this.
Yeah. That was the proper rotation, right, for them to have taken on the west side. But again, they don't have the information that we do, so I don't blame them for this. But you're absolutely right. This is going to be a much more contested edge than they would have had if they went to the west. And I also want to point out I love the way that T1 is playing this, making sure they have an anchor and Raining all the way on the south side, because those dips are great, but only if you don't have a team backfilling. But there is still one team on that southwest side.
T1 on the move
It's going to be Luna, but also, Day Trade potentially coming in on that wrap. We'll see what happens. But T1 is going to encroach onto the position here of New Happy at this concrete prio.
Starting to get a little interesting over here. Remember, New Happy got this basically for free, and they only have 3 there. They've left Jiaozi down in the compound at the crossroads. He's taking a few shots over that direction. Meanwhile, Falcons, as we mentioned, they come into a little bit more of a hot side of the circle than had they continued going west, and Roth will do a little bit of damage, take a little bit in return. Freaks, Guangdong Freaks in a 2-2 split here between that magnet compound and the compound just off to the south. So Falcons, if they're getting a good read on this, they should know, or they might be able to put 2 and 2 together, that this is a 2-2 split.
Yeah.
We'll decide what they decide to do with it, though.
it's just hard for them to tell exactly how many people are in that building, right?
Tough.
So I don't at all blame them for not committing, and that's just going to center right on Twisted. The Tulans and Lou sitting at the top of that mountainside, and that's kind of an awkward position to play as well. You have two sides of it. You have the basin. They're off to the west side as we're starting to get some action here. Finally, for Angry Men, Jiao Pian is going to take some shots. He's not going to get a knock, but Wang Zai will.
Boy, everybody went all at the same time, and TSM is just in beautiful position to take shots over all of it here as Wang Zai will be the last one in the gravy train for 4AM, trying to make his way over to the compound, and a few shots back from HSM will keep TSM honest and protect their trail man. So 4AM get at least 3 over to the compound as they lose 1 in the process. Guangdong Freaks, meanwhile, starting to come across the southern part of the 2-2 split from TSM. And Beam going to be the tip of the spear here.
Yeah, TSM, I'm sure would want...
Pathampong.
They either need to consolidate or this team needs to just kind of back off because the other split from TSM is nowhere near close enough to get something. And yeah, it's going to be Alo. He's just going to have to back out. They have to leave him down. So TSM will lose 1.
Just absolutely brutal there for TSM to lose sparking like that to a team that was way off in the distance. And just really unfortunate. It looks like Alo is going to just try to send it over to the rest of the boys, keep 3 alive. Falcons, meanwhile, continue their wrap. And they are all the way on the southern part of this zone now. Running into the trailing member, Vinny from Luna Galaxy. He's got that sniper rifle in hand, just jumping around, seeing what he could spot out.
I mean, at this point, shoot, Falcons might just make it west, right?
Eventually,
A little bit of around the world action happening. Snakers, as you said, about to step on a snake himself.
Oh my goodness! If this just isn't just a symptomatic of what Falcons has been going through this tournament, I don't know what is. Vinny actually going to keep it close to the vest and stay alive. Okay, so Falcons, they don't know how close they came to death right there, but Luna Galaxy will keep their anchor man alive while the rest of the 3 boys are already inside the zone. And they're now taking shots at Falcons as they make their way in, and they're going to find Roth as Non-Wolf trade out Kosa.
And all that information being traded back and forth, but New Happy as well there to take the kills, actually putting even more damage and even more pressure onto the Falcons here as Luna now within grenade range from TDT. That was a good, overall good play, I guess, from Luna, right? They kind of trapped him, but they did lose Haven. Posa now down. That's a very important member of Luna Galaxy to get back on their feet.
Actually, I hope that you can get this revive off as quickly as you can. TDT still in compound, looking off into the distance, so they are not interested in pushing it any further. And now that new circle is popped, that might change things. As TDT has compound, they have it right up against the edge. They know their backs are clear. They can afford to get aggressive if they would like to. Meanwhile, all those teams off to the north, you can see FaZe, they take some damage as Gustav is leading the way here. But their trailing 2 are pinned down by FW. Gen G, they've found their way in. Twisted will get their guys back together as a full 4 in the center of the zone. So the rich get a little bit richer here.
And that's a difficult compound to kind of crash, right? Because it's in the basins, it's in the middle. So Twisted should be protected, especially with how many teams are around them. As Hamas is going to fall, Ayla will go down to the blue. Cerberus is eliminated in 16th. Fex as well going to go down.
And Purdy Curdy just eating blue zone damage right now. You can see he's still got 7 first aid, so he might be able to keep alive a little bit longer as T5, although they were looking over in this direction, they've now got to be concerned with 4AM, who are crashing right on their doorsteps. You see Ross. Oh no! Okay, he didn't take that much damage. He's fine. ZP on. Still in this. HSM is most likely not going to get res here. Wang Zai just going to give long-range support for his front man here, but you can see the grenades coming out from T5. They're going to do damage, but they're not going to find the knock just yet.
But more importantly, this fight needs to conclude immediately. They're not in circle, and they have to go onto this downhill ridge, which is just so open, straight into the arms of T1 and 17. So they're on 5. Even if they win this fight, or conversely, even if 4AM win this fight, they're just headed straight into danger. Realistically, I don't think they even make it down the hill once this fight's concluded. But look at this. Luna Galaxy now is going to take the fight full on into TDT.
Yeah, TDT doing exactly what we said that they should, is start playing a little bit more aggressive, knowing that their backs are clear and they will find one off of Luna Galaxy. Posa will still stay alive, though. And look at this, Falcons now actually pushing back into TDT, but meanwhile, you can see FW still engaged with Day Trade. They try to find their way into the zone, but they're going to go down. FW finished off by Day Trade. Now 4 kills for Day.
They've had a decent day.
Hey, they're in fourth place still.
Fourth place, yeah, 84 points, so still making the fight, doing a great job to clear out that northwest side. And Gustav, really the last member of FaZe who have also just been plowing through the points towards the top of the leaderboard. He's actually going to take shots at the Flash, but meanwhile, Theraton 5, again, fighting with the team of 4 AM, and this is what I was talking about. I mean, what do you realistically do next?
Not much. I mean, this is almost feels like a salvage game if you're T5. I think they realized that 17 was in that compound. T1 in a compound below them. They've sent up an E pickup. There's no way they take that, right? Well, we'll have to keep an eye on it. Posa will stay alive a little bit longer. As you can see, Gustav doing his best Mountain Goat impersonation, and the circle will once again favor Twisted Minds as they just, the whole game is happening and they haven't seen any of it. 0 kills, but they are in perfect position for late game here.
Yep, and if you're the rest of the lobby, at least you're like, well, Twisted hasn't been getting a lot of kills, but you know they're going to make it to the end game. Their position is so strong. Like I said, getting into that bowl,
T1 actually
that bowl is so difficult. But T1, I mean, they could land right on top of Twisted and either do one of two things: deliver points or maybe make it more difficult for Twisted.
They actually go for it. It's all 4 of them.
I mean, it's the only place they can go.
Well, Raining's going to go down to Perfectix with the P90. Ian will go down as well. Type, he's the last one alive, and he is gone as well. Twisted Minds, well, they didn't have any kills 2 seconds ago, and now they got 4.
The point delivery, I mean, I don't really know what else T1 could have done, right? So yeah, I get it, I understand, but actually that's Falcons now with the ability to maybe pick apart Twisted they've already lost 2, so... or 2 down to the Nox. We'll see. Now they just can't do anything from it either.
Oh, no.
Tosi. It just clips the wings there of Snakers from the Falcons.
Man, that was a hell of a read by Falcons, and you could see they were sending it down to the Bronco. That looked like they might be interested in just going ahead and pushing and going for the win off of that one, but Gen G going to punt the brakes on that real quick as Adder will finish off Gustav as well. So FaZe down in 11th place. Posa still alive here for Luna Galaxy. We've seen him pull off some solo heroics, but this is asking a lot. Full 4-man squad of TDT just above him.
Yeah, and TDT, I mean, realistically could start to wrap more towards the south side of the circle. They do have a foothold into the position right below where Flood and the rest of Falcons are. But yeah, let's see June if he's going to actually press it here. And it looks like they found exactly where Posa might be hiding. No!
He didn't know. Oh, that sucks. Well, he goes down. Good grenade from June will be enough. And Falcons try to send it in. Rello will find example, get the knock and the kill, but he's all by himself now as Twisted Minds. They've still got utility left to send over in his direction. He's going to have to keep his happy feet on as long as possible. As you can see, the utility just being sent over from Twisted. TDT starting to look over in this direction as well. Freaks on that high ground, looking over here. But they have been stopped down by Gen G. So Twisted getting a little bit protected here by Gen G, as you can see how they dispatched of T1 fairly quickly and efficiently.
Yep, and that's just what happens when you're in this position, especially when it's center. When you're in that bowl, you just have so many other teams with angles onto the hillsides around you. But Relo now is just trying to defend from the 2 members of Twisted, trying to push him and just get rid of that last member of Falcons currently in their compound. And now Thanadol with an Relo will find Lou, but Perfectix will flush him out.
Oh, Amadol is coming alive here as now that's 2 knocked for Twisted Minds. Batulin's the last player left alive, and that is suicidal to try to make that cross across the road to go for those res, especially now that TDT have crashed the compound.
So all of a sudden, a game that seemed to be so in favor of Twisted, because they went to clear out Rillo, it will just be the solo of Batulins, but he's still in the circle, well within, and now 17 on the north side starting to make their push towards Gen G, which would open up an opportunity for Day Trade.
And TDT starting to feel themselves a little bit here. 4 alive and 7 kills, and they've got the compound dead center. If they can clear out Batulins, that would be lovely, but they don't have to do it just yet. There's no pressure on them. As New Happy, you can see them just off in the distance. They are going to send it over towards Day Trade and try to go for the high ground here. Meanwhile, utility battle between 17 and Gen G through the smoke clouds. Gen G, so far, everybody's still alive and nobody down for 17 either.
This could be a big nade here for Tosi to start things off. Cook just a little too much there as Gen G still 4 members up. They got up, but on the opposite side of this, it's going to be New Happy fighting against Day Trade. It's just down the flash. Danadol fell earlier. We saw the timing for New Happy was on point, but they also have taken some knocks, but it looks like they're going to recover much better. Actually, I don't know. This is going to be really tight timing on both the reses. Meanwhile, Adder, Barpo, both taking down members of 17.
Ooh, Gen G coming alive at the perfect time. They got him low, and they immediately pushed out and got those 2 initial knocks here. And you got Freaks that have made their way across the street as well. So 17 pinched at the worst possible time. Kwangdong Freaks, gonna see if they can get the angle. Gen G's going to spot him out as well, though, as Barpo will finish off his knocks. 17 just staying alive as long as the smokes will allow.
And look at this, a full send. Okay.
That didn't work.
That did not work
at all.
At all. But now it's going to be TDT making it into the compound, the other side of the compound here, where they see Batulins, and he should be cooking. No, not quite. Very low though. This needs to be an easy, lossless. Yeah, and there it is. Oh. Ooh, he kind of took 2 in the cake.
Wait a minute.
And he survived.
Yeah, Batulin's got that. He got a little thick in the pants there. He survived 2 pumps from the shotgun, and it still does go down in the end. So TDT once again still has 4 alive in the compound. They're feeling great. New Happy somehow survives the crash from Day Trade in the wide open smoke on the side of the mountain.
Shocker.
I know. I didn't think it was going to work out that way, but Rex coming over. He's going to spot out Xiao Bei. Heaven will finish off Lil Ghost, and that'll be 17 down in 5th, and we have reached our top 4. It's Gen G, TDT, Kwangdong Freaks, and New Happy.
TDT with an opportunity here to start to climb on that leaderboard. 4 members alive on the bottom side of this hill. They should have some angles to push up with, but still, KDF fighting with Rex and Gen G.
This is Kwangdong Freaks that we wanted to see in the final game yesterday. Being aggressive, pushing when they know that they have Gen G at a disadvantage. Bean leading the charge here as they get the opening knock. The smoke cloud's keeping Gen G alive for right now. They might be able to get that revived. New Happy also has an angle on this as well, but TDT, they have to leave their compound, but they don't have to do it yet.
No, and more importantly, New Happy can't really get involved in that northern fight because of TDT. If they push up and come in behind them, that is going to be a hell of a backstab, and so they're now starting to keep tabs onto the team of TDT while still maintaining control of what's happening on the north side, just to make sure that either of those teams, regardless of the winner, cannot push down.
Big Bro has the arm, as we see Zhao Z. I think he spotted out June from TDT, so TDT are trying to get everybody together and into the right part of the compound.
What
but
a
Happy being a good distraction here. Is the grenade going to fall a little bit short? That one might be right on time as Tosi gets taken down to about half HP. Barpo back on the move. Rex is going to stay low. Barpo going to be the aggressor here. Spots out AZ. Gets him low. Gets him knocked. But Ming Ming trades it out. Now Rex is there as well. But Ming Ming, he's too good. He's going to find the double knock as Barpo and Rex get flushed out by Human.
And KDF with an opportunity here to backstab the last members of Gen G, but they are taking this a little slower, making sure that they don't overextend. They do not want to incur any knocks because TDT then will be able to push up. But look at this, Zhao Z actually watching the anchor for New Happy is maintaining control, but now it's going to be 2 members of TDT on the southwest side.
Zhao Z's got his work cut out for him, and he's actually going to call from support from Ming Ming. So AZ will keep the guys from Gen G and KDF at bay for now. As Zhao Z, he's got him right on his doorstep. He's got that deployable cover laid down. He's dancing around it. June gets down to about half HP. AZ, a nice grenade, will get a knock onto them in return, but Zhao Z will go down to a nice Molotov from Zhu, and Ming Ming goes down as well. And that's 10 kills now for TDT. Can they stop down long enough to get the res on a van? As AZ is now the last player up for New Happy. He gets sprayed down, but he's still alive.
Very good timing there coming out from TDT. That's exactly what they needed to do. They waited, they were patient. They didn't do it too early, right? A lot of teams potentially would have gone just too early, and that would have caused them some problems because New Happy had not yet pushed up. So now it's just down to the Adder solo of Gen G. You have KDF now starting to realize that there is a full 4-man team on their south side that they need to start to pay attention to.
TDT. We saw them pull off some miracles in group stage. It has been a slow burn for them here so far in these finals, but they have climbed up this leaderboard. They are right on the doorstep of 10th place and replacing those Kwangdong Freaks. 12 kills so far here for TDT. Can they make it more? 3 alive still for KDF. They have not been able to spot out Adder, who is doing his best to just stay alive and hope that maybe TDT and Kwangdong Freaks will get involved before they finish him off. As you will retrieve the Bronco from the blue. Make sure they still have that option available to them. Van on that low side is inside zone. And Freaks, for their part, they are not overextending. They like where they're at. They're in zone.
I also like the fact that for TDT, it's a team effort. We talk about ZYU a lot, as we should, but that whole team, when they are firing on all cylinders. Everybody is contributing. It's not just ZYU getting all the kills, and so their decision-making overall in the group stages, even now, even though, as you said, it's been a slow burn, Poro, it's been impressive to watch, and this is a young team, right? The future is very bright for TDT, especially if they can close this out, start to punch their way up towards the 8th place, up towards that top 8 slot. And it's in reach if they can just get rid of KDF and, more importantly, Adder, who is just sneaky snake crawling his way right into the arms of KDF, who are just waiting for him. But they have, did Guman see him?
By the grace of the grass. Okay. Oh, no! Adder quickly spins on him. Bean's going to get the knock, but that might be the opening for TDT, and yes, they are sending it. You can see June already rushing as they try to get over here. They've got grenades in hand. Can the utility find the mark? It's going to be just wide here as the res does come off. Guman back on his feet, but he's got to get that heal off as well.
And right now, Heaven has to be huge, holding that side anchor position. Bean is going to go down once again. TDT are on the doorstep of a 15-kill win, and sure enough, they're going to get it. What a game from TDT.
And they are excited, and they have reason to be excited. They were basement dwellers coming into today. They had such a rough day one, but what a way to turn things around here on Miramar. Huge performance from TDT.
And KDF finally showing us signs of life of what we knew that they were capable of and what they should have done yesterday. But man, this is really starting to come down as we get ready for our final game here at PGS 6 on Miramar.
Well, TDT manages to conquer the Kwangdong Freaks up towards the top, and they get themselves the win. And it was awesome to see. Overall, they've really been enjoying being here at the tournament as a whole, and even able to put up some wins in the grand final. That's a win for me.
I mean, they had an amazing kill count inside the last game, and I have to agree. These guys feel like they're the ones that are having the most fun. Every single time something happens, they're just... After every game, they're just talking to all the different players, all the different teams around them. I don't know. They're the new guys on the block, but they're definitely enjoying the time being here and not sitting back scared.
We even identified a moment that must have been them during that game. Not here at home, but when New Happy was throwing nades against Genji up on that high ground, they were obviously making a large arc, and we just heard from the booths, they were just watching the nades. It was so...
Look,
I love it.
They are just living their best life right now. And whenever you're walking away with, I think it was like, probably 15 kills, 14 kills at the end of this one, it's going to be absolutely crazy. And it's not like they just got an easy path to pick it up either. Yeah, with that high a kill count, but they had to navigate in from the south, which was just the bloodbath around Twisted Mind's location. I mean, Twisted Mind's got this location very early, but it just drew so much attention from, emergency pickups to just hillside, pop-offs.
Yeah, it's interesting, this compound overall, because I expected Twisted Minds to be able to run away with a lot of this game, but they were cleaned up much quicker than I expected in this match, and then TDT decided to come down from their position of power and sweep them aside, and then from there, all the teams on this kind of high ground location were just preoccupied with each other. They had no time by which to turn around and kind of hold out TDT, so they just walked up and were able to deal with everything.
I mean, whenever you get into that area as one of the newer teams, you can remove some of the macro presence away, and you know that you can just get into the firefight itself. That's just feels like where TDT just really starts to thrive. They enjoy riding on the chaos that sometimes a battle royale can bring.
I'm sure Twisted Minds there, when they were knocked out of this game, felt a little bit, not cheated, but they had a P90, they had a Groza, they had this insane compound, they were shooting people out of the sky, they were dealing with Falcons, which, by the way, actually, like, holding that split for as long as they did, with Example actually falling down to it, little bit of a thorn in the side there for Twisted.
I was a bit confused on that one, but I mean, sometimes you go for a play and it just doesn't work out. TDT also being the beneficiary of all Twisted Minds holding on to that stuff as well. But this was just an overall very interesting game. I'm kind of curious what happens to the morale of the teams that are around TDT while they're like memeing and just making these sounds. Like, what if you're the guy that's getting grenades thrown at you and you know it's like this squad over here that's like just next to you, but you hear across the way somebody just making sounds of nades going through the air at you? Does that make you happy, or is that just like,
I mean,
I don't know.
I think it's kind of infectious. I think they're having a good time.
They are infectious.
Yeah, it's really cool to see here on the stage. And hopefully, we get them back international tournaments. I'd love it very much so. 15 kills go their way, along with that 1,700 damage. Kwangnon Freaks, once again, by the way, in the finals, because I've been keeping track of it, because I have Salute on my fantasy team, he has died 3 times early in these games and not been able to assist them in significant late games. So that, as a trend, is worrying for me for Kwangnon Freaks, because I feel like they should be able to put up more points here, but they don't really have that, arguably, star player in so many of these late games in the final.
And you could tell the hesitation that happened in the late game due to that. Like, whenever we were looking specifically at the push coming out from TDT at the top of it, it felt like Freaks were just having to play full-on defensive back away. And yeah, I know that they just had to take care of Adder, who was just kind of snaking up next to him. But at the same time, like, you've got to show the productivity to take control over the end game, and it just felt like Freaks were afraid to do so.
Never mind the idea of what we saw at the end of yesterday, right? With that compound where we thought, you guys need to move out a little bit earlier than that. They don't, and then obviously they get absolutely rinsed by Day Trade towards that. But hey, regardless, TDT is here. They're putting up some numbers and getting themselves plenty of kills to boot. It looks like Jun is going to be our MVP. The way in which he took the last fight as well against Kwangnon Freaks absolutely slaughtered them.
And he's the guy that got the kill on the Batulans, even though there were 2 other people around him that had the opportunity, but maybe didn't manage to pick it up.
Yeah, so very well done here by Jun. He will take man of the match with the 5 kills and the 561 damage going their way. Again, I do think that it helps their campaign here, that they are clearly having so much fun on this stage at this tournament as a whole, because 25 points, nothing to sniff at here. And I think that I'm not going to call this one Carefree PUBG, because you still would like to finish as high as possible. But I think that they realize at this point, number 1 is quite out of reach.
New guy on the block, you got to make sure that you're just learning how to fit into the system, getting over nerves, trying to find out what works for you. They're finding out what works. We know the fact that the nerves aren't a problem based off of the fun that they're having. And so while it isn't necessarily the greatest climb for them, it is big. That's pretty much double their points now over in 9th place. Yeah, feels good.
Yeah, if they keep going up, it's a lot more money here for a TDT. So they will continue to try and strive forward. So they've taken over Theraphon 5, Kwangnon Freaks as well, that they were able to just eliminate towards the end of that game. So difficult times for some of these teams down towards the bottom, trying to join that top pack, which is stretching that lead out now. Twisted Minds getting plenty of kills in that one, despite going out relatively early compared to what they would normally see. But 102 points now puts them quite far ahead of that, I guess, the pack, aside from TSM, that's still holding on that 10 points.
It's the points per game, man. It's like TSM is trying to keep up with it, but it's just Twisted just keeps finding them off of those kills like you're talking about. 17 Gaming managed to make it to later stages, still just trying to close in that gap. But it does feel like every single time we start to get some type of breakaway between 3 or 4 squads, it's Twisted that keeps up some points per game, and everybody else picks up a couple of games to now kind of start evening it back out.
Well, 30 seconds left before we get into this Miramar here. Matt Trim, any thoughts before we go in?
TDT, keep on having fun. I keep wanting to hear you like screaming, having fun, having a blast. I want to hear more nade sounds.
We will see if that goes down here, of course, as all of these players have one more shot to rack up some points here throughout day number 2 of the grand finals. TSM is keeping up with the big dogs at the top. Can they bring it back from America? We don't have Sonics here to bring it back. So will it be TSM down the line? Let's get to it. The Dusty Dunes is on the cards here. Boys, take it away.
6th game of the day, the 12th game of this grand finals, and James and Matt are absolutely correct. Twisted Mind still manages to find kills even in positions where they go out early, but TSM is right on their heels.
It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, just the amount of consistency. They don't go out with 0 points. They just don't. They don't
It's so hard to punish them.
Exactly. They don't allow anybody to close that gap. It's like me chasing Toby in fantasy. I just can't close the damn gap, and it's killing me, and it's killing these guys, but TSM are doing their best. As you see, look at that.
That is a terrible play path.
That's not a great play path. We don't like to see that, but what we do like to see is, I mean, what is it? We have like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 teams that are within striking distance of first going into the final game of the day and going into the first game of tomorrow, the final day of play. A lot of teams still have a shot at that first place, but it's going to take a lot to catch up with Twisted Mind.
And something interesting to note here is that Himas with the highest average kills on, a lot of APAC actually, a lot of Vietnam, but it's the thing to notice there is he has the highest average kills on Miramar, but he really hasn't done much today, right? Like, we really haven't seen, aside from the first couple of games, it's kind of been a struggle. Yeah, it's been a struggle for Cerberus.
Yeah, it's been very quiet day for them, and I mean, despite they got a win.
I mean, outside of that win,
it's kind of been it's been here or there. You know, it's not bad by any means. I mean, they still managed to, like, that win is kind of carrying them, and then they had an 8-kill 5th place that was all right too. So we'll see if they have one more game here that could put them right back up there and in reach with Twisted Minds now. That's the biggest problem, though, is they need Twisted to go down early.
But they won't. They refuse.
They can't. It feels like it's almost impossible at this point.
As we have in Azahar Circle, it's been a while.
It's been a minute.
One of these, and we all know the troubles of Azahar Circles. If it does end up centering up there, it's just a city in a massive bowl. Then you have so many teams in every cardinal direction that can set up above it, but James now with a early game scuffle, and he's just going to be taken out. Talking about continued success. Vong Yi, that's going to be the first to fall. James, he's going to sit back on the last game today and just calm for his teammates as best as he can. I mean, there's still value when you are dead, but yeah, obviously they want him alive, especially because James' performance has been great today.
Yeah, that wasn't a scuffle. That was just plain murder.
That's fair.
And
I tried to spin it in the best way I could for James, but
that's fair. Well, look, hey, right off the bat, we know that the circle like this that favors El Azahar does typically tend to have a lot of play around that death road, that death valley right in the middle. And right off the bat, TDT and Theraton 5 both going for the gas station right in the middle to square off here in our final game of the day. Hopefully you don't have any of these guys on your fantasy team, because it's looking like we might see a couple of -3s coming out as June continues his rampage from last round.
And so far, TDT have already taken one down of FaZe with the flush. They've knocked Rosita Jr., and I love that the rest of the team is now coming in. A beautiful double from Vong Yi. This is exactly what you want to see to piggyback off of their 15-kill win.
Wow, Vaughn just in the perfect position at the perfect time. And June will go down, but he can't get flushed. So that, just like that, Theraton 5's day has come to a close, maybe a little bit earlier than they would have hoped, but we'll see what TDT now. Can you turn a good game into 2? 5 kills is a hell of a way to start.
And what a hold coming out from June, but more importantly, the support came from Vong Yi, just pouring over the top, a quick double, and taking the fight to 2 teams early against FaZe, and then just wiping T5 off of the grid. Again, we heard them scream as soon as they got that wipe. Those boys are hyped up.
Oh yeah, and they should be. They absolutely should be, because like we said, it's been a kind of a slog so far going in the early part of this grand final, but they have apparently found their footing here on Miramar in day number 2. Check in with Falcons making their way up that eastern coast. Nobody really in front of or around them, though it does depend on how far west they want to cut. They may run into Cerberus over at Truck Stop, but it's well, that remains to be seen. Twisted Minds, a little bit slow looting here at Power Grid, and as a result, Day Trade has now kind of gotten a little bit close to them on their western edge.
Twisted also just is one of those very rare teams where when I watch them and they're slow to a circle or they're outside position, it's hard for me to worry about them.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to really see them getting punished. It's not often that we see a few of their members or even one of their members fall early before the first phase. I think that's actually something that a lot of teams can try to take away from Twisted, is that just avoid the early game losses.
Yeah, it's just, the circle didn't fall on top of them or anywhere near them, really, so they knew that they weren't going to get prio on any of the good places to play around that death road or around the El Azahar area, so maybe they just commit, look, let's go north. It's a little bit fat on the north side as far as the circle's concerned, where that death road split is. So maybe opting to play north. But that being said, there are a number of teams that have the same idea, and they're already there. 4 a.m. just south of Campo. TSM kind of making their way in on that western side. Day Trade just ahead of Twisted Minds. So it's not going to be as clear as maybe they would have hoped normally.
Yeah, but this is what Twisted does best, right? They let the teams go in front, and then they work the edge, knowing that they don't have anyone to backfill. Day Trade has been doing that all event, but now they're going to potentially get a masterclass from the team that does it best, which is the team behind them in Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, you still have FW all the way down near Vi Damar, who are also coming up to this west side edge. And as you said, the north, pretty open overall. You see 4AM currently sat inside there, and then Gen G making their way on the south, and they're going to have a shadow in T1.
Really putting a test to how good your scouting is. And can you spot out the danger signs before you start making the moves? As we see Gen G, New Happy just off to their east, and T1 just off to their south, kind of backfilling the same path that Gen G just took. But fortunately for all of these teams, that south side fairly clear. Most teams either centering up around El Azahar and that death road, or sending it off to the north. As we said, the north side, more kind of the more fat edge of this when you consider that split.
And we see Posa here taking shots from a distance, but he did hear Falcons pull up to this compound. And so is this going to be another issue where they just lose one and Posa will find Roth? And Falcons, man, they just cannot catch a break.
They sure can't. A little bit of a break here, and that Posa wasn't able to just get the knock and instant flush. So Roth able to stay alive for a little bit longer. But Vinny, you can see on that mini map, coming to provide some support. And you got Rello and Flood trying to come in as well. But Snaker's going out into no man's land. He's going to immediately swap back, and Posa will win that 1v1, if just barely. He's got 2 knocks, but Flood and Rello have arrived, but so has Vinny.
Yep.
Now Flood and Rello just going to dip out. Yep.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Luna has the advantage. They have the compound at this point. There's no real way for Falcons to know how many are in that compound now. But yeah, just losing too early. Yet again, Falcons now have to play as a duo off to the side. I mean, this has just been a disaster for them.
Yeah. Alternatively, that was a big, wide split coming in from Luna that paid off. And you got to give credit to Posa and Vinny. As soon as Posa got the first knock, Vinny instantly in that vehicle and right there to provide some support for his teammate. And now let's see if they do the same for Haven, because he's getting pushed by 4 a.m. on that northern side here, as we see TSM taking shots at Twisted Minds on this western edge of the zone.
Yeah, and at this point of phase 1, every team has found some position of players is still rotating in. We're still in phase 1, by the way, and we've seen a considerable amount of action comparatively to the last game, and it looks like Gen G is going to be looking over towards the rotation of T1, and T1 wisely is going as wide as they possibly can, but Gen G can follow this. They can shadow this rotation and potentially cut them off on the east, so we'll see if that's what they tend to do or choose to do. But meanwhile, New Happy is well aware of this rotation from both teams.
Yeah, and a few shots being sent from New Happy into Gen G, so that may have made the decision for them. As you can see, E-End actually stopped down to feed information over the rest of his team to see if Gen G was going to get close. Fortunately, T1 able to find some hard cover and compound to at least take shots and scare Gen G away for the time being. They're all inside zone, so they got time to play this out if they want to. Let's see, Adder looks like they may have found a home for now.
Gen G playing some bumper cars there. Little love tap on the front. Yeah, but that's a good spot for Gen G. I mean, they can just hug this east side pretty much all the way up to, look at Luna's split.
It's so wide.
Actually insane. But there's really no one to punish them, as we see, and they're going to be rewarded for it, but now they need to make that decision of where they want to consolidate. But that is a wide split from Luna. No one else on the east side. Gen G is going to be coming straight up towards that position of Kraken, as I'm sure he's going to see that. And it's also going to cause issues on the southwest side of the circle. It's going to start to clump up as, KDF probably going to take that route in, but they're going to have to deal with TDT on the south.
Yeah, Luna got to get a move on here. They've got priority on a fantastic compound dead center, but they've got to send everybody there. You see Vinny and Posa already on the move. FW off on the western side. They were right up against the edge of the wall. And Sixax a little bit far south. He might be in trouble here as he's going to be rotating right through 17. And 17 sticking around just to see if they can maybe snake a kill off somebody coming through. And it looks like they might do just that. The knock coming through and the flush as well. So FW will lose one as they make their way here on that western side up to the north.
Yeah, realistically, for 17 on the western edge, they would have to maybe contest with TSM, but also Twisted, right? Just on that edge, you can see Lou there getting in his vehicle, starting to send it in as Gen G now have found a position here towards the center of the circle, still rotating in between what is Luna, but T1, like I said, they're literally like a shadow as they also have Type up in that glider, feeding all of this information to the team.
No, we used to wonder if for the glider if it would be better to put the IGL up in there just to get all the information and make decisions based off of that. But more and more teams opting instead to go with their fraggers up there to do the seat swap, do some damage. As you see, Kwandong Freaks are going to find TDT and all the good work that they did early game. All of a sudden, it is for naught as they are down to just 2 players remaining.
Yeah, and we currently see actually it looks like New Happy have taken that emergency pickup here towards Tierra Bronca, as they're going to probably drop down somewhere in that city. Daytrade now made it to the north side, taking up a good amount of space there in the city, so they'll be able to control that for the time being. Luna now finally consolidating, as we can see. It's going to be Cerberus now in a fight with the last members of the Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons got the opening knock, but can't push through the smokes just yet, and Cerberus just going to pick the man up and try to get on out of there, although Duckmai is being shot at from somewhere else as well, so I'm not sure who's putting damage over in that direction, but Rello going to find the nice low angle, takes a spray, but won't find any knocks just yet. And it looks like Falcons might just be dipping off and just separating off of this fight altogether.
Yeah, as a duo, against a team like Cerberus, knowing that they're probably 4 up.
Yeah, just survive.
Just survive, yeah. I don't really think there is a better play. Now, if they got 2 knocks, sure, you can argue they could push and go for that 2v2, but just not in the cards for them right now, as they're still well within the circle, so nothing pressing at the moment unless Cerberus wants to push that envelope. But it's going to be T1 again with that scouting, with all that information, got a good amount of space to work with on the east side. And meanwhile, KDF now is going to be shadowing the last duo there, the last 2 members of TDT and Twisted. Again, it seems like Twisted and TSM also just kind of always mirroring each other depending on how the rotation works out. So they're going to be just below TSM, who have set up on the east side of Cruz del Valle.
Speaking of things not well within the circle, 17 making the big wrap off to the west and all the way off to the north of Campo
I like the way
Militar.
you said big. That was good.
It's a big old wrap. It's a big old wrap, my man. I don't know what else to tell you. But yeah, I mean, FW has a 3-man just south of Campo Militar, so 17 going to have to scout that out.
Oh, that's
the circle going to go all the way away from them as well. So Luna Galaxy, once again, they get that magnet compound. They've got Posa already in there with Zakraken. Now, Haven and Vinny might be joining them. Yeah, they're already in the vehicles, and you can see that X right there in Tierra Bronca. We're expecting a fight maybe between Daytrade and New Happy, but it looks like Daytrade doesn't want the smoke, and they're going to go off to the north and probably come in on that eastern side.
I like that rotation a lot for them. There's no reason for them to potentially run into a team in front of them, which there isn't currently. But yeah, they can also wrap and just take control of the east, which gives them a lot of control as long as they can take care of the team that's currently there. And that's going to be T1. Luna, as you said, needed to make a decision, and they consolidate. This is exactly what they need to do. A nice split here. It's a very small split, but if Luna can just hold on to this and get a couple more kills, they're in line to boost up on the leaderboard quite considerably.
Gen G taking a few pot shots, seeing if they can take out a few tires from the Luna boys. But looks like they could keep them mostly safe here. TSM going to get a little bit close to Twisted once again. Purdy Curdy will get the opening knock onto Perfectix, but Lou immediately trading it back as he's got that low ground and gets Alo pretty low as well. Luke, though, will provide that support and force Lou to pull back down.
Yeah, currently a 3-on-3, but Purdy has been flushed. Perfectix slowly bleeding out. That's going to be first bleed. They should be able to get to him And it really is up to TSM if they want to push the pace. It looks like Sparking is coming right down in that vehicle. An Example will step through. He'll find Alo, but he's going to have to step back for the moment.
Perfectix will get flushed out, so that's going to be one down for Twisted Minds, and Lou still hasn't had a chance to stop down and heal up just yet. His Example getting defended by Batulins from range as Sparking can't do anything but throw utility over in that direction. You can also see 17 and Daytrade starting to scrap on that northern side. Daytrade tried to go for that late rotation and ran into 17 instead. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds still 3 up. TSM can't go for the revive onto Alo just yet, but he's still there. It's still an option.
Oh, but there we go. Sparking with a return knock there, but the rest of the team is coming in. Example will find that one. Luke with the trade. It's down to a one-on-one between the two members here of Twisted and TSM.
Just beautiful coverage from both sides here has left it down to that 1v1, and Batulin's already just going to hop in the Bronco, try to reposition before Luke can really figure out where he's gone. Luke will at least flush out the kill, get the point, try to go for the revive on a Sparking. Batulin's, meanwhile, is taking shots over at TDT, so he's just kind of put himself in a position to try to gatekeep TSM as soon as they try to make their way out of this compound.
The implications of this are pretty huge for the rest of the lobby. You have your first and second place team both fighting, both basically just kind of dismantling each other, and now, Batulin's just gonna have to get out, which means the impact that they will have on this game for the final game of the day is not great, especially if Sparking could just get rid of Batulin's right now.
Just hitting them toesies underneath the Bronco, but Batu will stay alive. He'll get the heal off once again. Sparking just preventing him from just free farming damage onto him as he's just landing shot after shot. Big stuff from Sparking here.
Yeah, and Sparking's going to hold them down so that TSM can just get rid of Twisted right now, deny them any more points they could possibly have. Luke is just going to stop down to heal real quick, but yeah, they're just holding Batulins there.
And he's got the smoke laid down. He's got a grenade in hand. He knows what's coming, Luke. He's going to try to get the angle. He spots him out through the smoke. Big damage, but not enough to get the knock. And now he's got to rush it. He's still got 6 first aids. He can still stop down and heal up, but Batulin's not in the blue. He's still got hills to play around. He can reposition, and they will lose track of him. He'll spot out Sparking in the distance. Sparking will try to feed that information over to Luke and see where he is. Luke now well within throwable range. He's got a grenade in his hand. We'll send it on over, but Batu, again, just quick on his feet, moves before he can be spotted out.
And I love the presence of mind from TSM to make this play happen, realizing that they can just eliminate Twisted, but they have to be careful. Batulins can turn this around, and he can actually just wipe out TSM if they're too overzealous or they make any glaring mistakes. So we'll see how that one plays out. Meanwhile, it's going to be 17 now to push on to the position of 4 a.m. This is happening on the northeast side of the circle, and they're not even in yet, but Luke still having to stop to heal.
Oh, and that zone is hurting a lot now, but look at the damage that Sparking put onto Batu. As Luke can get around this hill, he spots him, he gets him low, he gets him dead, and TSM will take out Twisted Minds, and they will stay alive, at least for now.
Job done for TSM. They did exactly what they needed to do when the numbers got low for both teams, and so now 4 a.m. It's going to be pushing forward. They do have one knock. T1 as well have to move off this eastern edge, but they have a lot of room to work with. Meanwhile, Gen G as well looking for a foothold into the circle just in front of them from that compound.
Talk about Twisted Minds. TSM down to 2, but 17 is dead. Daytrade is dead. There's so much room for teams like Cerberus, New Happy, Gen G, even Phased, even though they're down to a duo, can try to make some moves here in the final game of the day, position themselves as best they can before going into tomorrow. Gen G on that low ground with 4 a.m. above them. They're getting some support, though, from Non of New Happy.
And New Happy have a high angle on this. It's going to be a second member down. This time it's going to be Type to take out Xiaopian. And so look at this. T1 and also New Happy just shredding them to pieces. 4 a.m.'s out.
4 Angry Men's no good, very bad day continues. And now Gen G is in the sights of New Happy. They have vehicles on the move. They're ready to go. They've got a path to get into this next zone. Actually, they're mostly in this next zone. They should be pretty okay here, all things considered. New Happy, they have that northern side, and now they get the circle as well. Luna Galaxy's compound, magnets once again, but nobody going anywhere near them. So don't think they I think they've got 3 kills right now, but it'd be surprised to see them get much more.
Yeah, that's the problem. They have the best position currently, but they're really not going to get much off of that. All these fights are happening behind mountainsides and ridges, so they're just going to have to sit there and hope that they at least win the game, given off what the circle has given them. But we'll see if it shifts off them and gives maybe New Happy the advantage. Meanwhile, on the south side, we did see that wrap from T1 all the way on the eastern edge to the south, and they're now encroaching on the position of FW, but the duo of Falcons is still also in play.
Oh, and Ian, oh my God, Type just destroyed Raze through the window, but the grenade gonna get raining on the back end. Zenith very low as well. They've got to stop down. FW has Banana 1 and Tonke inside the compound on the other side of the road. Ian has been feeding this information, and now Gen G, they're sending it down the road. I don't know if they saw this or knew what was happening, but they want all of it as they make their way down. They've left Adder at distance, but Adder has to be careful. He's got New Happy taking shots over to him, so Gen G, the front 2 guys, aren't going to get any support from their anchor man.
Wonderful timing from Gen G, though. This is the play to make for sure, as the door's going to close and actually leave Raze to be hanging through. But T1 still making great moves throughout this game. The timing has been great. Their decision-making has been great. Now they just have to get rid of the rest of FW, but they're going to have to deal with Gen G. Not only that, but we also see Falcons on that south side with KDF now potentially making their push into the circle, and you know Cerberus will go third party that if the opportunity arises.
Look at this. Gustav on a one-man mission has taken his 1v4 up against New Happy. Gets a knock on a non, but we'll have to pull back down once again as Fex is still alive. So Gustav and Fex still in it for FaZe on that northwestern side. Barpo will spot out Bean, so that's going to be a knock on to KDF as they are making their way in rotation towards a better position, more towards the center of the circle, but Cerberus has angles, FaZe has angles. This is going to be really rough for Gume, and yet he gets taken down by Duckmai to start things off as Gen G. They still got 4 alive, and they've got T1 pinned and FW pinned.
Surprising that KDF just went for that send, didn't even try to see if they could third party this fight. Again, I'm still kind of questioning what's going on with them for now, but they do have 3 alive in the circle, and it's going to be Falcons actually to just clean up the last 2 members there of FW. So still Gen G with the control in the southeast, and T1 starting to look like they're in trouble.
Down to 2, but they're still active as Relo's got 3 kills to his name. Zenith trying to survive a little bit longer. Might be able to get the revive onto Type. They're just inside the zone, and Gen G not really pushing out into that to make sure that they secure that. They can just kind of hold that hillside and wait for them to reveal themselves as Type hasn't been able to get the res just yet. Yeah, Zenith, it's down to 1 HP. As Flood's going to find the knock on a Barpo, and Barpo actually got close enough to get that Molotov in there, so T1 will go down. But look at Flood after getting that knock. They're going to try to see if they can maybe take Gen G by surprise.
Yeah, and again, the crazy thing is Falcons are being way more active than KDF, and KDF at the time are still 4-man. So a problem here now for the Falcons is that they do have to make a push, as does Gen G, as does KDF, and so this is going to be a very busy Southern Edge, and more importantly, it's going to be a busy Southern Edge with nothing to play once the fight concludes.
And meanwhile, Luna Galaxy, like the SpongeBob meme, just Squidward looking out of the window at everybody else having a good time while they just sit there and survive. Cerberus trying to make moves here as Rex will find the knock on Norello. It's going to be down to just Flood. He retreats back to the hard cover as Gen G, they're full strength, and they want to clear out this backside of Falcons.
7 kills. Had a good game so far, cleaning up the south. The rotations, again, the timings have been on point. So it should be, at this point, all but academic to just get rid of Flood, unless Flood starts to move over towards KDF, but still, Gen G have to make their way in. I'm not sure if there's too much to play on the eastern edge for them.
Yeah.
Especially with Luna's setup currently.
It's going to be tough, but I think if you're Gen G, you've got 4 alive. You think, okay, well, let's not waste everybody by trying to kill this last guy. Let's try to see if we can find our way in. But Posa, we're going to pick Barpo right out of the passenger seat. Barpo will get flushed out by Guman, though, so that's a kill stolen away. And now Adder's going to go down as well to Posa. And again, okay, Haven will at least... No, New Happy's going to steal that one away. So Luna's just getting their pockets picked right now of every knock they get. New Happy now has 9 kills from that north side, Godspeed.
Yep, and they're still in, so they don't have to make any rash decisions just yet. You also still have Fex, who's just kind of a solo in that shack. And now Cerberus, the onus is on them. They're going to have to move in. They're going to have to find something to play for the time being, but New Happy just has so many angles onto what's happening in the circle, and now KDF is just getting shredded by Luna Galaxy.
All right, Posa will get one, and he'll get credit for that one. Is Vinny going to get the other one? And Kwangdong Freak's going to go down just like that as Fex is waiting for the arrival of Cerberus, and he will go down. But Zakraken gets the knock on a Haisaki, so it might be late, but it's better than never. Luna Galaxy with their great position now finally getting angles onto some of these teams.
Yeah, 7 kills and now a guaranteed top 3. So again, Luna Galaxy making today much better than what we've seen from them in the past as far as PGS 6. We'll see if they can get anything else. Currently in the better position, but we'll see what Phase 6 decides to do. Will it include still New Happy? Will it shift and keep Cerberus in, or is Cerberus getting ready to just make a suicide run?
So far today, New Happy has had 3 4th places and a 3rd place. They have had a heck of a day.
With kills to boot.
With kills to boot. And if they could top this thing off with a victory in the final game, they will be right up there with everybody else, as Luna Galaxy will get the circle. But it's asking a lot to defend this compound, but they know exactly where everyone else is, so they know that they can just kind of just not even worry about their south side or east side. They can just keep all eyes pointing towards Cerberus and New Happy.
Yep, north and the west are the only threats right now for Luna, and they have abandoned the other buildings, as you can see, putting all efforts into that warehouse barn type building. Look at Kraken. I mean, he is just licking his lips, waiting for anyone from Cerberus to peek, and New Happy as well. I mean, what is their play?
Jeez. Does Cerberus even have... I know they've got 2 vehicles over there. One,
I mean, those tires are gone.
They got to be gone, and even if they're not, do they have even any smokes to try to work through? I mean, New Happy is starting to lay down a smoke wall and starting to try to make their way down, but that's a long way to go. And yeah, you can see the Murado right back there. It's got a couple of tires, but it is in bad shape. I think it's got 3.
The Murado might be usable, and that, I mean, if they set it in, that's going to be New Happy's timing to get in, because as you can see, they have a nice ridge now, but that's not in. New Happy still have to move in. Zhao Zi is just going to fall straight to the blue, and so only 3 members left for New Happy. They still have to make the run, and Cerberus making the correct play here. Stay against the blue as long as possible and at least deny New Happy the ability to get in.
All right, they're on the move. Cerberus will get spotted out by Zakraken. Duckmai going to go down. Highmass taking shots over towards New Happy, though. He's getting some points. That man is going to eat. It doesn't matter if he has got his back against the blue, as AZ is down. New Happy once again, 10 kills, but they are up against it right here as Luna Galaxy, they're not shooting at anything right now. They have no angles on any of this.
That's what I was about to say. They're not even getting the opportunity to get any of these kills. So finally, starting to push out. Luna Galaxy just wants to get all of these points because they're not even within range.
The grenades are going to find some joy here. There you go. That's going to be a good one. Nan is knocked as well. AZ flushed out. Ming Ming, the last player alive for New Happy. He is at least inside the zone, though, and he's going to find a knock on Zakraken. And now Luna Galaxy, they've got 3 up, but Zakraken is kind of in no man's land. You got to be real careful about how you approach this fight with Ming Ming. Do not give this man 1v1s.
No, I mean, the only way Luna loses here is if they throw. There's no other reason with this position. Ming Ming still not in. That he should be able to win this game. So sure, they'll lose one there. I mean, at this point, I would even just leave Haven or leave Kraken down.
I mean, yeah, Haven gonna go for it, but
that's fine.
Most of the only one that Ming Ming can really see right now. But okay, he's doing what he needs to. Vinny gonna go ahead and try to push up in, and he's gonna win the 1v1 as Luna Galaxy gets our final win of the day.
And a much better day from Luna Galaxy, but the consistency that we saw out of New Happy is just incredible stuff. Super impressive. The way that they've come through, placing top 5 and also almost every single game, and now putting themselves well within the conversation to win PGS 6 tomorrow.
Twisted Minds had a fantastic day. You can't take that away from them. Day Trade had a good day, but don't forget about New Happy. But I cannot wait to see how this leaderboard is going to shape up. What do we got waiting for us on our final day? Let's throw it over the desk to break it down.
Luna Galaxy holds on to the compound, is able to get themselves a big win off the back of this one as well. Plenty of kills to boot, and putting themselves a little further up these leaderboards, Mr. Metarim.
I mean, it was good control coming out from the compound to the point where the other two teams even decided that they didn't even want to deal with Luna. They just decided to deal with each other instead, make Luna's life a little bit easier.
Yeah.
We did get a very fun moment, though, where we got Twisted Minds and TSM lining up against each other in a kind of 3v4 with Batulans playing away from it, and led to, I guess, a bit of a stall at the top leaderboard. We had, 3 and 4 go out early. TSM and Twisted Minds ended up against each other, so Twisted went out, and then a couple of points were TSM to close the gap a bit, but really opened up the doors for the middle of the pack to try to find some way to step into this.
Yeah, it's a good way to kind of go into the last day, right? The fact that we didn't have all of those guys really heavily extending their leads into it, so there was an opportunity for people to join on. Luna's a little bit out of reach, I want to say, but yeah. I mean, if magic happens, no.
I mean, whenever we've been talking about New Happy and the performances they've been having today, it is good, but at the same time, with this TSM, Twisted Minds, just points per game grind that these two teams are on right now is ridiculous to watch, because they're not like popping off in the end game over and over and over again. They're just consistently getting so many points that they're managing to hold down that first and second.
Bit of a tough one for teams on the western, I guess the far east side as well, right? Like when you have, for the western side teams, this road into then those circle fields, which are a bit perilous to cross along with the road as well. A lot of those teams, I felt like they just want to say, okay, well, we're just going to sit on the side, try and get the kills wherever we can, and try and use that as our point sponge for this game.
And with the circle, like we're talking about, what do you do? Like, you end up with so many, like, it's so open, you just have to fight on the edge, and even then, like, that's what happened whenever we ended up with just the 3 teams. Jokes aside, Luna Galaxy did a great job on the defense of the territory, so at this point, Cerberus and New Happy just decide, no, we'll just play the angles against each other. And even Luna having to step in, very last one, does go into the fight, does manage to finish it off, does manage to pick up 12 kills. Big for them, but I feel like if anything, Luna picking up the points there is just great for, I guess, a morale moving into the last day. It's really just going to be about how did the rest of the teams that were on the hunt to try to catch up to the top 4 stack here.
It's very open. I'm excited for it here. Of course, you see Twisted Minds there, and they're still probably going to end up being at that #1 spot, but at the same time, there are threats looming to try and stop the back-to-back going into the 3rd day. I'd be excited to see if TSM could be there. We'll do it in the end.
I mean, we've had first and second stay the same all throughout the day today.
Yes,
that says a lot whenever we're looking at moving into what's going to be the last day, coming into tomorrow. But on top of that, look at the frustration that's also happening to a lot of these players as they know that they've only got one more day left.
Well, one of the big contenders trying to strike out as well is Cerberus, as we have interviews ready. Let's do it.
Thanks for joining us after the match and for the 2nd day of the finals. And we are first here with Hemas from Cerberus. What a day. And I was just wondering that with the ranking of like current situations, will you take like more aggressive approach, or will you just focus on the current consistent performances for your strategy?
Với thứ hạng hiện tại thì em nghĩ là team mình cần phải đột phá hơn, phải thi đấu hổ báo hơn, hay là team mình chỉ cần duy trì cái phong độ như hiện tại là được?
Ngày mai bọn mình sẽ thi đấu một phong độ như thế này thôi, và bọn mình sẽ cải thiện về cách di chuyển và cách bắn.
I think we will just keep our consistent performance just like today, and we just need to make improvement on the way that we move and on our strategy.
Oh, okay. So you just mentioned that you still got some improvement, and that's actually the second question I'm going to ask. So like maybe in a more detailed way, like what kind of aspect do you think you can improve for better play tomorrow?
Là câu thứ hai của mình cũng là kiểu mình cần phải cải thiện điều gì để có thể thi đấu tốt hơn vào ngày mai, thì em có thể nói cho mọi người biết chi tiết được không?
Ngày hôm nay vì bọn mình đã bị mất người lẻ ở tại vòng bo đầu, thì ngày mai bọn mình sẽ cố gắng giữ người để bắn những vòng bo cuối.
I think for today game, like in the first couple field ground, we lost people. You know, we lost one of our members. So I think for tomorrow, we'll try to keep all 4 members together until the last circle so that we can have better performance.
Yeah, that really make big sense. So you always gather in your whole teams until the very last minutes. It's crucial for winning our matches. Okay, thank you very much, Himas, and hope you get very better luck in performances tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then we're having, of course, the team, like everyone can imagine. Again, back the team. We're welcoming Twisted Minds. Okay, let's have example from Twisted Mind. Here we are again with that team and that man. Crazy teams, crazy matches, always making this game looking so easy to win, I would say. Yes, so first, congratulations, of course, getting back to the first of our leaderboard. And of course, during this day, do you think you have any plays that's really worth mentioning, like from your matches?
Yeah, match number 5, Miramar first. We got top 6. We had 2 airdrops. We had 4 level 3 wastes. And we had pretty good circle, winnable. And we got in this game top 6. The best game for us.
Yes, correct, of course. And I think other teams could like hear what like Twisted Mind would think they do good for, and maybe like do a little bit focus on that. Yes, maybe that could be an option. And secondly, that during this game, and you're again on top 1. Like, what do you think you could do or improve or sustain to make like a better performance in our final day?
Our goal in our minds, top 3. To take top 3, yeah, and this is how it works for us. We're going for top 3 and got top 1, something like that.
Okay, top 3 and maybe top 1, of course. And so lastly, I'm super convinced that your fans supporting Twisted Inspire are very, very happy to see you on stage, like always on stage, and any words to them?
Thank you.
Thank you. And more? Maybe more?
Huh?
And just thank you? Yes, thank you, of course, is the most important things. Okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, thank you is always like the very sincerest words that he can say, of course, and of course for a team. And this is our interview, and yes, thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow in the finals.
Good stuff by Example here to be able to get himself into top 1 alongside the rest of the boys. Good answers as well to break down
concise.
Exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, aside from that, I mean, the other ones are you get yourself some great insights from Example. I didn't realize just how much gear they had actually in that 5th game, and then obviously you go down in the compound like that. It's bad.
Yeah, I mean we were kind of talking about it during the desk in between, right? It was like, oh, they had this, and that.
Rosa, but we didn't know.
That is a ridiculous amount of gear to have, and to see that slip through your fingers, it just feels bad.
Yeah, it does. But I mean, so far so good. Number 1 at the moment here, trying to go for the back-to-back against them. And everything else, when you look at it, as we take a look at the numbers coming in from the previous game, it's 12 kills going the way of Luna, 11 once again from New Happy. They are on the riot act here for day number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can really say is the fact that they found whatever's working. They're managing to be very, very consistent at this stage. Not the highest damage versus the kill number, but that said, they're still doing a great job on control around them. Gen.G also finding themselves a pretty decent game. Cerberus with a ton of damage, but only 2 kills is kind of weird for them.
21 smokes. Was that? No, flash? Wait, anyway, never mind. Yeah, 21 to try and get this going, but still not actually able to really get too much off the back of it here. But it will be Luna Galaxy taking that number 1 spot as we have ourselves the 5 kills going the way of Vinny. Why did I take him off my fantasy team?
Oh, it's all like, doesn't that always suck? Is like you half bait somebody, you pick them the first day, then you're like, oh, they didn't do what I wanted them to do here, and you take them off, and then the next day they pop off, and you just feel like you hate yourself a little bit.
Yeah, there he is. Damn it. Yeah, but a great man of the match for this one as well. Holding down that compound, the warehouse, as well as those buildings. Like, it was just a foregone conclusion when you've got something like that and the circle is going to be coming your way. You could see as other teams are trying to crash down toward it. It is not really possible as long as they're holding the right angles.
I mean, that's why we saw all the smoke use and everything else like that.
You gotta have so many.
It's just, man, you have to burn so much utility just to try to get close at that stage.
Yeah, you do. All right, well, we got ourselves total kills, Twisted Minds, total damage, Twisted Minds, and new happy. Once again, I mean, this average survival time actually cranked up quite considerably during the day. I mean, yes, they had 2 wins yesterday, which means that is aiding this in essence, but there were other games where they just had nothing.
And no Twisted in the top 5 for survival time on top of that. It's just off of kills.
That is interesting.
This is a team that usually is known for survival and getting into the later stages. I mean, again, kudos. Twisted Minds got a lot of different ways to get there, stay at the top of the leaderboard, but I find that to be quite surprising.
75 kills, though, is scary, right? Like,
I mean,
when you're in a lobby like this and the closest to you is 58 from TSM, like the fact that is making up the big difference for them at the moment. It's not all said and done just yet, though. As we take a look at the match leaderboard, 22 points did go the way of Lunar Galaxy and 17 from New Happy. If New Happy continues this into tomorrow, they could potentially join that real top pack, but it's still a little stretch, as eventually we'll take a look at those overall leaderboards and confirm that.
Gen G finding game, but also I want to talk about this. Cerberus consistency. This is just not what we're used to seeing for them, and I love it. It is just keeping them right in the top 5 over and over and over again.
All right, well, New Happy will actually jump up to that 88-point mark for 4th place, and I can see out the corner of my eye Batulin smiling because Twisted Minds is at 104 points. Yeah, you're really good at the video game.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can continue that into tomorrow. We did kind of muse the idea that you were saying that TSM might be able to go up against Twisted Minds, and we got a little bit of that fight in the previous one, actually.
But we just got like a taste of it because Villains wasn't even really there, so it was kind of a 4v3, and then there was a third party that was going on. I don't remember who was shooting, but we can see the potential of the firefight. Maybe cross our fingers, we could get like a 1v1 for like a full force-man squad and a firefight to figure out who's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it'll happen, but it feels like they always play opposite sides of the circle.
Maybe. As all of these teams still vying for it. I mean, the fact that we got, I think, that barrier right now where FaZe is, right? I mean, anybody underneath that could get a win and then start joining this big pack. But the fact that FaZe was able to effectively create this barrier with how well they've performed throughout the day means that our top 7, very much so, still in the running for this PGS.
And it's really weird whenever we talk about like 23 points between the like 1st and 7th, because yes, that is one game, but we've had those top 7 be so consistent. I don't know if you can really count on one big game at this point.
Tomorrow's games, we are starting things off with Miramar and ending the entire tournament. Not only the entire tournament, the entire circuit before PGC on Erangel, as always here. So we will figure out who is going to be walking away as our champions tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. Same time, same place. And we'll figure out all the nitty-gritty of it. I'm hyped because there is technically a chance where Twisted Minds doesn't win, even though I would like them to. But even if they do not, there are so many great challenges for this. Everyone's playing a very good few days of PUBG.
Yeah, and it's still very surmountable. Like, this is nothing to take away from Twisted because they are playing so efficiently right now. But we do have a world where we have 7 teams that are all right in the thick, capable of competing into the last day. And that's the type of PUBG I love to watch.
Which teams impressed you the most today?
Honestly, I love watch TDT. I thought that they had a lot of fun. Impressive. If I actually had to say it, I think that the consistency of Cerberus is something that is really, really impressing me because, again, they have been a feast or famine squad. Seeing them actually adapt into more of a Twisted Mind style of play and manage to keep all 4 members alive. You heard part of the interview. That's what Cerberus is really after right now. That makes them even scarier if they can figure out a better engine to work around with that, because then they'll get the kills up and survival time up. Ooh.
You just like the TDT pop-offs as well.
I do. I'm sorry. I love an underdog story. I'm a sucker for it, and TDT is it.
All right, well, time to round things out here, Matrim, of course, as we have our partners on the way.
Hi. Everybody come on in.
Let's talk about the partners. All right, well, it's Crafted and VSBO joining us here and making PUBG possible as well as the tournament possible. We also have OP.GG, as you can overpower your game and get everything going online as well. Don't forget, we also have our hotel partner in Novotel providing us the accommodation whilst we are here for PGS5 as well as PGS6. We also have the Green Park studio that all of us, including Twisted Minds, is here enjoying life here to try and get themselves yet another win on the board. And finally, we have TT Racing that's providing us all of the chairs that is going on right behind me right now. I am not asking you a damn thing. Nothing. You left me with a no last time, so nothing. All right, good. You?
That sponsor sellout is a lot longer than it feels. When you're up here, doesn't it feel like it's forever and you're staring like, yeah.
Let's go. I got it.
We'll see if they win tomorrow. We'll see if somebody can challenge them. We'll see if they get the three-peat. That does it for today. We'll see you tomorrow for more PGS 6.
Let's go. When there's no way, make a way.